Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun. The land of tea was a tiny nation. Kanagaker was constantly on guard at the edge of the land of fire. Zabuza detested that village because of its frailty. How it sheltered their kids into believing that the world was just a river of death and blood. But here he was, observing Naruto as he performed the kata he had learned. More than his ego, Konoha at least gave him a reason to free the mist. Zabuza was a Kurigaker-born shinobi, one of the mist's legendary swordsmen and an illustration of the village's moniker, Blood Mist Village. Kubikiribocho was the blade he wielded, a huge, strong sword that gave him the ability to quickly dispatch his adversaries, slicing through them as if they were paper. By no means did the swordsman think of himself as weak. His height was 183 centimeters. His experience with the executioner's blade had given him a muscular build. He showed off his body to everyone who saw him without any trouble, simply having a bandolier carry his sword on his back. Arm warmers with a cow pattern and gray sweatpants. He did, however, wear a mask over his mask. For Hidden Mist natives, spiked teeth were a bit of a giveaway. Following his and his two subordinates' abortive attempt to murder Mizuki's Yagura, he ran away with his allies, escaping to the hills and going missing eventually accepting jobs in order to pay a group to murder the young jerk who was destroying his village. The village he gave up his own childhood for was destroyed by the Mizuki's bloodlust, civil wars, and bloodline purges. He met an odd, girlish boy a few years later. The long brown hair of Haku Yuki. His two long bangs framed his face, and he typically wore it tied back. The boy's propensity to dress like a girl didn't really bother Zabuza. After they started training, his ice release skills improved significantly, making up for his lack of strength with Senbon. But he more than made up for it with his speed. He was now 15 and a living hell in combat. Zabuza even thought he was good. He would rank him as a high chunin. He would be difficult for even Zabuza to defeat if his mirrors were up. That wasn't even up for debate. Years ago, he outperformed Gozu and Demon Brother Maizu. However, neither of them was particularly remarkable on its own. Zabuza thought he would be his tool, a weapon that he could use to murder the weak and retake his house from Yagura, the tyrant. Then, roughly 3 years ago, they discovered a little boy with blonde hair and whiskers. He only had a bag with him, and he was 8 years old. He was dressed in brown cargo shorts, goggles, and an orange hoodie. At first, he was a little annoying. Then he entered the little hut where they were eating. "You're a ninja, aren't you, mister? I am from a ninja village. Stupid people though, I got hurt and they just watched so I left. Now I'll become a strong ninja and show them what they lost." "Believe it," Naruto said, identifying him as a shinobi almost immediately. "How do you plan on training and learning ninjutsu, Naruto-kun?" Haku asked the boy throughout. The boy paused before his spoon reached his lips and said, "Oh, that's a good point. Crap, I need to find someone to help." Zabuza asked, "Why were you hated, brat?" In an odd way. "I'm not sure. They always called me monster or demon. Stupid. Just cause I'm an orphan. That's not my fault though." The boy pointed his spoon at the swordsman and said, "Who you calling a brat?" "My name is Naruto, Nar." Maizu put his mask back on and said, "Where are you from?" "Kanagaker." Two things occurred at once. The first was realizing what he had said. His own village despised him and reprimanded him, pushed aside and most likely terrified. This child was either Kekkei Genkei. Konoha was known for its love of bloodlines, so that is unlikely. Alternatively, he was probably a Jinchuriki. With an almost maniacal smile, he asked, how had Kanagaker been so reckless? Ignoring such a resource, one who was astute enough to leave his village and carve out his own route. This brat was fortunate to be able to use a Jinchuriki's power as a weapon. The blonde grabbed a little cash from the counter, said, "Well, thank you for the meal." Then, he jumped off the stool and left, saying, "I'm going to go find another village." "Thanks for the conversation, Haku-chan." Naruto froze, then glared at him, saying, "I'm a boy, Naruto-kun." "Well, you are really pretty. Anyway, bye Zabujaku." As Gozu choked on his sake, a tick appeared in his forehead. "Gozu, Maizu, go secure our camp. Haku, come with me. We're going to follow that boy for a while." So they did. They followed the homeless boy for 2 days. He got work from the villagers by smiling. Get food and bathhouse discounts. It was pretty amazing. He wondered how long this boy had been by himself. He ought to be furious as he was. Or as hopeless as Haku was. This wasn't typical. But at last he saw it. Anbu's 3 hidden leaf. They had been seen to by Haku. They had Naruto in their sights. He was waiting for a moment to come when he couldn't call for assistance. They attacked Naruto as he was erecting a small camp. Naruto attempted to flee in the campfire's light, only to be struck in the back of the head by one of the ninja. Leave me alone. I'm not going back. Zabuza and Haku swung together as the ninja grabbed him, not anticipating that the boy would kick him in the face. The boy was a warrior at heart, even at the age of 11. The first ninja was hit by ice needles, taking him by surprise and rendering him inoperable almost immediately. The other 2 dropped Naruto as they attempted to respond. Zabuza had his chance as a result. He swung his enormous sword behind the first, severing the man in 2. He twisted and thrust his blade forward, piercing the second. He said he wasn't going back. Naruto stared at the blood, frozen, unable to find any more signs. Tears welled up in Haku's eyes as he knelt before the little blonde boy. After removing his Anbu-style mask, he said, "Hello Naruto-kun." Naruto turned away from the death he had just seen and said, "Haku-chan. Zabu-jaku, you saved me. You join me. Become my weapon and I'll turn you into a ninja feared across every nation. I can even tell you why your village hates you," Naruto said, looking up at him as if he were hanging the moon. Naruto's eyes began to well up with tears. Zabuza was unsure of his thoughts at the time. Was he afraid? Furious? Then he noticed it. He had never seen such a look before. He had a different sensation in his own chest. Not even Haku gave him that look. It was an expression of joy, admiration, and hope. Naruto bowed to the 2 shinobi. Why yes. A fire was lit in his eyes as he gazed at the dead Anbu. "Please teach me to be a ninja strong enough to beat them," he said. Zabuza tentatively extended his hand and smiled. He finally placed his hand on his head and said, "Grab your things and follow us." I watched the boy as he ducked under Mizu's clawed hand and then blocked Gozu's. Recalling the difficulties they encountered during the years they spent training him, Naruto struggled to keep his chakra under control, not to mention ever reaching the point where he would use his Kyuubi chakra. Thus, they concentrated on that. A painful number of months passed before he began to experience it. After that, he had to walk trees and through water for nearly 3 months before he could learn ninjutsu. He still had problems. Limiting his chakra was difficult for him. He used too much when molding it. After nearly 3 years, the problem persisted. "You're still leaving your left side open too much," exclaimed Zabuza. "Naruto." Naruto exclaimed, "Sorry Zabu-jaku." He rolled forward as Mizu kicked him in the side at that precise moment. He was so physically strong that he was unable to use ninjutsu. He was nearly as fast as Haku. He was stronger than both of the brothers, though, even in the absence of chakra, he was able to surpass them in strength once he shaped chakra into his body. Naruto smiled abruptly, a self-assured smile he had inherited from Zabuza. He moved in a display of sheer physical dominance. He was quick enough to surprise both of his brothers. He struck and twisted his tanto with amazing accuracy. And Naruto wins again, before cutting both ninja. As Zabuza put on his sleeveless hoodie, Naruto grinned and said, "All right, Naruto. It's time for your first solo mission." Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "Really? That's great, but Haku isn't back from his mission in K's no Kami." Zabuza laughed. "I'm aware, brat, which is why I said solo. You and him performed admirably. Know that last assassination mission. You were impressive. I didn't think you'd kill that governor." Uncomfortably shifting, Naruto said, "I didn't really want to. It was the mission though. So I did it." Like Haku, Naruto's heart was tender. Killing for the sake of killing did not appeal to him. Even so, he recognized the role that a ninja must play. At the moment, he had no country. However, Zabuza would eventually if he had his way. He would then have the people he desired to defend. Naruto examined the scroll that Zabuza had given him and said, "This is your first solo assassination. Lucky for you though, this is a terrible person." Children from one of the nearby villages were being taken by a small band of raiders, who then sold them into slavery and the sex trade. Naruto smiled after reading it and said, "I'll be back when it's done Zabu-jaku." Naruto headed to the village where they were employed. As he entered the village, he noticed a tiny structure with a very elaborate design. He covered his whiskers with his face mask as he approached. The 3 guards all froze for a moment as he stepped inside the building. "Who are you, kid?" he asked a person he thought was the leader. The mayor, who was eavesdropping, entered with a disgusted expression and said, "Naruto. I've been sent by Zabuza Momochi to deal with your slaver problem." Naruto looked at the fat man from head to toe, but he didn't give him much thought, saying, "I'm more than enough to deal with this mission." "Fine." The individual settled down. "I am Daichu Kato, mayor and protector of my village. A few weeks ago some raiders came and started taking our children. We didn't know what for until one of my men went to a brothel in Ta no Kuni. One of the girls was there. He managed to steal her back, but we don't know what other villages they've hit." "What direction do they usually come from?" asked Naruto, shrugging as he took out a map. The trees were strewn about. "They're somewhere in the Kome Grove. However, there was a small range of hills in the middle." To himself, Naruto hummed, "I'll begin there." He walked through the fields on his way back out of the village. He traveled for roughly a day before arriving at the group of trees. Despite his desire to set up camp, he concluded that it would be a waste of time. He started to move toward the trees. Gradually, he eventually located them. The actual size of the camp was fairly large. There were probably a dozen or more men and women out and about. They were all armed with axes or swords. However, Naruto thought they didn't appear to be very much. As he drew his tanto, he experienced an adrenaline rush. 2 men were strolling along the camp's edge. He silently cut their necks with his speed. Before he could call for assistance, he twisted and threw a kunai directly into the chest of another. A woman in her mid-30s came out when she saw one of the tents open. Surprisingly, she was quick enough to deflect his tanto, warning the other members of the camp, before the 10-year-old chopped her down. He entered the middle of the camp, knowing he might as well show himself. The boy appeared small and feeble, and the other 9 guards all laughed at him. At the top of the camp, a woman left. She regarded herself as a warrior, in contrast to the others. She had a yari resting on her left shoulder. The tips of her fingers held it just a bit. She had a katana around her waist. A ronin from iron, this woman was. She was clearly different from the others. "Oh, what's this? A little ninja gone too far from his village." Naruto smiled with his eyes. "Well, I am easily confused. I'm so confused to wonder how a samurai got all the way out here." "Oh, you're a cutie, aren't you?" Her smile made him shudder. "I am looking for a new tent boy. You'd do quite nicely. To answer your question, honor is a load of shit. Money is the only thing that matters. Along with," she said, licking her lips as she leapt down with her men. "First let's see what you got, hot stuff." Looking at her male companions, "Bring him to me. Feel free to destroy his clothes." Naruto's chest was filled with disgust. By no means was this going to be his first kill. However, it would be one he loved very much. He moved and launched a quick, precise attack, avoiding or sidestepping attacks as if they didn't exist. He would still be a ninja even if he were a child. He was a nightmare in comparison to ordinary men. Melina saw her men being killed by the preteen. It was similar to witnessing an ant defeat a pack of wolves. She was filled with arousal and disgust, saying, "What a lovely little prize." Naruto vanished from sight as his tanto descended in the direction of the leader. The attack was deflected by her lightly twisting her spear. She spun the spear around and launched an offensive, radiating lust. As the two started attacking and parrying each other around the battlefield, sparks flew. He jumped and avoided every blow, using his diminutive size to make himself a more difficult target. He even got a few cuts on her while he was twisting and turning around. As she pulled out her katana, she licked the blood from her hand and slid backwards, saying, "Yes. Yes, yes, so hot. Show me your strength, little ninja." She lifted the sword, and a faint glow radiated from it. "Naruto, remember that samurai aren't weak. The ones here that are lame rejects suck and are normally easy targets. Even for genin, Churei samurai, swordsmen and warriors can take on ninja. Some being equivalent to chunin or higher. Don't let them gain an advantage. You're a shinobi, fight dirty." After vanishing, Naruto attacked her side. However, she blocked with ease. He dodged and slashed out, but even without the blade toughening, a cut still showed. He attempted to block when she brought her sword down, but the katana sliced through his tanto. She leapt back as he dropped an explosive tag. As Naruto muttered to himself, she used her chakra to lengthen and strengthen the blade. I have more chakra than anyone I know, Zabujaku says. I should be able to do that too, he said, drawing a tanto and spinning it on his finger until it fell into a reverse grip. He closed his eyes and allowed his chakra to shape his body. His control was getting better. He should be able to replicate it if he could shape his chakra into a point around the kunai. The question, what is chakra Naruto, took precedence over memories of the training with Haku. At the end, Naruto's voice broke a little. Well, it's something that lets us do super cool just you and make us super strong, he said. Haku merely grinned. No and yes, Naruto-kun. Chakra is part of us. It's a life force. It can be a weapon, sure. But it's a tool. You can use it to warm you in the cold, cool yourself off in the heat, increase your strength and speed, or even enhance your weapons. You just need to understand how it works for you. As she charged him, Melina screamed, "Oh so sweet. Closing your eyes for me to kill you." She slashed across his body with her katana. Naruto opened his eyes and moved a little. Yeah, I have children to save, you creep. So I need you to die already, the katana said, halting from the kunai. The conflict grew more intense after that. Naruto attempted to gain the upper hand by using his kunai. He could sense Melina's deterioration. She suffered too many wounds and was now unable to recover her advantage. Despite her skill, she was nothing in comparison to his OG. He knew no better swordsman than Zabujaku. Damn it, she exclaimed as she was unable to continue fighting due to a large cut that ran down her wrist. On the ground, far from her, was her katana. Naruto had to admit that it was a nice sword. He approached her after grabbing it. You are a disgusting human. These are just kids. I'm just a kid and you'd use us like that, she said, kneeling and on the verge of a fit. He raised the blade, which was just a bit too large for him, and swept it through the air, asking, "Nananano, how could this happen?" She rolled away after her head fell from her body, saying, "Now you're killed by a nameless shinobi in training. In a distant land with no honor." He walked away after stabbing the sword into the ground and proceeded to the cages. The children were all gathered in the rear of their cages. They were between 5 and 16 years old, boys and girls from the surrounding nations. He grinned and pulled down his mask, saying, "Hello. My name's Naruto and I'm here to save you." Everyone was wary. They did, however, follow him. They all appeared energized upon seeing the dead guards. However, some of the boys appeared to become pleased upon discovering the boss dead on the ground. They accompanied Naruto all the way back to the village together. Their return surprised and delighted everyone. Not every one of their children was present. You did it. Where are all these kids from? The mayor and his guard yelled as they rushed towards Naruto. I'm not sure. I have the ledgers left behind by the raiders though. Some have where they were picked up and where others were sold. Before he knew it, he was surrounded by the villagers expressing their gratitude. Thank you so much. I don't think this is enough for your efforts, my boy. Here's the extra that I can afford. The man nodded. When Naruto eventually left the village, he couldn't help but smile. Zabuza surprised him by saying, I knew you'd do it, Gaki. Come on, we got a surprise for you that Haku was able to steal. Hiruzen reviewed each report regarding a missing Naruto Uzumaki while standing in his office. He had been missing for almost 3 years. Described one of his greatest shortcomings as Hokage. They had lost both their tailed beast and the late Yodaime Hokage's legacy without him. They were far more open to attack from other countries. In reality, Konoha had never employed their tailed beast in combat. It was not necessary for Mito Uzumaki to engage in combat with both Hashirama and Tobirama. In the last battle, then Kushina hardly managed to keep the beast under control. Until Minato fixed her seal, only specific areas of the village had assisted her in keeping it under control. When the door opened, Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya the Gallant, an old pupil, were visible. Finding Naruto had taken up both of their time. Sensei, good to see you again. He lit his pipe and turned to face the two men. As you, Jiraiya, I take it neither of you have found any sign of Naruto? He asked. Kakashi gave a headshake. Hiruzen could see the man's guilt growing as he said, Hokage-sama. At this point we should assume that he is gone. Until either his body is found or we hear of the Kyuubi reforming, then we will assume he is still out there. He endured more pain than most people. So what now then, Sensei? Hiruzen let out a huge inhalation of smoke. I need you back onto your spy network fully. If there is a chance of him being out there, then you may stumble on it. Kakashi, I need you to prepare for taking on a genin team. Hokage-sama, I don't know if me having a genin team would be a good thing. Hiruzen nodded his head. Nobody in the village understands the sacrifice more than you. Beside, you are the only one who can teach Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi started to chastise, but he stopped himself. He turned and walked out of the office, bowing. What if we find Naruto and he doesn't want to come back? Jiraiya asked, running his hand through his hair. Hiruzen sighed and got to his feet, saying, if he is safe then we may oblige. Only if he is safe. He could see the village outside the window. Everyone is working hard and busy. The blonde who was once running around was gone, and no one cared. He still recalls the gathering of the villagers to commemorate his disappearance. He glanced back over his shoulder at his incredibly strong pupil and said, hopefully he will forgive us. Haku, you're back, exclaimed Naruto as he returned to camp and noticed Haku leaning against his tent. It's good to be back, Naruto, said Haku, grinning at the blonde ninja. Did Zabuza tell you what I was able to acquire in Sunagaku? Yes, he said you were able to steal a scroll with wind release jutsu. I'm so excited. Naruto nodded as he sat down with his older brother. First you need to tell me about your mission. Naruto sighed and said, I had to find a group that was stealing and selling kids. They were led by this pervy lady that liked me way more than she should. So, I fought her and killed her. Even did it with her own sword because she is nasty and doesn't deserve to be killed by my own weapons. Maizu yelled, you're too soft, Naruto. We are ninja, we see the ugly part of society all the time. Naruto stuck out his tongue in response, saying, so, I'm still a child. Keep your jaded opinions to yourself, you baka. Anything else? Naruto smiled and pointed out a kunai, allowing his chakra to encircle it. Yes, she was a samurai. I finally understand what you said last year. I know how my chakra moves now. Look. Naruto, how are you doing that? A light glow surrounded it. Well, I was fighting her and I figured out that my chakra, because it's so vast, I was able to encompass myself and my weapon. So I can do the same thing. I think I'm going to try it with wind chakra, but that is going to be tougher. Well, let's take a look at the scroll, huh? I barely looked it over. Maybe we can even learn a few before your birthday, Haku said, recalling that Naruto was truly a prodigy. Naruto opened the scroll and examined it. It was divided into 3 parts. 6 wind-based jutsu came first. There were 2 B ranked, 1 A ranked, and 3 C ranked jutsu. The wind grade breakthrough, wind gale palm, and wind release rotating shuriken were the C ranked jutsu. It had the verdant mountain gale and the wind cutter for the B ranked. The great breakthrough was likely to be the most helpful with his C ranked ones. He can really put his chakra into the offensive and defensive jutsu that it gave him. Although wind gale palm appeared feeble, it might be useful in some circumstances. The rotating shuriken comes next. That was useful for fighting several opponents on its own. He was more excited about the B-ranked jutsu. Wind cutter was a strong jutsu practitioner. If necessary, he could use it to level opponents. It was a far-off attack that would be entertaining to learn. Verdant mountain gale came next. He was able to increase a weapon's cutting power and range by infusing it with chakra. It would have a lot more cutting power with wind chakra. His 1A ranked jutsu is the last. They were known as wind air bullets. He was capable of firing 15 bullets at once. Naruto was eager to get started right away. In this manner, he could become familiar with them all. Take it slow, Naruto. I want you to learn water release as well. So we will start with the C-ranked jutsu. I want you to be able to do all 3 by the time we get to our next destination. Zabuza approached them and sat down. We're leaving, Zabuza-san? Haku inquired with interest. Yes. I have a mission in Kuma no Kuni for an escort mission. Will we be joining you on this mission? Zabuza nodded. No, I want you to work with Naruto on his wind release. I'll be taking Gozu and Maizu. As he dropped the scroll, Naruto exclaimed, what? I want to go too. You don't even have a weapon anymore, Naruto, Zabuza said, placing his hand on his head. We'll reach the border, and you two will take care of our camp. The man laughed to himself as Naruto crossed his arms and pouted, saying, fine. I'll practice, but can we get me a new sword soon? He said, collapsing onto his butt. Yes, we will. For now, work on your wind release. Naruto replied, I will OG Jaku. Oh, when are we leaving? Zabuza glanced at the Ryu he was holding and said, tomorrow morning. You will need to be packed. Grinning beneath his mask, he gives Naruto a piece. I have so much saved now. I wonder what I can buy, the blonde said, laughing like a small gremlin. The blonde took out a cup of instant ramen and said, I could buy so many things though. Snacks or a new plushie. Oh, and maybe some new ramen. I'd like to find a good ramen restaurant or maybe a really cool sword. It could be like OG Jaku's. Haku shook his head and said, you should try and save it, Naruto-kun. From across the camp, Zabuza yelled, would you quit calling me that already, you little gaki? As he filled the cup with hot water, Naruto laughed and said, nope. Sorry OG, you were kind of a Jaku. It's not my fault you're always angry. While cleaning his sword, Zabuza whispered to himself, angry. I'm not angry. Looking at his younger brother, Haku simply grinned and said, so Naruto. You lost your Tonto. Swallowing, he replied, yeah. The gross lady used chakra to cut through it. It was kind of a cheap Tonto anyway. He nodded while slurping down some noodles. As they packed and ate, the two kept talking. At moments like this, Zabuza genuinely thought he was softening. Although Haku was quiet, he and Naruto were very important to him. He would stop at nothing to protect Naruto, but his only goal was to serve him. When Naruto was a young boy, despite the fact that the boy has witnessed and committed numerous murders since being adopted by him, Naruto was still able to act like any other child. Naruto's perception of him as his irate uncle was acceptable. It was untrue. Zabuza would never confess to anyone that he enjoyed the title the boy gave him. But Haku was undoubtedly growing up to be his son. He was unable to resist it at all. Despite his tough only a tool persona, Zabuza secretly loved the boy as if he were his own. With time, hopefully, he will be able to demonstrate it. They visited the Kuma no Kami over the course of the following 2 weeks. As they went, Naruto kept up his training. His wind gale palm comes first. Something he thought was very weak. That is, until the first time he used it completely. When it was weaker, it just made people feel inferior. He only needed one sign to do it at the moment because it was simple to use. When he spars with the brothers or Haku, he would strike them, causing them to lose their balance. He was able to gain the upper hand in battle quickly and effectively. However, he was using it for practice one day. Naruto was executing his taijutsu poses. He handled them quickly and skillfully. As the wind encircled his hand, he brought up the single sign, wind release, wind gale palm, and added more chakra to it. When the wind struck with sufficient force, his hand smashed into a tree. As he walked up and examined it, Maizu said, damn kid. I thought that was a weak jutsu. He pulled his hat away and looked at the enormous dent in the tree, saying, whoa. He looked down at his hand in complete shock. Same. I can control the power of the jutsu. Naruto laughed, that makes a difference. I bet I can use it to enhance my shuriken. Zabuza came over to them. Now wearing a black tank top, he said, we'll be back. Listen to Haku while we're gone. Naruto grinned mischievously and said, oh yeah, fine dad. Zabuza was grinning. You're strong for age but you got a lot to learn, Gaki. Now get on with the next jutsu, will you? That way we can move on. Yeah, I will. Goodbye OG Jaku. Haku returned with all of their freshly laundered clothing as they departed. He handed Naruto one of the baskets as he approached him and said, let's get these folded so we can start your training on your next jutsu. As he began to work on the clothing, Naruto complained. He just wanted to start training. How about when we finish we go to the nearby village? You may find something you like. Haku found it amusing that Naruto was acting like a frustrated child. Grateful, Haku returned to his work. Really, that'd be amazing, he said. Haku was not unaware. Even at age 10, Naruto was already demonstrating that he would outshine him. He didn't even anticipate it happening so soon. He had a talent for it. He probably wouldn't be worth the time if someone were to look at him. Sometimes he simply behaved like the child he was, putting either Gozu or Maizu in a difficult situation, or dousing Zabuza with a water balloon. However, beneath his silly demeanor, he was capable of being calculating and icy in battle. Not to mention his innate passion for combat. Haku had to question whether the Kyuubi slightly exacerbated that. Their party didn't keep it a secret. In the future, Naruto would be a monstrous fighter. The two boys went to the neighboring village after completing their work. They discovered dozens of small shops as they strolled around the village. There are clothes, weapons, plush toys, and other items everywhere. They entered a tiny outlet store and browsed the inventory to see what they could find. Excuse me. Haku halted upon seeing a small crate of scrolls, but a girl behind the counter asked, these scrolls? What are they? She was a pretty girl. Those are scrolls from that old village Uzushioka. Naruto, who approached from the opposite side of the store wearing a samurai helmet and a false mustache, asked, "Where is Uzukashigir?" She was about Haku's age and seemed really kind. "Uzushioka-gir Naruto," Haku said, his expression dissatisfied. "Oh, I knew that," smirked Naruto as he prodded the helmet onto his head. The girl continued, giggling, "It was a ninja village. They used to be super strong. A clan called the Uzumaki ran the village. When Naruto heard his last name, he dropped the helmet to the ground." Haku gave Naruto a startled look. He was aware that Zabuza's knowledge extended beyond the Kyuubi. He hadn't told them yet, but the girl's voice interrupted him, asking, "What's wrong?" She looked at the little blonde in disbelief and said, "Oh. I'm sorry. These have been in here as long as I can remember. Naruto is an Uzumaki." Her pupils widened. "Hey, my granddad is the one who got those. Why don't I offer you a discount? That way they can finally be returned to their clan." With hesitation, Naruto said, "You'd do that?" As she bagged them, she nodded and said, "Yup. 15 ryo please." That was nothing at all. Naruto took out his wallet to make the payment. As he joyfully accepted them, tears began to well up in his eyes. Naruto nodded and held them close, saying softly, "We'll have to take a look at them when we get back to camp." "I can't wait," almost relishing the discovery. When Naruto stopped, the two had made the decision to finally go home. He noticed a pair of goggles peering through a window, like the ones he had on his way out of Konoha. He gave him the scrolls with care and smiled before storming into the shop. He was beaming broadly when he saw Haku again. His goggles are comfortably positioned on his head. "I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what kind of stuff is in these. Especially because it came from my clan. That's so cool. What do you think will be in there? I bet this will make me just as strong as you. Just you wait." Once back at camp, Haku started the fire while Naruto set up some traps. He took a seat beside his brother and unfolded his new scrolls. In all, there were 4. The first was a Fuinjutsu scroll. Naruto's knowledge of sealing was limited. The art of sealing was challenging. Naruto was only proficient in basic explosive seals and storage seals. Their seals were more combat-oriented. It was really awesome. He questioned whether he could perform them. The 7 seals appeared to be rather complicated, but they all served various purposes. His second scroll described 2 skills that Uzumaki seemed to possess. It resembled a Kekkei Genkei almost exactly. He should be able to transfer his own chakra to others by concentrating it in his hands. Additionally, he should be able to heal others thanks to his chakra. He questioned whether he could accomplish that as well. Haku nodded as the other boy turned to face Naruto and said, "Hey Haku." "Yes, Naruto. Can I try something on you real quick?" In his hand, Naruto collected his chakra. He placed it on Haku's arm and concentrated. He didn't feel anything at first. Then he sensed a slight tug in some places. Then, as if they were little doors, they opened, letting Naruto pour chakra into Haku. "What did you do, Naruto?" he asked, pulling his hand away as he looked up at Haku, who had just experienced a tremendous surge of energy. "I gave you my chakra." Naruto chuckled to himself. "Well, it looks like I am really an Uzumaki." Naruto handed the scroll to Haku and said, "It says I need to practice these 2 techniques." His excitement was amusing. "If I'm not careful I could kill myself by accident. Don't worry though, I'm awesome and will get it super quick." He discussed 2 distinct taijutsu styles in his third one. Eternal Spring was the name of the first. Naruto didn't seem to be particularly fond of it. It was essentially motionless. You parried instead of blocking, delivering low kicks and short-range punches. The second, however, was titled Dance of Life, and he thought it was fascinating. He had some good taijutsu now. He was certainly capable of fighting without his weapons. Zabuza attempted to teach him the fundamentals of mist style. For him, it was too light. He was a fighter. Dance of Life was much faster and much more awesome. Despite being highly mobile, the fighting style performed admirably in close quarters. Jumps, spins, strong mid-kicks, and fast, potent punches are all combined. There were numerous ground attacks and holds, in addition to knee and elbow strikes. In essence, it made the entire body a weapon. Additionally, it had a variety of weapons that it could readily pair with, from karambits, short swords, and staff. It appeared to be quite adaptable. He opened the 4th one at last. Rather, it featured multiple kenjutsu styles. They are all based on specific weapons. From the karambit, sai, and sarong, basically a sash with which he could practice chokes and holds, to the piso, which resembled long knives but was referred to as a toya in Whirlpool, the golik, which reminded Naruto of a machete with an oddly curved handle, and, lastly, the Nikaburdo. When Naruto learned about that weapon, disappointment set in. It was a long, light handle made of chakra coral. It seemed to have been almost indestructible. The measurement was 213.36 centimeters. Naruto was reminded of Zabuza's sword by the blade design, but it was smaller. The blade itself measured 121.92 centimeters in length and 60.96 centimeters in width. It resembles a naginata almost. What does that look for Naruto? Said Naruto. I want to learn all these fighting styles, but the last one say how rare the swords are. That was when this was written. The blonde gave a sorrowful nod before returning to his scrolls, but Haku simply grinned and said, I'm sure that you will find a way to use it. Just you wait, Naruto. But before he could finish, Haku said, this last seal says something about chakra chains. I don't know what those are. Naruto approached Haku on a sled and examined the scroll. Upon realizing that they had discussed chakra chains, I said, I don't know what those are either. I've never heard of them before. Naruto smiled as he picked up his scrolls and resumed reading. Don't let it get you down, Naruto. You will find a way to incorporate them. Maybe we'll even find some of their weapons around here. He had no intention of letting anything stop him. He would discover as much as he could about the clan. Then he would reconstruct it entirely by himself. Naruto waited for the signal while perched on the edge of a tiny shinobi base in the Kaminari no Kuni, Land of Lightning. On the opposite side of the base was Haku. A Takigaker Nukenin was their target. It was difficult to get contracts in Taki. They lived in a small village. To combat the main villages, they used some kind of water that enhanced chakras. Naruto found them to be quite admirable. They could fight an insane guerrilla war against several armies, they had a tailed beast somehow, and they had never even been closed to conquest. Keguro Hayes was the man they were pursuing. He was a village chunin. It seems that they wanted the item he had taken back. The goal was to murder him and return what he had taken. Although he and Haku were tasked with finding the man, Naruto didn't give a damn about what happened to him. Zabuza planned to create a distraction with the demon brothers. Given his OG, it would be a crazy fight with a lot of deaths. Haku would leave completely unnoticed. A huge water dragon suddenly crashed into the shinobi at the front gates. Naruto smiled and started to move. Knowing that the majority of the Kumo shinobi were now at the front gate, I hurried through the corridors. He leapt and rolled toward the three ninja he saw. The first tried to stab him after drawing a kunai. He took a small step and pushed the attack away with his forearm. The kunoichi completely misses Naruto as he slams his elbow into the man's chest and delivers a forceful punch to his face while he is ducked beneath his still extended arm. Naruto started dodging and spinning away from the next two ninjas' attacks as the man hit the ground. He hooked his foot on the back of one of their ankles and pulled. Unable to stop him, the man stumbled forward just long enough for Naruto to leap and land his foot on the man's temple with enough force to cause a crack. The kanouchi now gave Naruto a slightly frightened look. She had her katana raised and ready to strike. But Naruto drew his golik and grinned. The blade grew wider as it approached the top from its small beginning at the hilt. For his chakra to properly flow through the black blade, 3 holes were positioned along the back of the blade. It had a bright silver edge. Its tip wasn't rounded like most machete-style weapons, having a square tip instead. However, the handle was too short for more than one hand. At the end, it curved very slightly downward to aid in slashing. You could give up and tell me where Kagero is? The woman asked, looking at Naruto with disgust as she dropped into her fighting stance. Naruto also made a move. His own speed is constantly increasing. He struck the blade in the direction of the wall with his free hand as her arm descended. She dropped the weapon as Naruto slashed down, cutting her arm before she could react. He twisted and leapt, wrapped his leg around her head, and then slammed her face into the floor. Naruto advanced through the base, eliminating both kanouchi and shinobi. He got past their defenses by using his speed and agility. He found Haku after what seemed like an hour, but it was probably only 15 minutes. Senbon protruded from the man's chest and neck, indicating that he had already killed him. We will need to search the room, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. Sounds good. I was really hoping I'd get to fight him though. I heard he was a great swordsman. With a slight tilt of his masked face, Haku said, it was overrated. Naruto returned the older boy's smile. Under that thing, he could always tell when Haku was grinning. It was related to the way he spoke. The two quickly started going through everything. Haku exclaimed, "I found a vial. Says hero water on the front. That is the same water that Taki uses. I believe this is it." A scroll was revealed when Naruto opened a drawer. He had written, "I found this Haku. It is one of their hidden jutsu, on the top of Earth Grudge Fear." Naruto examined it and asked, "Is it something Zabuza-san would want?" He shook his head and said, "No. It changes the user, makes their body like threads. It would make wielding Kubikiribocho more difficult." "Then let's get out of here," Haku said with a nod. "Hi." The two boys hurried down the hallways and out of the room. A few ninjas tried to halt them. They quickly defeated the enemy ninja with Naruto up close and Haku at a distance. As they fled the building, they noticed that the enemy ninjas were encircling their three allies. Wind release. Wind cutter. Naruto made a quick hand signal while grinning, and wind blades erupted, cutting out at the ninja that surrounded Zabuza and the brothers on the left and right. They quickly seized the opportunity and ran away. Through the trees, Naruto was moving. He heard that he was being pursued by shinobi. He noticed 4 ninja when he looked back. One struck Naruto with a lightning bolt. He spun around and waved his hand, saying, "Wind breakthrough." His vision was obscured as the lightning bolt struck the wind wave, stopping it in its tracks. However, Naruto was already moving. He landed in front of the ninja with his golek in his hand. As Naruto proceeded to the next two, a huge cut appeared across the man's stomach. Together, they attempted to attack him, only for him to swiftly block each blow. Knowing he couldn't continue, he leapt back and redirected the fight. Both of these men were instantly sliced in half by Zabuza's sword. After giving the two a terrified look, the last one said, "You should run. If you're fast enough I may let you live." As he put his blade away and watched him run, Naruto laughed and said, "Good work, Naruto. Let's go." No one stopped until they were well away from lightning. Once you've reached hot water. The first people to arrive at the meeting were Naruto and Zabuza. Zabuza prepared the camp in the meantime. For dinner, Naruto went out and got some fish. His OG was already sitting on a log he had discovered as he made his way to the fire. Naruto proudly felt his chest and said, "I see your new Kenjutsu style works well for you." "Yeah, it does. It throws people off because it's so different. It is very unorthodox." Zabuza concurred as he examined his own sword. "You have improved. Those scrolls you and Haku found have increased your combative prowess. They were almost tailor-made for your personality. I want you to keep training on that final form as well." "But, I don't have a Nikaburdo Zabu Jaku." Zabuza sighed. "The Uzumaki have been gone for a long time, Gaki. There is a pretty damn good chance we will find one of these blades closer to where Uzushiokagir was." "Wait, we're going there." Zabuza giggled. "Yes, we will be going there. You've gotten what you can from their scrolls." Zabuza asked himself, "What else do you know about my clan?" Looking up to the sky and almost remembering fondly, "My master." The previous wielder of Kubikiribocho was a part of its destruction. Kanakager and them were tight-knit allies, and at the end of the Second World War every other shinobi nation decided to strike while they were still weak. Uzushio was opening fronts for Konoha, allowing their forces to gain advantages on Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. Their ceiling was beyond legendary. We came together with the other 3 great nations and struck along with Taki, Aim, and Kawa. Our massive force took their borders like nothing. The way my master tells it, it sounded horrifying. The shinobi's face began to pucker up, reminding Naruto that his OG was somewhat insane. Zabuza glanced at Naruto. Nearly 30,000 shinobi and kunoichi took to the city. The Uzumaki had a force of nearly 10,000. The scary part was that the Uzumaki almost won. "How is that possible?" Naruto asked, his eyes widening. "Just like you, Uzumaki had godly amounts of chakra. They could fight for days. Their tenacity and unorthodox skills combined with Fuinjutsu. In the end we only stifled our own military. We lost all of our own shinobi except for a few hundred. The total dead were over 27,000 on our side. A genocide that would be told for centuries. That's how my clan died." Zabuza replied, "Yes, though it was futile. Nobody expected Kanagaker to seek revenge. They attacked all nations. A war of Kanagaker versus every other nation took place, and in the end we lost. It may have been closer had they not had the Sanin, Yellow Flash, and Wicked Eye Fukagu. However, we were decimated. Our forces fled pretty early in the war and held our now smaller border. Sunagakure was pushed back, and by the waning years only Iwa and Kumo stood against them. How is Konagakure so powerful? Naruto was speechless, mostly because of the clans they have. There are certain major clans. Though they no longer have a tailed beast, the Yellow Flash is dead, the Sannin are no longer there, and the Uchiha are extinct. Honestly, if a war like the last takes place, their chances aren't too good. Naruto simply reflected on what he had heard. He wished he would never go through a world war after reading about them and doing research on them. They were vicious, killing common people as well as shinobi. One of the worst wars to ever rage across the elemental nations was the most recent one. Compared to the Warring States period, it was much worse. Naruto and Zabuza both got up when they heard footsteps. Naruto with a personalized Kermabit and Zabuza with a kunai. With a wounded Maizu, Haku and Gozu strode into the fire's light. What happened? Naruto asked as he ran to his friend after dropping his curved knife. What the hell cut you, Maizu? Naruto asked, glancing at the charred wound. We were cut off by a pretty powerful shinobi. Haku removed his face mask. It was someone that used storm release. It was rather impressive. We only got out because I ended up finally getting the silent killing technique. Zabuza observed as Maizu was led to his tent by the two boys. Gozu said, he was powerful, Zabuza. If Haku hadn't been there we would have died. Gozu stood beside Zabuza. They were starting to notice that Haku and Naruto were outperforming them. Naruto had been using those scrolls for training for just over a year. It seemed like day and night at the time. There was no contest after Naruto changed from being a rough chunin. He was almost at the level of Jonin. He was lethal due to his proficiency with a variety of weapons and his capacity to execute wind and now water jutsu. It was indisputable, but still too soft for Zabuza's taste. His tactical thinking was the only thing that needed to shift. He could adjust in the heat of combat, but he struggled to stick to a plan, or actually coming up with a plan by himself. Rolling with the punches instead. Gozu looked down at his clawed hand and said, those two are ready. We really only need a few more missions before we have enough money to go back to Kiri. Never in his life had he felt so unworthy. Zabuza turned to look into his eyes. They had a sense of insecurity. Don't trouble yourself, Gozu. You and Maizu were two of my only friends from Kiri left alive. You may not be the strongest, but you'll always have a place next to me. Haku and Naruto headed for their tent. Naruto was now nearly 13. At least he felt stronger, even though he was still short. Think we will find anything useful when we go to the ruins of Uzushio? Naruto asked, gazing at the upper ceiling as Haku changed into his sleepwear. Haku said, yes, I'm sure there is something there. The Uzumaki had many secrets. They had to have left something behind. He lay down with his hair down and turned to face the blonde. I don't think they're all gone. Naruto's voice rang out, they are out there. I know it and I'll find them. I'll make a place where they can come back and become shinobi again. Something about Naruto inspired optimism. It wasn't just him, Haku knew. The rest of the team was also affected. Naruto mentioned them. He had such a light personality. Even under extreme circumstances. Even when they were fighting and bodies were all over the place, Naruto kept their spirits alive. It was motivating. The following day they all met up. Maizu will be out of fighting for the next couple of weeks. So we will have bit of change in plans. Haku, you will stay here with Gozu and Maizu. You're the best healer by far. Naruto and I will be gone for at least a week. Then Haku bowed slightly and said, yes, Zabuza-san. He grinned and said, be careful, Naruto-kun. I'm always careful, Haku said with a sigh. Yeah, like when you got captured by those Nukenin in fire. Or those Nukenin in bear. Or when you ate those wild berries in grass. The boy paused and turned to face Naruto, who was practically twitching, before saying, Haku. I get it. So they departed. Zabuza and Naruto made their way to Uzushiokagure, preparing and accepting minor tasks en route. To prepare for the Nikaburdo, Naruto trained with a stick and a big rock. He kept pushing his body as hard as he could, until at last they discovered a tiny community that was once a port to Uzushio. Naruto noticed the old port was in total disrepair as he approached it. Zabujaku, why aren't there any other ports? Naruto asked, surveying his surroundings. He pondered whether he should attempt to walk to the large island as he approached the water. Uzushio has been gone for decades. A voice said, what do we have here? And both ninjas assumed a fighting stance. Zabuza brandishing his sword and Naruto brandishing his golek, said, "It has been many years since someone came looking for Uzushiogaku." The man was elderly. He was easily in his late 70s. His long white hair was tied back in a single braid. He wore a traditional black and blue kimono. Zabuza stepped forward. "We would like passage to the ruins." "I am sorry, but why might I ask?" Naruto though spoke up, cutting off his OG. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I want to find the land of my clan." "Well, I must say, I cannot allow this." Naruto baffled looked at Zabuza before responding, "Why the hell not?" With a genuine smile the old man tilted his head. "You haven't passed the test yet." Faster than any old man should he hit the ground. Ceiling marks shot out, separating Zabuza and Naruto into separate barriers. "What are you doing, old man?" Naruto yelled. Hearing footsteps behind him, he saw a boy about his age. He had green eyes and short messy red hair. His face had soft-looking features. He wore a kimono top with white pants. In his hands were tonfa. "You are trespassing. Pretending to be of the Uzumaki. Pathetic." Naruto grinned and pulled out his golek, saying, "I am an Uzumaki. Now move or I'll have to pummel you." The boy moved, shocking Naruto. He was incredibly fast. To stop the attack, Naruto raised his machete. Before long, they were dancing. With the exception of being a little more motionless, the boys' fighting was comparable to Naruto's. As they kept trying to hit each other, chakra started to glow from Naruto's blade. The elderly man laughed and said, "You are not an Uzumaki. I recognize that sword. You are from Kirigaku, are you not?" When Zabuza turned to face him and said, "My kid is going to rip yours apart," he shrugged, seemingly unconcerned, saying, "So what if I am? It really doesn't matter anymore." He struck a seal, forming a weapon in his hand. Zabuza recognized it, saying, "A Nikaburdo. I need that weapon for Naruto." Zabuza could hardly keep up with an elderly man. Unfortunately, it is not something he could use. "This was designed with me in mind. Now let us begin." As they clashed, sparks flew from their weapons. The elderly man had Naruto-like movements. At a master level only. But he was fucking Zabuza, which surprised him. This boy and Naruto were on an equal footing. They moved quickly and bluntly. Naruto was growing irritated. He was unable to overcome him. Chakra erupted as their weapons struck once more, hurling them both across the arena. Naruto snarled, "Why won't you let me by? This is a test, to see if you deserve the surname Uzumaki. If you can't feel it, then you aren't deserving of that honor." The bored-looking boy shrugged. Now that he brought it up, Naruto sensed something. Something tugged at his skin. His chakra points were deeply penetrated. What was this obstacle? Unlike the combat ones he employed, this one said, "Shall I show you what it will prove if you pass?" The boy dropped his tonfa, and Naruto dropped into a fighting stance. Chains of chakra slowly dripped from his back. "What are those?" Naruto froze. As he ducked the attack, he thought. Where he had stood, craters were being placed. Naruto swerved and rolled through the arena. He believed he had the boy as he approached, but the chains slipped from his grasp. Then he grabbed them and whirled the chain, slamming Naruto into the barrier wall. He was grabbed and slammed into the ground before he could react. He was tossed once more, and blood poured from his mouth. Zabuza was trying to outmaneuver the elderly man. But he was fast. He said, "You are pretty good, Zabuza Momochi. Demon of the Mist, you're almost as good as your predecessor." Well, maybe not. He was astounded by the amount of chakra he could feel emanating from him. After sliding to a halt and bringing his blade up to the man, Zabuza asked, "How do you know him?" "Well, when he attacked my village, I fought him, that's why." Slowly, Naruto got to his feet. "You think that just because you have the name makes you an Uzumaki? Can you even perform Fuinjutsu? Mind's Eye of Kagaya, or chakra chains?" the boy asked, his chains looming over him. Kotoru sensed Naruto's proximity. Like waves in the ocean, his chakra levels were shifting. He pondered whether this was the case for those who weren't Uzumaki by blood. But there was more. Beneath the surface of his chakra pools is something different. It was much darker. He was trying to make a point when he said, "You won't be able to defeat me. I'm a real Uzumaki." The Uzumaki Kenjutsu could be unlocked in a variety of ways. If you can't pass this test, how will you ever protect the ones you love? How will you become strong enough to achieve your own goals? He asked, requiring him to be able to use his chakra correctly. Naruto gave him a look. He thought of Zabu Ojii, Maizu, Gozu, and Haku. The life they have bestowed upon him. How if he were returned to the village, he would still be weak? How he would never have reached this level of strength, let alone become a genin. He allowed his chakra to fill his muscles as he forced it through his body. Kubikiribocho was brought down on the elderly man by Zabuza. When their blades strike, the ground cracks. Yes, push your power. Become stronger, young shinobi. The elderly man grinned. A glow from the other barrier appeared before he could strike back. The two swordsmen halted. As the two barriers vanished, the elderly man grinned broadly. Zabuza noticed Naruto standing across from a different boy. He had 4 golden chains fastened to his back. Naruto gazed at them in wonder. He drew them back in abruptly, his whiskered smile beaming with delight. Before striking the floor, his eyes rolled back. He dropped his sword and sprinted toward Naruto. He was approached by the elderly man and child, who said, "Look likes you passed." Hazuzan tried to unwind while sitting in his house. He had just read Kakashi's reports. It seems that his new team was having trouble staying together. Sakura Hirano, Hiraku Kyuubi, and Sasuke Uchiha made up his team. 1 clan and 2 civilian-born shinobi. Hiraku has apparently had difficulties with his team. But the little boy was strong. The will of fire within him was visible to Hiruzen. Sakura simply had an obsession with Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, only desired to murder his brother. It was difficult. Teaching them was difficult for Kakashi as well. A tiny toad carrying a message appeared in front of him as he was thinking about the other genin teams. He picked up the note and opened it to discover a letter from Jiraiya inside. There was a hand-drawn image on top. It featured a boy with whisker marks on his face and spiky hair. Upon seeing his face, Hiruzen's heart began to race. Naruto is alive. His eyes welled up with tears of happiness. But then his attitude changed. To nothing but worry. Who was the person who trained him? What's up with him? Is he secure? Is he now merely a psychotic weapon? Hiruzen had questions and things he needed to know. If Naruto was wanted by Kumo, it meant he was talented, even at a prodigious level. They might have to play this carefully because if he was really that talented and detested the village, they might have to put an end to things before he gains enough power to escalate. No, he said, clearing his mind of that line of thought. Naruto, I'm sure you're doing great. You are still the son of Minato and Kushina whether or not you are present. I'm sure you're all right. Surprisingly, Naruto felt no pain as the world gradually returned into view. He sat up and examined the bandages on his arms and chest, saying, "That kid beat the crap out of me." Naruto looked around to try to get a sense of his location. Assuming that Zabujaku must have rented or borrowed a cabin, he jumped out of bed and dressed, his white shirt folded neatly in the corner with his blue hoodie. The room was fairly empty, with no decorations of any kind that he could see, and the building itself appeared to be made of wood. "Zabujaku, why are they here?" he asked as he put it on and went outside to find Zabuza seated at a dining table with the previous old man and the chain boy. "This Gaki is their home. Now sit down." Naruto cautiously sat down. The chain boy wasn't giving him any mind and Naruto was just glaring at him as a plate was thrown in front of him. "Stop glaring and eat. They were kind enough to prepare meals for us." Naruto smiled and bowed to the elderly man, saying, "Thank you for the meal." As he peered down at the plate that contained rice, fish, and some steamed vegetables. Neither of the other Uzumaki had ever seen such vigor before diving into the food. With his mouth still full of rice, Naruto nodded and said, "Now Zabuza-san tells us you are Naruto Uzumaki. This is my great-grandson, Kotoru Uzumaki. You can refer to me as Yutaka." He swallowed and glanced at his clansmen. "Are you Uzumaki?" "Yes, of course. To ensure that no one tries to enter Uzushio again, we are on guard here. The journey is risky. I've seen plenty leave and never come back. I created this test as a result. One may leave if they are genuinely blessed with our blood." Kotoru said in a tone that made Naruto want to punch him. "You shockingly passed the test. However," Yutaka went on, "you showed signs of knowing some of our kenjutsu and taijutsu. How far along are you?" Zabuza responded, "He is skilled with it," as Naruto turned to face him. "But by no means is he a master. I believe he benefits from the unconventional setup. Additionally, he typically outpaces his opponents in strength and sheer speed." "He was faster and stronger than me," Yutaka said, turning to face his grandson, who nodded. "In the end, I had to beat the living daylights out of him using my chakra chains." "Yeah, that clarifies a great deal." Zabuza gave them a skeptical look and said, "You want to train him? We'll need to hone your skills." "Obviously. He may have his preferred styles, but he needs to learn how to truly command these skills, the man remarked, waving slightly. He is a true Uzumaki. Sighing, Zabuza said, I was going to go on one last mission before we headed to Mizu no Kuni. It's still possible, but the swordsman shook his head and said, no, I'll be fine, Zabu Jaku. It was a straightforward assassination attempt on a bridge builder. I'll hold the team meeting here instead. I'll have them keep an eye on the port while you are in Whirlpool. It's absurd. Zabuza nodded and said, I'll go get them. Bring them along as well. I hope you'll be alright, Naruto. He nodded, glancing at the two ninja. Yes. I believe so. Zabu Ojii, I'll see you soon. After observing his OG depart, Naruto turned to face the two Uzumaki and said, all right. Yutaka waved Naruto toward a boat that looked very rocky and said, come, we'll head over now. Kotaru noticed the hesitancy on Naruto's face and asked, what? Do small boats frighten you? Naruto answered, almost snarling, no. Yutaka chuckled as the two boys exchanged glares, saying, I just wonder if that piece of crap can get us through all the whirlpools that surround it. We'll be there quickly. To Naruto's astonishment, they were. He could see the vortexes of death, but a certain path allowed them to pass through them all without dying. Naruto gazed at the ruined city, which must have been breathtakingly beautiful in its prime. Massive skyscraping buildings were once demolished and in ruins, and the ground was covered in old weapons of all kinds. The remains of the shinobi who fell here had long since been picked off by wildlife and plants, and Naruto pondered what the world would be like if this place had survived. Would he even be from Konoha if they had? Come now. Naruto followed them to a small hut outside the ancient city, where he sat down and said to the elderly man, so first we need to find a basis. Which kind of martial arts do you practice? Well, for my taijutsu, I prefer my dance of lifestyle that I read about, Naruto said, massaging his forehead. I practiced everything in my scroll for kenjutsu, he said, taking it out and giving it to Yukata. I preferred the Golic and Kurmabit styles the most. Even if I can't find a Nikabudo sword, I still practice using one. Naruto was suddenly looking at the weapon with wide eyes after Yukata struck the seal on his wrist. How is that possible? It's stunning. This sword was passed down to my brother, and when he fell in the battle of Uzushio he passed it to me. He held it out to Naruto, who accepted it with delicate hands. It was lighter than he had anticipated, but it had a different shape. It was flat on top, with a long handle and blade that were about the same length. However, it was not like the one in the picture, with a much shorter hilt and more of a two-handed sword. In a matter of seconds, Kotaru's expression changed from one of indifference to dissatisfaction. Only true masters can make these swords, Kotaru said, recognizing that the child was holding his family's sword. The majority were handed down from one family member to another. Every sword selects its wielder. Every sword has a slightly different design. What is the number? Not many, Naruto inquired. By the time of our fall, there were about 30. They were all strewn about and buried beneath the debris when Naruto felt a sudden change, as if his chakra was on fire, and he dropped the sword into Yukata's grasp. Now you see why they remain, he said, smiling and resealing it. Your chakra is chosen and aligned by these swords. Most are required to remain in specific families. But others don't. The ritual determines this. It will kill anyone who is not an Uzumaki if they use the blade in combat. Can we do one? Naruto asked excitedly. Yukata though shook his head, no, not yet. You have to learn to live with your chakra chains. If you discovered this scroll, I assume you know of any seals that have to do with fighting. Naruto glanced down at his hands and said, yes, Yukata-san. Good. Let's get started now, shall we? I would like to begin by discussing your martial arts. After that, we'll start having fun. Mizu was healing nicely. Naruto had used his chakra to heal a good portion of his wound, which allowed him to ensure that it didn't become infected, and Haku had already gone and delivered their bounty and returned, so he just waited. He had spent most of his time considering ways to get more money. Hi, Haku. As he stepped into the camp, Gozu shouted, what is it, Gozu-san? Even though his henge was still up, the man entered and sat down. I was asking around, maybe looking for more work for when Zabuza and Naruto returned, he said. I've heard that in a few weeks, Ryuga and his family will be traveling to Nami no Kuni. Are you sure? Haku asked, pausing to look at him. Yeah, apparently he is going to go work for some guy named Gato, he said, nodding before taking a sip of water. This was intriguing because it had been almost 2 years since they had run into Ryuga. The mission had been difficult. They had to compete to kill the same target, and Haku had only gotten there before his kunoichi arrived. Despite the length of time that had passed, Haku was still irritated by the bone user. "We'll speak with Zabuza. I know he wanted to take that mission at first, but now." Haku considered it. They had engaged in combat, but it had been cut short, so perhaps he would want to complete it. Ryuga was a contributing factor in their defeat in Kiri. Al looked down, his lone eye scanning Zabuza for any indication or danger. He should keep an eye on him, for Zabuza was a wolf and Al was merely a sheep. Zabuza was near the rest of his team when he was interrupted by Shinobi, who he recognized as Hidden Mist Shinobi. "Al, what do you desire?" Under his face coverings, Zabuza smiled. "I can't imagine you want to lose in a fight again." The shinobi turned to face the 4 shinobi who were with him and said, "No. I don't." "Zabuza Momochi, you're hard to find." "Yes," Zabuza said, shrugging as he hefted his sword and drove it into the ground. "It is a part of what it means to be a Nukenin. I'll kill you all if you don't tell me what you want." Zabuza nearly wanted to kill Ao because of the haughtiness in his eyes. "My leader and the next Mizukage, Maid Terumi, wanted me to make you an offer," Zabuza said. "She will let you and your group join the new, free Kurigakure if you present her with evidence of your allegiance." "Why do you think she'll let someone like me rise to her position?" Zabuza knew the name. Mei Temuri was a power kunoichi. He wasn't sure if she or he would prevail in a fight, but he did know that she was very outspoken in her criticism of the Mizukage and that she would have had a large number of shinobi if she had left. Al leapt to Zabuza's feet and said, "She is aware of the 2 children who work with you. An ice user from the Yuki clan and a petite, blonde kenjutsu expert who has begun to establish himself, even though he hasn't yet been given a name." "I'd pick your words carefully," he said, suddenly pointing his sword at the shinobi with one eye. "I'll eat my blade if someone threatens my children." Ao grinned and said, "That. She is so eager to give you a chance because of this. The demon of the mist has vanished. After training 2 formidable shinobi and gaining strength, you now require a place for them to reside, a location where they are safe. You will be welcome when we eliminate the Mizukage. You have a choice, Zabuza." He produced a scroll and gave it to them, saying, "We can escort you from here. I hope you make a good decision. Even you can't keep them safe forever, not considering how many missions you take on." Naruto was sitting in a small patch of grass that he thought had once been a training field. Behind him, his chakra chains were floating, and Kotoru and Jukata were dropping small targets, which he would launch one at a time with each chain. It was like fighting his OG. Naruto knew he was strong. He had fought enough ninja to know that he was good for his age. However, he had not taken the beating he had received from Jukata well. They battled taijutsu and kenjutsu, and he lost despite using all of his strength. Jukata sat down in front of him and said, "Good. I sent Kotoru away from this conversation. Something we need to talk about." Naruto swallowed hard and nodded to the elderly man, saying, "You are a Jinchuriki." Naruto was about to reply, but Jukata raised his hand and said, "It's okay. I don't give a damn. It's clever to turn an Uzumaki into a Jinchuriki. It is nearly impossible for the tailed beasts to seize control with our chakra reserves. I take it to be Kyuubi no Kitsune." Jukata nodded and wiped his face, saying, "Yeah, it is. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Before we carry out my instructions, I need you to learn how to use some of its chakra. But we will take our time. You'll let its chakra enter your bones and muscles. You will become stronger as a result. You will gradually increase your physical strength, having a body that would be faster and stronger than almost any other, and eventually being able to fully control its power." Naruto smiled. "All right. How can I accomplish that?" "Pull up your shirt," said Jukata with a smile. "I'll check your seal." After examining it, Jukata concluded that it was an amazing seal that he would be able to match the best of the Uzumaki. He gradually strengthened the seal around the Kyuubi to prevent him from weakening it and then let Naruto's chakra flow in and around it, enabling him to take whatever chakra he needed until he and the Kyuubi could become one. What was that? He clenched, feeling the pull throughout his entire body. "That was your chakra drawing the creature into your body," he said, glancing up at the elderly Uzumaki. "It will be confusing. You will only grow stronger over time. We will now concentrate on bringing this chakra in." When Zabuza and the others got there, they discovered Naruto meditating. Haku could sense that his chakra was shifting and growing, and when the Kyuubi chakra joined it, it was nearly overwhelming. He also noticed that his chakra was occasionally turning orange. From a distance, Kotaru observed the blonde engaging in a strange form of meditation. He wasn't sure what was inside the other boy, but whatever it was evil. The power emanating from him was amazing. After a while, he became irritated and left. It was an interesting Kekkei Genkei. He would not tell them that. No, they were wasting time. Yes, he was trained in the shinobi arts, but look at what it had done to his clan. They are gone because they were so focused on being shinobi and nothing else. Eventually, they ran into Haku. Kotaru watched intently as the ice boy attempted to make a sword out of ice. Haku sat at the edge of his chair and said, "I know you're there." Kotaru reluctantly left. "Why are you so angry, Kotaru?" After observing the younger boy frowning, Haku looked around before responding, "You fight for money. Why are all of you trying to get stronger? Power only creates difficulties." "You're right," Kotaru said, staring at the ice user with wide eyes. "When someone gains strength, the mere fact that they have strength will present a challenge. We don't work for pay. I was meant to be Zabuza's weapon along with Naruto. He intended to take Kurigakure and use us as retaliation." He took out a senbon and gazed down at it with affection, recalling his training and the creation of his new brother. But Naruto changed that. "Our goal when we joined was to become stronger." He desired to leave the abusive environment. "We are now stronger for one another. We are related." Despite his refusal to acknowledge it, Zabuza is the closest thing we have to a father. We are now fighting for a house, a location for protection. It did sound nice to have people you wanted to defend and protect, but Kotaru wasn't sure what to say. His gramps were great, but what about when he was gone? Where would he go? Kotaru wasn't sure if he wanted to stay here alone. TCH. In any case, the younger boy crossed his arms and left in frustration, not wanting to think about it at the moment. He was strong and didn't have much time with his grandfather, so he planned to spend as much time as possible with him before he died. For a brief moment, Naruto felt a tremendous amount of rage fill his chest as memories of his early years outside the orphanage flashed through his mind. The Hokage simply leaving him money for rent when he was 8 years old, store owners chasing him out when he was a young child. Why was he thinking of these things now? He inhaled deeply, cleared his mind, and stood up, looking down at his clawed hands. He could feel the Kyuubi's power flowing through him, and the anger gradually faded. That must have been what Yukata had done to his seal. Damn Gaki. Naruto released the power, but his body still felt static-like, and he could still feel the chakra leaking into his system just a little bit. He turned around and said, "Hey OG Jaku," grinning up at Zabuza. "I apologize, I've been training a lot here. Soon, we can resume our missions. Don't stress over it. You two know I don't give a damn about being Mizukage," Naruto said, following Zabuza out to the dock, where Haku was already waiting for them. "I actually wanted to talk to you, Naruto." Naruto replied, "Yeah, we know. You enjoy your missions too much to be confined to an office. You are aware that the weak ninjas who shouldn't be in the field are being killed." With a small smile on his face, Zabuza said, "That is true." Gazing at Naruto and Haku, he recalled his talk with Ao. Despite his best efforts, he had to acknowledge that these were his children, the only reason he was still deemed human. Someone is making an effort to combat Yagura. One woman I know is strong. Becoming the Mizukage is her goal. She also offered us a spot with her men if we joined them. We'd have a home, Haku said, freezing as Naruto looked perplexed. "Yes, I believe we should if that's what you want," Naruto said, glancing at his OG. "My goal is to re-establish my clan. Haku would like that, I'm sure of it. OG Jaku, we're prepared." "Naruto is right, Zabuza-san," said Haku, grinning, hoping to find a place in this world besides his family. "We're prepared to go reclaim your house." Zabuza got up and grinned, saying, "Now get ready. First, we must complete one mission. The shinobi who spoke with me, Ao, stated that we had to establish our worth. Returning the Kiba blades, in my opinion, would be regarded as a commendable display of loyalty." Yukata, knowing they were prepared, watched from his chair in his small house as Maizu and Gozu smirked behind the children wearing masks. Naruto still had a lot to learn, but nothing that would prepare him for the next phase of his journey. Kotaru. "Yes, grandparents, I think we need to help Naruto with the sword seal ritual," he said as he stepped onto the tiny front porch. "Are you certain?" Kotaru had a slight amount of venom in his voice. "Yes. He's prepared. Standing in a tree, Naruto and Haku observed a group of leaf genin encircled by shinobi, of which Naruto counted close to 30. Their Jonin sensei was poised to attack, and Naruto could tell the man was strong. A woman with long brown hair and a traditional kimono stood nearby. If Naruto had known any better, he would have assumed she was weak, but he could see she was strong. Haku leaned in and said, "Let their Jonin handle her. To thin them out for the genin, we will battle the other ninjas." Both Naruto and Haku made their moves at the same moment. The woman threw her binding cloth at the masked shinobi. Naruto drew his golek and launched himself into combat, eliminating his first set of targets in 3 swift motions. Making the hand gesture, wind release, wind blade. The other ninja realized what was happening by now, and he couldn't help but smile when he saw 4 more turn to face Naruto. 4 blades shot out, cutting 5 more in half. Naruto was on them in a matter of seconds, dodging and blocking their blows. He couldn't help but laugh as he stabbed into one. These guys were barely chunin. He pulled the golek out of his abdomen and kicked the man's body, sending him crashing into another. When he saw a fire jutsu approaching, he swiftly formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Gunshot." He expelled a stream of water from his mouth. Before the ninja could launch another attack, Naruto materialized next to him and took his head by bringing his sword down on the back of his neck. The few remaining ninjas retreated after Kakashi stabbed the woman in the neck with a kunai. Haku and Senbon stood nearby and said, "If I were you, I'd run away now." Kakashi, whose heart was pounding, glanced at the back of the little blonde boy as the shinobi survivors fled the battle. He recognized the boy as soon as he entered it. Naruto turned around and gave the masked boy he was with a high five, saying, "Did you see that? As I previously mentioned, I have mastered the gunshot jutsu, and I believe my speed has increased." Naruto approached Team 7 with a laugh and said, "Are you guys okay? I think we should talk to the Leaf Nin now." Sasuke was glaring at the slightly shorter blonde, but none of the 3 children spoke. They all appeared tense, and Sakura and Hiraku were both startled and a little afraid of them. Kakashi had to concede that at least Hiraku was prepared to fight if necessary. Sakura was the first to say, "And Naruto. I take it you're Naruto. The boy who vanished several years ago." "Damn it," Naruto said, reaching up to touch his face. Haku laughed and said, "I tried reminding you, but you wanted to find the bridge builder right away. I forgot my mask." "Yeah, if Ryuga kills the old man first, Haku, we can't kill him." Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. Kakashi though stepped forward. Both boys stepped towards him, both showing signs they were ready to fight him. "Naruto. We are on a mission to escort Tazuna to his village," he said, glancing between them to make sure Naruto was safe with this child. "Clearly, neither of you is attempting to kill him." He glanced at Haku and waited for confirmation before answering, "No. In actuality, we are pursuing the man who was pursuing him. Ryuga, the Kiba blade wielder and 7 swordmen of the mist." He grinned at Haku and said, "We need his swords and we owe him one. Are you able to accompany us the remainder of the way?" Naruto grinned and said, "Yes. Simply follow us. Clearly, you already know this. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. This is Haku, my older brother. We learned where you went from the elderly man's daughter. We therefore anticipated meeting you on your way home. Your family is currently being protected by the remainder of our team." Incredulously, Tazuna said, "Guarding." Haku answered softly, "Yes. Ryuga dispatched a few shinobi to pick them up. One of the weaker ones was taken by us. Kurashi, a boy, he filled us in on everything. What ninja were present and where were they being taken? You kept them safe." Naruto nodded with a giant smile. "Yup. For once, it felt good to help someone in need rather than just kill people." After following the 2 boys back to Tazuna's village, Kakashi wanted to ask Naruto about his life because he could tell that Naruto was strong. In fact, based on what he had seen, he had put him on par with Jonin, moved at a pace that was nearly as fast as Asuma or Hayate, used 2 nature releases in that battle, and had effective kenjutsu. Finally, as they went on, Sasuke said, "Sensei. He is our age." The 3 students were staring at Kakashi, waiting for him to respond, and he said, "The other boy is not much older." Reflecting on his transformation into a Jonin and the sights he had witnessed, he regrettably replied, "This world is cruel. Some shinobi are stronger than me, but they are younger than you. You all remember him, I'm sure. He experienced some things that you wouldn't completely comprehend." Sasuke laughed at that, saying that Naruto had never experienced anything similar to what he had. He was an orphan, so what? Sasuke was now an orphan, too. The Uchiha wanted to know how he got so strong after he left, but perhaps he should ask him to spar. When they arrived at the village, they saw Naruto break off to assist some of the villagers. Kakashi had to admit, it was good to see that he was a good kid. He was a trained killer, but he still had humanity. The village itself was in disarray, with so many people going hungry and their storefronts now boarded up and empty. When they reached Kizuna's house, they saw 2 more shinobi standing on the deck, and Kakashi identified them as the demon brothers. Haku removed his mask and said, "We went back. We arrived in time to witness some of Ryuga's shinobi trying to murder them." With little regard for the genin, they surveyed the Konoha ninja and turned to face Kakashi. "Just so you know, if you try and take Naruto," they said, "you and your genin will be killed by us." Noted, Kakashi said, unconcerned, "If we tried, it would take someone stronger than you to stop us." Kakashi Sharingan, in the flesh. Turning around he saw the tall swordsman. His giant sword on his shoulder as he looked over the situation. "Haku. Naruto is where?" Haku took a seat on the porch railing and said, on his way here, he made the decision to assist an elderly couple. "You were aware of Zabuza-san's personality. I'm shocked to see the demon of the mist Zabuza Momochi here of all places," Kakashi cut in. "Why do you find Naruto interesting?" The swordsman let out a demon laugh and said, "Kakashi, it's none of your business. He doesn't want to return to that excuse of a village, so know that he is mine." Even the demon brothers recoiled from the tension between the 2 powerhouses, and as they were assessing one another, Naruto's voice could be heard. "Oji Jaku. You were missing a good fight." The swordsman's intention to kill vanished in an instant, and he turned his attention from Kakashi to the blonde, saying, "It was probably some second-rate ninjagaki. You're not incorrect, but you ought to have noticed me. I've already improved my speed." "Yeah, sure thing." Zabuza laughed and ruffled his hair. "I keep telling you all that I'm awesome, but you won't listen to me. You won't be great until you defeat me." "Oh, I'm glad I made extra," Tsunami said as she left. Naruto grinned broadly and said, "Oh hell yeah. Food is ready if you'd like. I'm really hungry." He followed the blonde inside and laughed, "You're always hungry. I want to talk with him. Whether he goes back to Konagakure or not, I owe him something that I can't leave here without," Kakashi said, glaring at the door as Zabuza and Kakashi entered. Zabuza snarled, "Just know, he found us. Fine. When he fled your village, we gave him a chance. He is a member of our family, and I will drown your village in blood if you or anyone else from Konoha tries to harm him or make him live a life he doesn't want." Instead of going inside, Zabuza went back to the shoreline behind the house, where he stared at the swordsman. Kakashi was shocked to see that Zabuza cared about Naruto, even though he was somewhat insane. As he ate, Naruto asked Tazuna a variety of questions, and Tazuna couldn't help but be grateful to this blonde boy. Throughout the entire meal, his grandson was glued to him like a leech, saying, "Naruto, will you continue your ninja training while you're here?" Naruto nodded and smiled at the boy, saying, "Obviously. So what village are you all from?" Inari asked with a bright smile that nearly brought tears to an elderly man's eyes. "I have to keep getting stronger so nobody tries to take you again. Gozu, Maizu, and Zabuza-san are originally from Kurigakure. In the land of water, I come from a little fishing village." "Naruto is actually from Konagakure," the blonde remarked, nodding as he received seconds. "I am hoping to be part of the Kiri soon though. We will return to assist a woman named Nei Sumaika after this is over." With a sigh, Haku shook his head and said, "Naruto. Mei Temuri is here." Naruto simply rubbed the back of his head in a shy manner, saying, "That's right. That individual." From across the room, Maizu remarked, "You need to show her more respect, kid. If we win, she will be your Mizukage." "Yes, but she isn't at the moment." Naruto took a huge bite out of his foot, feeling very justified. Everyone looked at the child who was not taking anything seriously at the moment. Hariku thought that this was the boy his parents had warned him to avoid, and Sakura was irritated by him, while Sasuke couldn't understand how this child was stronger than him. "Well, I appreciate the food, Tsunami-san. I'll be outside if you need me." He smiled as he left the building, closely followed by an enamored Inari. Haku glances at Tazuna and chuckles slightly. Inari has been following Naruto around like a puppy ever since we saved him. He really likes Naruto, but he doesn't think we can win. What gives him his strength? Sasuke asked, his frustration leaking into the room. He acts like a child. Haku shrugged, but added, Naruto works hard. He never stops fighting and training. We have all worked together to help him strengthen so that he can protect himself from Konoha. Why, he is the thing that we all needed to be protected from, Hariku said, his gaze never leaving his plate. It's why we celebrated when they thought he was dead, Haku said with a glare that was like daggers. My dad told me why the village celebrated. In fact, Hariku reminded her a lot of the boy they had just met. He was usually happy and carefree, which is why he is at the bottom of the class, though he has somewhat improved. Sakura was shocked by what her teammate had just said, wondering how the village could do something like that. However, before anyone realized what was happening, Haku pulled out a senbon and threw it so quickly that it knocked the chopsticks out of his hands. Naruto was just a child, Haku said. One of your villages was abandoned and tortured. After leaving, Haku and the demon brothers were all quite upset with the Leaf Genin. Kakashi sighed and turned to face his terrified Genin, saying, Listen, guys. Naruto has experienced a great deal. Let's just say that none of you would be here today if it weren't for him. After putting his Golok away from their first fight, Naruto stood on the water facing Zabuza. He then used the new storage seal on his wrist to call forth his new weapon, holding it by its long handle in a puff of smoke before flipping it over and resting the hilt on his shoulder. His new Nikaburdo blade was very similar to his training scroll. It had a long black-blue hilt that resembled a spear, and he attached a blue ribbon that matched the color of his hoodie to the bottom of the shaft just above the silver pommel. But it was the blade that made any sword. It was a little thicker than what he had been training for, and it was about 80 centimeters long, whereas the staff was closer to 120. The blade's center was a light blue with a silver tint, and there was a seal there. The edge of the blade was a stark silver that looked lethal, and the flat back matched it. He remembered the moment he discovered it as he felt it in his hands. Sitting in what must have been an Uzumaki temple, Naruto was surrounded by a seal that was written all over the floor. As he meditated, his Kaur chakra chains were stabbed into various parts of the seal, and the entire length of his half-naked body was marked. This had been going on for almost 2 full days, and although the seal kept him from eating or sleeping, he was bored and thinking about the changes he had already experienced in the 2 weeks he had been here. He had been gradually becoming stronger due to the effects of the Kyuubi chakra on his body. He could hit harder, he was much faster, his sight and hearing were even sharper, and he wondered how strong he would be if he actually used its chakra in combat. His entire chakra network was tugging at that moment. He clamped down on the sensation, which caused a surge to shoot through him. Then, it pulsed, repeatedly striking his chakra network until his chakra chains lit up, changing from their golden cells to bright orange. He retracted his other chains and used this one as a guide, guiding him through the ruins of Uzushio until he reached the village's edge. Before long, only one was glowing, a tiny pulse that began from him and shone through the chain all the way to the sharp point. He saw what appeared to be a giant ring standing in the middle of the enormous round ceremonial pad, with an engraving on top that read, "Beware of the outside. There are dangers, beauty, and power, but there are also death, destruction, and gods." He noticed a building behind it that appeared to be the residence of a powerful politician. As he approached it, he encountered a barrier and attempted to push past it by pressing his hand against its invisible wall, saying, "What the?" He pressed the point to his chakra chain, looking at it, and it passed through almost like a key. Then, with a bright flash, it broke the barrier like glass, and he was taken aback when he heard a weapon smash through the wall and come at him. As he instinctively extended his hands to grasp it, he felt a rush of energy enter his body as his fingers closed around it. His chakra was being pushed and pulled, nearly forming a whirlpool as it cycled together, and then a searing pain engulfed his entire body before it finally stopped and the world turned black. Naruto grinned as he looked at the seal, which was the Muramasa, a blade that was thought to be powerful but would curse you if it didn't choose you. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but he knew it felt good in his hands, and he couldn't yet use its full power, but he would eventually get it. With a smile behind his sword, Zabuza lifted it just enough to remove it entirely from the water and said, "Begin." In an attempt to get past Zabuza's defenses, Naruto launched himself, spinning and bringing his blade down, only to have it deflected by his OG. The man laughed and swung his enormous sword directly at his body, causing Naruto to jump over the sword. When he landed, Naruto matched the energy of his OG, spinning the weapon around his body as they exchanged blows, sending sparks flying as their weapons collided. Naruto was quick and used his diminutive size to get close, making Zabuza more defensive. Zabuza surprised him by reaching out and grabbing his weapon's staff, saying, "Got you Gaki." Naruto was flung away from the Zabuza, his eyes wide. As he emerged from the water, he looked up to see the tip of his sword close to his face, saying, "You're getting better, Naruto." "Oh no, you were thinking of the fight as only the blades," Zabuza said, hefting his sword on his back. "I thought I was doing better this time." "Remember," Naruto said, getting to his feet and placing his own on his shoulder. "The battle itself can be a distraction at times. A skilled swordsman considers every angle. Your weapon is more akin to a naginata. It is not just the blade that poses a threat. It's not a spear. The handle of this sword is incredibly long. To keep up your speed and momentum, make use of its reach and light weight." "Yes, Zabu-jaku," Naruto said, feeling a little let down. "Lastly, keep in mind that the environment is also a useful tool," Zabuza laughed. "You can throw dirt at your opponent, but we can use jutsu. They may be momentarily blinded by water in their faces or even have the branches they are standing on severed. We are not constrained by any code of honor when it comes to life and death. To win, fight like I've taught you to." Kakashi had seen the whole spar. Naruto was clearly stronger, faster, more experienced. He held himself in the manner of a warrior, not a young man figuring out who he was or what he wanted to become. He would win if he faced his entire genin team, no questions asked. As he approached the masked shinobi, Haku said, "You feel guilt over Naruto?" Kakashi glanced at the girlish boy, who appeared sincere, and nodded, yes, since the boy also cared about Naruto. "He is my Jonin sensei's son. Naruto was let down by me. Perhaps he would still be in the leaf if I had supported him." "Maybe." Haku leaned against a tree and asked, "But is this Naruto really that awful? Despite his cruelty, Zabuza does have concern for us. Naruto is powerful, most likely more powerful than he would ever be in Konoha. Perhaps this has always been his life's journey." As the two Kenjutsu experts engaged in combat once more, Kakashi paused and said, "He is strong. Naruto has seen many battles, hasn't he?" "Yes," Haku said, turning to face his younger brother, "he has seen bad people. Already killed hundreds of men and women. Although he pretends it doesn't bother him, it does. He wishes to keep something safe. In fact, that's his aim. Kiri would have a place to defend that he battled for if we could free him from Yagura, something he merited." Kakashi didn't answer. Instead, he simply watched as Naruto was repeatedly whooped. He had a lot on his mind. Initially, he wanted to try to persuade him to accompany them back to Konogakure, but now he knew that wouldn't be feasible, perhaps, if he really wanted to visit Kurigakure, an alliance in the future. All Kakashi knew was that he would have to let Jiraiya-sama and Hiruzen-sama know that he was doing well and that they should hope to keep Danzo and the root away from him for the time being, even though it would take a strong Anbu to defeat him. After completing some hand signals while standing on the lake's water, a shirtless Naruto launched a series of wind bullets at the water, causing enormous waves to erupt. He began moving through his kata by spinning the Nikabudo and swinging the new blade repeatedly, feeling its pull on his chakra with each swing. The way his sword worked was different. He jumped up and fired 4 water bullets from his gunshot jutsu, landing on the water and jumping backwards. Sweat and water mixed as he slowed his breathing down, allowing the world to calm down again. "The Muramusa is the name of your blade. Uzumaki Miyamoto's demon blade. The demon slayer blade," Yukata said while pouring tea, putting one cup in Naruto's hand and another aside for Kotoru. "It last belonged to the late Uzukage," Yukata added, taking a sip. "As you can see, Naruto, every Nikabudo blade is unique. I can use my sword to channel all of my elemental jutsu toward my adversaries. Usually in a more powerful way. You can amplify your chakra once you break the seal on yours." "Really? That's really awesome. Well, how does it accomplish that?" However, Yukata shrugged and said, "I'm not sure. However, it will intensify every chakra, including your demons. With this sword, the original owner, Miyamoto, was able to battle and defeat tailed beasts and more." Before he drank his tea, Naruto froze and said, "What's worse than the Kyuubi and the other monsters?" Yukata's face briefly fell. "Just keep Naruto in mind. Before we fell, our clan had some secrets from the outside world. Naruto, keep that in mind." He had no idea what that meant, just that he wanted to open the seal, and Yukaji had told him that he couldn't force it, that the blade would help prepare his body for the activation, and that Muramasa would gradually prepare his body for the power boost it would grant him. He didn't know how long that would take, but he hoped it wouldn't be until he was much older. "How are you so strong?" Naruto asked, flipping the weapon before placing it on his shoulder. When he turned to face Sasuke Uchiha, he saw that the boy appeared irritated and that he was not walking on water. After sealing the sword, Naruto proceeded to the dock. "To be honest, I'm not sure," he said, shrugging as he leapt onto the dock and picked up his black tank top. "Zabu Jaku helped me achieve my goal of becoming stronger. However, I'm not as strong as I would like to be." As he looked at the blonde, he couldn't help but feel more frustrated and doubt began to creep into his head. He wondered if Konoha wasn't his best chance to gain more power and if he needed someone like Zabuza to help him get stronger. "You know I remember you." "Yeah, I kind of figured you did," Naruto said, shrugging as he turned to face him. "I'm referring to Sakura, your teammate. I'm not aware of your other teammate. I didn't know your names until Kakashi-san told us all." Naruto frowned as Sasuke remarked, "You were loud and obnoxious. I remember seeing you after my clan's destruction. I was alone, and so was you. Do you really believe that you couldn't have strengthened yourself?" "I'm an orphan without a clan in the village," Naruto said, rolling his eyes. "Therefore, no, I didn't possess a wealth of clan knowledge. The village never wanted me to become strong, so all I had was myself. They desired for me to be weak and alone." Sasuke didn't understand, so he grabbed his hoodie and stormed off. Naruto was thinking about how much he didn't miss the village, except for a ramen shop owner, whose name he really wished he could remember. After all, he was a child, so someone had to have taken care of him at some point. Later that day, while out for a stroll, Haku noticed Kakashi teaching Team 7 the fundamentals of the tree walking exercise. After they got going, he made the decision to leave the tree line. Kakashi turned back to say, "Hello Haku-kun." "Hi, Kakashi-san." Kakashi smiled at the boy and said, "I see you are having your team continue their training." "Why, of course, we must be prepared. Soon, a number of men will attack us in Ryuga. When will you speak with Naruto?" Haku paused and said, "That is true." Looking up at his students, Kakashi was filled with guilt about how he had failed Naruto in the same way that his own father had failed him, leaving him alone and alone. He was relieved that Naruto had not followed in his footsteps all those years ago. Haku shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. However, Kakashi-san, things like guilt are difficult. Though I'm sure he won't care, I don't understand why you feel this way about Naruto. He is among the most compassionate individuals I have encountered." "Naruto is in a small clearing not far from here," Haku said as he moved past him. "One of your genin had him feeling quite agitated. You ought to go speak with him. I will assist your genin. Additionally, I can keep an eye on them to make sure no one shows up during their training." Kakashi initially believed he would say no, but after a few seconds he sighed and made the decision to go anyhow, saying, I believe I'll accept your offer. Haku-kun, thank you." As he sharpened his golek, Naruto was letting his chakra chains out. After unlocking them, he discovered that he had to do so occasionally because his skin would nearly itch until he released one of them. The 4 chains he had some control over were floating beside him. Turning around, Naruto said, "Hello Naruto-kun." "Hello Kakashi-san. You're out here, but why?" "I wanted to talk to you," he said, grinning as he glanced over his chains. Naruto's chains slammed back into his back. "You knew my mom. You were unquestionably your mother's son." Before he could respond to the first question, Naruto asked, "Was she the Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi before me?" While recalling the red-headed habanero, Kakashi turned to face the boy in shock and said, "Are you aware of the Kyuubi?" "Yes, it was put together by Zabu Jaku when we first met. When I was 9 years old, I came close to using the power once, but I wasn't strong enough." Naruto was aware of the monster inside of him, and Kakashi was at a loss for words. "So you did know her?" Yes, I knew her," Kakashi said, shaking himself back to reality. "She was strong, particularly after she improved her ability to control its power. It nearly escaped one day. Everything was broken, including her original seal. Then she was stopped by your father, defeated the creature that lived inside her head." "Who was that?" Initially hesitant to respond, Kakashi changed his mind and said, "His name was Minato Namikaze." "The yellow flash," Naruto said, his eyes widening. Naruto's eyes widened. Kakashi sat down beside the blonde in the grass and said, "Minato and Kushina were 2 amazing ninjas. The yellow flash was my dad. The day you were born, they passed away. Somehow, the Kyuubi escaped and devastated the village. They offered themselves as sacrifices and put the beast inside of you. He looked at his weapon and wiped his eyes before saying, "Thank you, Kakashi-san." "I wanted to apologize," Naruto said, glancing at the ninja's Cyclops. "That's not the only reason I wanted to talk with you. I got lost after he passed away. I had lost so many loved ones. I should have considered my sensei's legacy instead of immersing myself in being a shinobi. Naruto, you ought to have been our top priority." This man was his father's pupil, and he wasn't sure what to say. "How old were you?" "I think I was 14, Kakashi said, staring at Naruto in confusion. Naruto shrugged and put his machete away, saying, "Then why apologize? You were a kid. I couldn't bring up a child. All I want to do is train and try new foods. I might purchase a plush to add to my hidden collection. I don't think you should apologize. I found my own family. Oji is great even if he gets a little murdery." Naruto chuckled to himself. "Haku is the best brother ever and Gozu and Maizu are kind of like my really dumb cousins." He wasn't sure what to think. Kakashi had thought Naruto would be bitter. He was a child after all. Yet here he was showing so much kindness and wisdom. "Now, spar with me, copycat." Kakashi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Naruto's savage smile, saying, "Start with taijutsu and then we will go from there." Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi, and after a brief series, he rolled out of the way of Kakashi's foot and hooked his foot around the masked ninja's foot, knocking the ninja off balance. Kakashi was taken aback, but he quickly recovered and went on the attack, matching Naruto's speed. Zabuza had been watching from the edge of the clearing the entire time, but he hadn't come to trust this shinobi yet. Naruto was strong, so seeing this fight now meant that Kakashi was at least as strong as he was, if not stronger. That wouldn't stop him, though. If he hurt the child or attempted to take him, he would cut off Kakashi's leg and torment him until he died. After Naruto produced his Golic, their battle took a different turn, with Kakashi revealing his Sharingan by pulling up his Hayate to read the Jinchuriki's movements and Zabuza's frown turning to a smirk. His Kenjutsu was almost as good as his own, and if Zabuza was correct, he would already be among the strongest swordsmen in the elemental nations when he mastered just the Nikabudo. Naruto's taijutsu was also fairly good, as were his ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. He would eventually develop those so that he would be an expert in all fields. Sakura had climbed to the top rather quickly, while Sasuke and Hariku were having difficulty. Sakura had returned to the Tazuna house, and Hariku landed on the ground and swore, "Why can't I get this?" The Uchiha also landed in frustration. He moved between them and said, "It's because of the amount of chakra you both have. Hariku, the less amount of chakra you have the easier it is to mold your chakra. TCH, that implies that I have more chakra than the demon with you. Good to know." Haku fought the impulse to inject Senbon into his jugular, and Hariku defiantly crossed his arms. Sasuke noticed the slight shift in the feminine boy. "Naruto has more chakra than anyone I've ever seen," he said, calming down as he gazed at their trees and noticed the slash marks all the way up the tree. According to Zabuza, he only encountered one, who was a swordsman of the mist. "We recently met Uzumaki, and they are the only two comparable people I know. But that is irrelevant. He took a long time to learn how to control his chakras." Getting both boys' attention, Haku said, "You are looking at chakra incorrectly. Chakra is a powerful thing. As shinobi, we take it for granted. Pay attention to how your body shapes your chakra. If Kakashi-san told you too much, you would break the bark, and if you told him too little, you would fall. However, if you look at it this way, your chakra is forming inside your body. You'll climb the tree if you concentrate on how it feels both naturally and in both situations. Give up using it as a blunt tool." He returned to his spot and watched with a slight smile as the boys climbed higher and higher in the tree, but he couldn't take his eyes off Hariku. Was the entire village like that to Naruto? He wondered if he should try to fix this, but part of him wanted to just maim the boy because that would be simpler. "Hi, Haku." As he got closer, Naruto grinned broadly and shuddered as he looked at the scene, recalling all the times he had fallen off trees before he finally understood. "What are you doing here, Naruto-kun?" laughed Haku. Naruto sat down and said, "Oh, I just finished sparring with their sensei." Haku saw how much perspiration was dripping from the boy's face. "How'd you do?" "Not too bad. I believe he is just as strong as Zabu-Jaku. But I did manage to get him to use his Sharingan. So you give them advice?" Haku smiled fondly and shook his head. "Why do you say that I would?" Naruto glared at him and asked, is chakra used in ninjutsu? I actually did, Naruto replied, causing the older boy to roll his eyes. They'll be finished by dusk. All right, it's what Zabuza-san would do, Haku said, nodding in agreement as he glanced at the younger boy. I think we only have a couple of days till Ryuga attacks us anyway. Naruto grinned and said, yup. I hope the fool brought an army. We're going to destroy them with these genin here. They all gathered at Tazuna's house later that evening, where Naruto ate with Sasuke and Hariku. Tomorrow, Naruto, you're going to go into the village and keep guard there while Gozu and Maizu guard the house, they said. Myself and Haku are going to look for any enemy bases. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi went on, while they do that, I'm going to bring you two along to protect the bridge builder. Hariku, I would like you to accompany Naruto. What, I can't go with him, he yelled, casting a contemptuous glance at Naruto. What if he? You are a leaf shinobi, Kakashi said irritably, enough. Our mission is underway, you must pretend to be the shinobi you wish to be. The room fell largely silent as no one spoke, but Naruto eventually said, it's funny. I had forgotten what it was like to be stared at the way Hariku Baka looks at me while I was away from Konoha. The other genin in the room couldn't take their eyes off Naruto's aura, so he looked him in the eye before continuing. I want you to listen to me. Hariku nodded in alarm, which made Naruto smirk. I have a monster inside of me, but I'll be strong whether I use it or not. His eyes turned a little red before he continued, just so you know. I can now put it to use. I'm not hungry anymore, Naruto said, pushing his plate forward as he stood up. He left the house, and no one moved. Tazuna was perplexed and a little afraid, asking, what is he? Sasuke inquired. He is a prison, Zabuza declared, glaring at Naruto's seat before turning to Hariku in a fit of rage. Naruto was used as a prison to hold the Kyuubi no Kitsune that would probably have killed and devoured you all before you could even hold a kunai. He ought to have received weapon training, or regarded in your village as a king. You think he is scary, Kakashi said, allowing the conversation to go on without interrupting. The way you treated our Jinchuriki is how my village treated him. He killed hundreds of our own children, following in the footsteps of the previous Mizukage, because he was ravenous for our people's blood. It's a monster. He wouldn't want me to dissect your young body, which is the only reason I don't. After Zabuza and the rest of his team left after Naruto, everyone watched. Kakashi couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration and say, I want you to learn Hariku tomorrow. This world is cruel, as I have stated. Become better than we were. Sitting by the lake, Naruto forced himself not to cry or become angry because his rage was so intense that he nearly lost control. Hey Naruto-kun. He looked back and saw his entire family. Why are you guys out here? Haku put his arm around Naruto's shoulders and said, you need us, Naruto. Leaning in, he glanced at his OG, who appeared enraged and eager for blood. The demon brothers were nearly the same. I'm going to change it. They all turned to face him. I want the world to see me after we kill the Mizukage. Not a vessel, or a monster. I'm going to be one of the greatest swordsmen alive and they will all see me. Hariku silently trailed Naruto as he went through the village, but Naruto mostly ignored him. Hey, could one of you help me really quickly? A small woman asked as she tried to pick up a massive box of fruit and vegetables. Absolutely. Curious, Hariku repeatedly observed the child his parents had called a monster, helping everyone who asked him, never pausing, and without even the slightest hint of annoyance, which was a stark contrast to the person he had spoken to the previous evening. I don't get it. I don't understand how you are so nice when you're supposed to be a monster, Hariku said, grabbing Naruto's attention. However, Naruto simply shrugged and smiled slightly, saying, I'm not sure. I enjoy being of service to others. They have no say in when we ninjas show up and engage in fierce combat. All they need to do is tidy up after us. I therefore want to improve people's lives as much as I can. Well, Hariku Baka, what do you like? Like Sakura has extremely good chakra control, so she will probably be either a medic or a genjutsu specialist, Hariku said, looking at him bewildered. At some point, Sasuke will unlock his Sharingan and become extremely powerful. You have nothing at all. Naruto chuckled and said, well, it's true that homicidal ninja cannot train us all. Oji Jaku is somewhat insane. Do you practice taijutsu? Naruto shook his head and said, it's okay I guess. How awful. Do you have any ninjutsu? I know the basic academy jutsu. Naruto briefly crossed his arms before snapping his fingers and saying, "Come with me." "What are we doing?" he asked, grabbing the boy's wrist and dragging him to a tiny clearing close to the village center. "I'll be teaching some kenjutsu fundamentals. This will work, but it's a little too complicated and not my style. You'll have your thing after that. You simply need to expand on it." Naruto produced a ninjutsu from a storage seal and said, "I purchased this in case I broke my golic. Take it here." "I can't handle this." Naruto simply grinned and said, "It's good. I have a lot of them. Now take my example." Naruto started guiding him through various kata. Each slash and strike was swift, which really impressed him. He was learning quickly. It appeared that the physical aspect of the shinobi arts was his comfort zone. He couldn't help but feel accomplished. Yes, the child detested him, but that was okay because he was still assisting. He looked more closely at the boy, who had light skin, brown hair that reached his neck, and violet eyes, like many of the boys he remembered from Konoha. He wore a white sleeveless hoodie with 2 blue stripes on the sleeves, and he wondered if he would have been like him if he had stayed. With a mad smile on his face, Ryuga and his men stood on the edge of the village, his 5 shinobi poised for combat. "Rinmara. What happened to my little blonde friend? I want Zabuza to endure pain so that he won't be too weak to save something that is important to him." Zabuza and Haku were attempting to return to Naruto and the others as quickly as possible. They had found the base. They discovered that Ryuga and their main force had already departed after eliminating dozens of ninja. Ryuga had accumulated a force that astounded Zabuza. It had been enormous. They could already tell there was fighting when they arrived at the village's edge. The village was experiencing lightning strikes, but they were getting farther and farther away. Getting them to leave the village must have been Naruto's goal. "Haku, go help the bridge team. I'll go after Ryuga." Haku wanted to object. He knew he wouldn't be able to defeat Ryuga, but he still wanted to go assist Naruto. "Yes, Zabuza-san." Kakashi avoided yet another round of attacks. He deflected the attack by twisting his kunai, then kicked the ninja, sending them flying back. He was still facing Kakashi with his katana. He vanished, emerging in front of Sasuke, obstructing a bone sword. About 19 was the girl's age. He could tell she was a Kagaya because of her long white hair and the 2 dots on her forehead. As he returned to the battle, the other shinobi smiled. Kakashi raised the intensity by pulling up his hayate. He started pushing the 2 ninja back, shocking his genin as he went on the attack. Sasuke couldn't resist recalling his discussion with Naruto. How assistance made him stronger. He questioned whether he should depend on his sensei more after seeing him. However, Kakashi was attempting to divide his attention, from defending his genin to engaging in combat and eliminating the opposing shinobi. The girl threw bones at Sasuke as he and the swordsman clashed once more. He leapt in front of the attack and deflected it before they could hit. He grunted in agony as only 2 bones found their mark. "Sensei!" exclaimed Sakura. Under his mask, Kakashi grinned at her concern. As he straightened, the girl approached him and pulled out the bone, saying, "You should let us kill him so we can leave. You can't fight the 2 of us and protect your genin." "No, I don't have to do that." She nearly growled at him, but he shrugged and smiled. "Why not?" she asked. Senbon suddenly flew at the girl, saying, "Because I was just waiting for my backup." With a manic expression, she jumped back and said, "Oh, I thought I killed you." "How exciting." To Haku. Another lightning strike was avoided by Naruto. At the lightning shinobi, he threw multiple kunai and said, "Hiraku. Get the villagers away. I'll hold him off and try to escort him out of the village." The boy was staring at Ninja when he said, "What? You can't be serious." His face was filled with fear. Naruto was aware that Ryuga couldn't be left alone. To battle a full-fledged swordsman of the mist, Naruto had to overcome his strength. A smile appeared as he looked over his shoulder and said, "I'm a monster, remember." Even though he might not be able to win, he could still cause some harm. For a brief moment, his blue eyes gradually transformed into red slits. Wind release. Wind breakthrough. A flash of lightning blasted in their direction. Go. Hiraku didn't need to be reminded twice as Naruto was flung backwards by the force and smashed into the wind. Now that he could give it his all, Naruto felt a little more at ease. "You know, little boy, you could just keel over so I could kill you." "Yeah, I got things to do and villages to save, so I'll pass," Naruto Golek said as he vanished after bouncing off Ryuga's left blade. In the other, lightning struck, sending Naruto sailing across the street. Ryuga reached up and called forth more lightning before hurling it in Naruto's direction. Once more, Naruto dodged by using his speed. In order to stop Ryuga from charging up again, he had to maintain the pressure. He moved closer and launched his attack. He pushed as hard as he could. As they attacked one another, sparks flew. He was about to hit Ryuga when he heard her say, "Left." Ryuga smiled down at him like a predatory animal. From there, the battle took a different turn. Naruto found himself in a vulnerable position. His body was covered in cuts and slashes. He jumped around the next attack and saw a huge man. Left, up, left, right, down. Appeared after every attack. A boy in the age range of Naruto and Inari. His crimson eyes focused on him. However, a lightning-wrapped blade slashed across Naruto's body before he could react. Naruto screamed in agony and was flung to the ground. The battle had been pushed fairly close to the village's edge by him. However, Ryuga desired for him to suffer. He raised Naruto into the air after driving one of the blades into his shoulder, saying, "How fun is this?" A rock struck the shinobi in the back of the head before he could injure him once more. "Leave him alone." Naruto's chest was filled with fear. Inari stood nearby. He was staring down the man who was going to kill him, tears streaming from his eyes. Upon dropping Naruto, he grinned and said, "Look at that. Now you get to die knowing this kid would have lived if you hadn't come here." Before sending it in Inari's direction, lightning charged. However, Hariku moved in between Inari and Ryuga before it could get to him. He was struck squarely by the lightning. Naruto observed as he was propelled backward. The attack was making his body twitch. Inari was looking fearfully at the boy. Ryuga was about to strike him with another lightning bolt when a red chakra-covered hand grabbed his wrist. When Naruto struck him with his other fist, sending him crashing into a building, Ryuga stared at him in disbelief. Inari gave Naruto a slightly terrified look. Naruto glanced down at Hiraku, who was on the verge of death. He knelt down and touched Hiraku. As his chakra seeped into him, he and Inari observed the lightning-induced wounds healing. Ryuga attempted to exploit the circumstance. With his back to Naruto, he attempted to bring his swords down on him. Pathetic. To think you are the one to inherit those blades. The attack was only repelled by a huge sword. Zabuza hefted the sword onto his shoulder and said, "You interrupt the fight between me and Yagura and you think you defeated me." Zabuza, ready to lose again. The streets were covered in mist. Throwing Hiraku on his shoulder, Naruto used the moment to say, "Get those two out of here, Gaki. Then get back here and help me kill this guy." He grabbed Inari's hand and pulled them both away from the altercation, saying, "Yes, Zabujaku." Naruto grinned and said, "Naruto-san. What was that? I couldn't let him hurt you." Haku noticed the bone user grinning malevolently at him as he looked down from his ice mirrors. He was aware of the Kagaya's near barbarity. Nothing else mattered to them because they loved fighting so much. This was his second altercation with her. He was unable to get past her bones despite all of his newfound abilities. Haku responded by hurling hundreds of Senbon at Yuki, saying, "Ready to die, little Yuki." She avoided and deflected every blow. After breaking the skin, bones flew in all directions. Many of the mirrors cracked and broke, shocking Haku. "Are you ready to die?" she asked, laughing as she prepared her next blow. "You forget something. I'm not alone." A flash of lightning passed by from one of the mirror's apertures. Before she could even unwind, Kakashi's hand pierced her chest. "Did I interrupt?" she asked. "No, you came in just in time. Thank you, Kakashi-san," Haku said, allowing his mirrors to shatter. On a roof, Naruto landed. Ryuga and Zabuza were engaged in a furious argument. The street was completely demolished. Cowering in the corner was the boy who was with Ryuga. Muramasa struck the seal on his wrist. Zabuza was going to prevail. However, Naruto was eager for this mission to end. Zabuza couldn't help but smile as he deflected another attack and felt Naruto's chakra. At that moment, Naruto materialized. With a spin of his Nikabudo, he thrust forward. The swordsman was completely cut by his sword. Grinning sadly as he looks over at Renmara, he raised his swords and called forth all of his remaining chakra. Above them, lightning was accumulating in the sky. Zabuza's sword slashed out before he could execute his last suicide attempt, instantly killing him. Naruto grinned and said, "It was so cool though." Renmara was still cowering. "Naruto, you were fast but don't be so flashy next time." "What about him?" Naruto inquired as he approached the boy. Karashi slid in front of him and said, "No wait. Please, don't hurt him. He isn't a bad kid. I'll take him away from here. We can go home, I swear." Kurashi appeared frightened, but Naruto couldn't hold it against him. They just overcame his whole shinobi force. The moment Zabuza saw Naruto's expression, he realized he would not be able to kill them. Then he threw his sword onto his shoulder and rolled his eyes, saying, "Go. If I ever see you trying to be a ninja again, I'll kill you." Renmara sobbed as Kurashi took him away, but he didn't resist. "Yes, thank you." After grinning, Naruto said, "I hope they'll be okay." Naruto simply grinned and said, "I told you already. I'm not a jaded Jaku like you guys." Zabuza placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, "You're still too soft, Gaki." Gato and his men were standing in front of the other shinobi when they arrived at the bridge. Desiring his Golic to remain, Naruto drew his Kurmabit and said, "Ready, Naruto?" "Yeah, let's kill these assholes," matched Zabuza's sly grin, and the two of them started slicing through Gato's men. Naruto used his curved knife as a claw of death, twisting and rolling through the men. His body was moving all by itself. He created the hand seal, wind release, rotating shuriken. While deflecting a sword, he cut the man's throat while tossing a dozen shuriken into the air after flipping over a kick. The remaining men were struck by the spinning shuriken. Team 7 watched as Zabuza approached Gato slowly and said, "Please. I'll pay you whatever you want, just don't ACH." Zabuza threw Gato's body over the side of the bridge and impaled him with his sword. "Haku, we did it," Naruto said with a smile as he turned to face Haku. "You look terrible, Naruto, and you're covered in blood," Naruto said, shaking his head as he looked over his younger brother. "I kind of got beat up by Ryuga. It's okay though, we killed him for it," Naruto smiled. Naruto's expression darkened as Kakashi approached him and asked, "Where is Hiraku?" "He got hurt really bad. Inari showed up and he got hit by lightning. I think I saved him, but Haku is better with actual medical ninjutsu than me." "You saved him?" Sakura inquired, "even after all those things he said to you?" Naruto sighed, "Just because he's stupid doesn't mean he's bad. Besides, we found his thing. Now he needs to get better so he can get good at kenjutsu and I'll have another rival." "Kid, you can't just train possibly future enemy ninja." Zabuza responded, "I didn't train him. Just gave him some pointers." "Whatever, Gaki." Turning to the others, "Haku, you should accompany Kakashi and his group to assist Hiraku. You and I will tidy up this mess, Naruto." As he walked, he came across a huge cage and asked, "What is this?" Hiraku was standing in the middle of a sewer and wasn't entirely sure where he was. His last memory was of lightning striking him and then dark red eyes. "Not even my jailer stops by to talk to me. Sends a whelp to speak first instead. What a coward." "What are you?" "I'm a being of rage," Hiraku asked, his enormous eyes and teeth gleaming down at him. "Once I kill this weakling who is holding me, your pitiful village will be destroyed. I'll kill you all when I get back to my house. Ants are pitiful and grating. I'll crush you all with my power. Why am I in this place?" No matter what Hiraku could do, he couldn't stop himself from shaking. The Kyuubi chuckled, "You are weak. That pitiful brat had to save me. Unless he was an Uzumaki, you would have passed away today. Don't get too excited about it. Because you and your village will be the next to die when he does. You shouldn't move too quickly." Haku said from his bedside, "You were hit by some pretty strong lightning." Hiraku woke up with a sharp pain that spread throughout his body. "You will be severely scarred." Naruto was unable to cure everything. "He did save me," he said, bewildered, recalling everything he had previously said. Haku, however, simply shook his head approvingly. "Naruto doesn't hold it against you. He might in your village, but not you. Is he here now?" Aye. Haku nodded and pointed out the window to see Naruto and Inari playing tag. Even he had to smile when he saw Naruto pretend to fall and let the child get to him. Hariku couldn't help but feel something in his chest, an admiration he had never experienced before. 2 more weeks passed before the bridge was finished, at which point Naruto received his Golic back and was content to depart. Inari barged into Naruto at the bridge, yelling, "Naruto." Naruto put his arms around the young child and said, "Hey, it's okay, Inari." The boy started crying uncontrollably, and Naruto couldn't stop his own from starting. "Will I ever see you again?" "Yes, without a doubt." Naruto's tearful smile caused Inari to shake his head. "You think I wouldn't come and visit?" he said. "Good." With a wave, they all departed. "We need to name it still," Tazuna said, glancing at the bridge they had helped construct and saved. "Oh, I am aware. Let's call it the Great Naruto Bridge," Inari grinned. Tazuna nodded and grinned, saying, I think that's the perfect name. When the two teams reached a small split in their trail, Zabuza shrugged and said, at least you ain't as weak as I thought you were. Kakashi grinned and said, well, this is where we separate. How about us? Angrily, Gozu remarked, without you, we battled 3 ninja. Stop talking. Damn it you baka, Zabuza replied, causing Naruto to chuckle before Maizu struck him in the back of the head. You fought some 2-bit rejects. The blonde paused and turned to face Hiraku, saying, hey Naruto. Thank you. For everything, including saving me. After blushing briefly, Naruto grinned broadly and said, no issue. Improve your kenjutsu skills, okay. The next time we see each other, we can spar. Naruto's fist met Hiraku's, who grinned and said, that'd be awesome. Zabuza rolled his eyes and then grabbed the blonde, saying, damn it. To fucking soft. He sighed as he yanked the angry blonde away from his new friend, saying, damn shinobi these days and their damned feelings. When Naruto returned to the ruins of Uzugakure, he waved wildly at Kotoru and Yukata. Kotoru rolled his eyes and turned to leave, but his grandfather grabbed him. Naruto ran up to them and brandished his sword, saying, you should have seen me. Actually, I made use of Muramasa. Even though there was only one actual attack, it was awesome. Like butter, he was stabbed. When Zabuza produced the Kiba blades, Kotoru rolled up his sleeve to strike the excessively agitated Psycho, saying, looks like we will be leaving you soon. How is my training going? That's easy, Yukata said with a smile, while Naruto asked in confusion. You're going with Kotoru. He can seal and tease you the mind's eye of Kagaya, but he might not be able to assist you with your kenjutsu. What? Kotoru shouted, I refuse to accompany them. You have my stay. Kotoru, you're young and powerful, this isn't a life for you, Yucatan retorted. Kotoru, who was crying, shook his head and fled. Naruto, unsure of what to do, turned to face Yukata and asked, why are you making him leave old man? There is no other way to keep him safe. Uzumaki is still who we are. We are rewarded for simply existing. Yukata turned to the ninja and said, you are all a little off, but there is a semblance of family. Naruto turned to face Zabuza, who remained unarguable. He will require that, and I won't be around for very long. After spending the rest of the day away from Naruto, including dinner and everything else, Kotoru returned later that night while Naruto was standing by the shore. Are you okay? I can't imagine leaving someone I love. The redhead looked away, trying to avoid eye contact, but he was still there. I'm fine. TCH. He crossed his arms and said, you know what about it? Naruto laughed and said, well, I had no one before I met Oji Jaku. However, leaving Kanagakure was quite difficult. I wasn't particularly important to most people. 3 individuals did. 2 of their names are unfamiliar to me. They were ramen shop owners. The Hokage was then present. Why flee if the Hokage liked you? Kotoru asked confused. Naruto pulled his machete out, flipping in his hand before handing it to Kotoru. I wanted more. Even with my few precious people, I was alone. There was no way to become more powerful. I will be the most formidable shinobi in existence. Believe it. Kotoru gave the blonde a crazy look, but there was something there. How could this orphan be so optimistic? Perhaps his grandfather was making the right decision. Returning the Golic, he left Naruto behind. Haku, who was not too far away, had witnessed the entire event. They all knew that Naruto was unique, that he could inspire people even after such a brutal battle, and that he would become one of the world's most powerful forces. Haku only hoped that everyone would be able to witness it. As Zabuza entered the small cabin, he glanced at the elderly man, Yukata, who was smoking a cigarette. Zabuza sat down beside him and said, here. The man gave him a cigarette, which Zabuza accepted. He had never smoked before, but he was the visitor after all. Are you going to protect Kotoru? After taking a deep breath, Zabuza said, I am not very good at taking care of children. Yet here you are, Yukata laughed. Both children are excellent, strong, and ready to become some of the elemental nation's most formidable shinobi. Perhaps even competing with Kanagakure's legendary Sannin's strength. But Yukata lit up another cigarette and said, you may not believe it, but you were put on this road to lead the next generation. Zabuza asked angrily, what's your point? This is what you will live or die by. These children will be both your greatest asset and your greatest vulnerability. So what? Laughed Zabuza. Bring me another child to cuddle with. No, he is destined for so much more, Yukata retorted. So are Naruto and Haku. He would find a family if he stayed here. A husband or a wife. Raised kids and most likely passed away questioning whether he made the right decision. He will be able to carry on our clan's legacy, though, if he departs. Something he desires but isn't yet prepared to work toward. Frustrated, Zabuza said, yes, I'll take him if that kid wants. To be honest, he makes me think of Naruto. Slightly more irritable, aloof, and irate. However, he does. Zabuza laughed and produced 2 glasses and a bottle of sake, saying, I am getting soft. Kakashi was standing in the Hokage's office when he made a hand sign that created a privacy seal and said, so Naruto is alive. The Hokage had read the report, but none of the genin had spoken out loud about what they had seen. Naruto was running with a man he would have wished dead at any other time. Yes, Hokage-sama, and he is strong. Hiruzen was taken aback by the thorough report on him. Is he a threat? But Hiraku spoke up, saying, he isn't Hokage-sama. Everyone stared at the boy, whose eyes were full of resolve, and he said, he helped me. Those words felt like poison coming off his tongue. Then came to my rescue. I believe he. What do you think? I think that if he does go to Kurigakure and they win, that he might be able to build peace between us if we respond the same, Hiruzen inquired inquisitively. Kakashi was proud of his genin and was relieved that he had changed so much since that mission. He had been a clumsy, annoying, and airhead, but now he was displaying the traits of a shinobi, so perhaps it was time to pass the White Fang style of kenjutsu. That's all I wanted to know, Hiruzen said, smiling tearfully. Thank you. You are free to leave. Following their departure, he called forth a small monkey, who approached him and said, take this scroll to Jiraiya. In Mizu no Kuni, I have a proposal for resistance. In just a few days, Team Zabuza reached the Mizu no Kuni border, with Naruto carrying the Kiba blades on his back, Haku on his left, and Kotoru on his right. They had been moving as quickly as they could to reach the resistance. Zabuza turned to face his children, who stood between him and the demon brothers. Naruto was contentedly conversing with his brother and new friend. Kotoru pretended not to listen, but Zabuza could see that he was. All Naruto was saying was that he would soon break the sword's seal. When Kotoru produced a small scroll, he revealed the Nikabudo blade that his grandfather had given him as a parting gift before they left. Zabuza knew that he would return, and they would make sure he could see his family once more. There was also the question of how Naruto would have been if he had stayed and become a Konoha shinobi. Would he have been on the team in Wave? Would he have been as strong? He couldn't help but feel that he had angered some god in a previous life. Where are we heading, then? Gozu was the one who responded to Kotaru's question. Mizu no Kuni is a mass amount of islands, while Naruto glanced at him and put his arms behind his head. Even though the majority are vacant, Mizu still owns them. On one of these islands, they provided us with a meeting spot. I'm sure they'll be ecstatic to have such amazing ninjas. Zabuza shook his head and said, you're not at the level of being awesome yet, Gaki. Naruto grinned broadly. They soon made camp, and Naruto took the third watch, letting everyone sleep until he heard fighting in the distance. He quickly woke Mizu up by saying, there is fighting going on over there. I will investigate it. Fine, but don't lead anyone here. With a smile on his face, the boy bolted, crossing the trees to check for other shinobi. When Naruto reached the shore, he saw a boy with pale skin and light blue hair, dressed in a black tank top and cargo shorts. He watched as 3 shinobi with a height he had never seen before advanced on him, using a rare technique that Naruto knew was the Hazuka hydrofication technique. Before he could react, 2 more shinobi landed. Naruto acted swiftly, forming a hand sign and firing 3 wind blades, killing 3 different shinobi. He then ran in, deflecting one of the shinobi's kunai, and said, man. What kind of fucking country makes use of musical notes? Naruto launched an attack, deflecting one of the ninja's arms with an open hand before slicing him down with his golek. He spun to avoid a sound wave that shattered the ground he had just been on, and a water bullet sped past him, piercing the man's heart. A huge smile appeared as he looked at Suigetsu. When Naruto took his golek from another ninja, they all stopped and he looked around, saying, just let us take the boy. The sound ninja were unsure of what to do as these 2 boys were chopping them down. Naruto turned to see 4 shinobi. A woman with an instrument, a 4-armed man descending from one of the trees, a larger man with what Naruto believed to be a stabbable face, and the final one appeared eerie. After wiping the perspiration from his brow, Naruto straightened up and put his golek back, saying, nah, I don't think so. He then hit the seal to call forth Musamara, saying, "You know I was holding back." The female smirked and said, "Like that will save you." Then the rest of his team arrived, with Kotaru's chakra chains floating close by, Haku holding a Senbon ready, the demon brothers facing the enemy ninja with their clawed gloves, and Zabuza finally showing up in front of Naruto with his enormous sword resting on his shoulder. When the sound ninja suddenly realized they were in too deep, Naruto laughed and put his weapon away, saying, "You're lucky little Hazuka." Suigetsu turned to face his rescuers and said, "Who are you guys? You saved me, but why?" He stepped back in fear until Naruto moved forward after noticing that they were all dressed as though they were from Kurigakure. He then recognized Zabuza's Kubikiribocho. "You're secure." He glanced between them and noticed Haku's ice Senbon. "You're a Yuki. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." With his mask still on, Haku stated, "I am." "And Uzumaki, are your clans dead as well?" With wide eyes, Suigetsu asked, "Why are so many dead clans here?" Kotaru shook his head, adding, "I'd like to think we aren't all dead yet. We're going to go kill Yagura with Mei Temura." Without turning to face him, Zabuza said, "I don't know who those guys were or what village they are from, but we better keep going. It's time to rebuild Kiri." "Hi." Naruto turned back to Suigetsu and asked, "What's your name?" Still perplexed, Suigetsu said, "I'm Suigetsu Hosuki." "Well, I know you were running, but if you want to join us we can protect you." Suigetsu gave a nod, "Thank you." Instead, they rushed, getting into Mizu no Kuni as soon as possible, and then, after purchasing a boat, they headed to a small island close to the border, which was covered in trees and appeared to be devoid of intelligent life. Naruto was the first to leave, followed closely by the demon brothers. Naruto smiled at the ninja that flew out around them before he even reached the tree line, saying, "I may be small, but you'll need more than random fodder to fight me." "You should be more careful, Blondie," said a girl with short black hair with red tips who was about 17 years old, extremely athletic, and had dark green eyes and a sharp jawline. Her black and blue kimono ended in a small skirt, and she had armor bracers and guards covering her shins and forearms. Her smile made Haku's heart skip a beat, and she froze when she saw Zabuza. "My name is Celine," she said, turning to face the boat. "We heard from Ao that you might come. What do you have to demonstrate your allegiance?" "The Kiba blades are a pretty good gift." She glanced at him and said, "Fine, follow me." Naruto smirked as he took the wrapped blades from behind him and showed them off. Naruto and Haku were as vigilant as Zabuza, but Kotaru didn't seem to care. Everyone followed closely, but not a single shinobi let their guard down. Shujutsu was in the middle, and while he hadn't yet come to trust any of them, he would deal with it for the time being as long as those sound ninja didn't find him again. After arriving at a small, secret base, they were led to the main room, which was decorated like a battlefield, with a map of their deployments and Yaguras dispersed throughout Mizu on the central table. "We must take Teodorapu," Mei said as she and Ao stood there. Ao said loudly, "It would give us an avenue into the main island." "Not if it exposes our flank." Mei looked up and grinned, saying, If it isn't out guests. I'm not risking needless death just to get the opportunity to kill the little bastard," she said angrily. "Celine, get us some chairs, please." Before Naruto realized it, they were all seated in two half circles facing one another. "It might be a long meeting," Mei said with a seductive smile, and Zabuza simply rolled his eyes. Kotaru, Suigetsu, and the demon brothers were seated back by the door, with Naruto on Zabuza's left and Haku on his right. Mei had Ao, who was undoubtedly her second in command, to her right, and Celine to her left. In the back were a 16-year-old boy with goggle-like glasses and buzzed-cut blue hair, as well as a 15-year-old girl with light brown hair who appeared to be very masculine. "So, have you given my offer any thought?" "Yes, I have," Zabuza said, nodding in Naruto's direction. The blonde swiftly drew the blades and lifted them in Mei's direction. "What is this?" She smiled as she opened the swords. Seeing the Kiba blades made her pause. "You killed Ryuga. Bring me the blades, then." "I have no desire to lead Kiri," Zabuza said with integrity. "All I want is a place for Naruto and Haku to rebuild their respective clans." "Which clans are they?" With his eyes assessing their present situation, Ao questioned. "This is Haku Yuki and this is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto smiled as 4 chakra chains slowly rose from his back as Celine leaned in and said, "Prove it." Haku didn't mind the display, but he raised his hand and an ice kunai materialized. "We have found a few Yuki," Mei said, laughing as she glanced between them. This outshines us at 9 of your clansmen, but in Uzumaki, I believe. I've never met one before, until now. Naruto said enthusiastically, well, there are 2 of us here. She glanced back at the red-haired boy and said, interesting. Okay, I'll give this some thought. Our goal is to liberate Kiri's bloodlines. Return them. 2 Kekkei Genkai are mine. Boil and lava releases, that is. This is Saline, who is very skilled at using Scorch Release. On the other island, however, one of my commanders has blood release and is a member of the Kuchisaki clan. So, what are you hoping to get out of us? I need front-line juggernauts, Mei said as she got to her feet. There aren't many cage-level fighters among us, but there are a good number of Jonin and Chunin. Ao is good, but I know you're stronger in a direct confrontation. Someone like you is what we need. Yagura can be held there until I reach him. The pressure suddenly increased as he looked back at him and said, you're that confident in your abilities. Zabuza realized she was on par with Cage, saying, there are a handful of people I'd fear on this continent and he isn't one of them. I am aware that you are among the most formidable shinobi in existence. Zabuza took offense, but he allowed her to go on, saying, we need to gain a foothold. The only swordsman I know stronger than you is Kisame Hoshigaki. Shinobi are migrating from Yagura to our side in increasing numbers. We will soon be able to compete with him on an even playing field. At last, she turned to face his group and said, where would you put your team at if they were part of a shinobi village? Zabuza smiled as he looked around, saying, you are aware of the demon brothers. I would say that Kotoru is at a high Chunin level. He is very skilled in Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu but lacks ninjutsu. I'm not sure, but based on what I saw, I'd say Chunin. He seems to have potential, even though we just recently met. Haku and Naruto are both at Jonin level, he said with a sly smile, gesturing to them. Both of them are superior to the majority of shinobi we have encountered. Both of them will soon overtake me. Let's test it, Mei said with a smile. Zabuza smiled back, good. Ao and Saline will each fight one of your children. What are the guidelines? Obviously, no killing. We will proceed after flipping a coin to determine who will fight who. We will have these 2 lead teams if they can compete or win. Zabuza turned to face his team, and Haku simply shrugged as Naruto practically vibrated, saying, okay. Mei flipped the coin into the air and it landed on tails, so he would be fighting Ao. Haku went first, and he would fight Saline on heads. Kekkei Genkai versus Kekkei Genkai. Everyone followed Mei as they left the base, and there was plenty of space to fight because a small training area behind the base was empty. Mei stood on the edge of the makeshift arena and said, let's see how well Zabuza trained you. Start. Ao deflected many of the sendens before avoiding the rest as Haku moved first, throwing them at maximum speed. As they continued their fight, Naruto held onto his pants legs as he jumped backwards and made the single-handed sign, Ice Release, Ice Hurricane. He got close to the man and engaged him in a taijutsu battle, but Ao was far stronger than he was. Ao got up and made his own hand sign to counter as a tornado of ice shards started to engulf the arena, throwing him around and cutting him all over before he hit the ground. Water Release, Water Sphere. He cancelled out the jutsu as a huge ball of water emerged from his mouth and crashed into the tornado. Senbon blasted down at the Jonin from every side as he looked around after the ice and water explosion subsided, but Haku noticed something. No matter what angle he moved from, he always saw it. Haku started moving mirror to mirror with his newly discovered speed. He tried to form a sword of ice by jumping out of one of the mirrors, but his small attacks never landed. This was the first time he actually formed the blade. Mei ended the match just as they were about to charge again, saying, enough. I believe I've found what I'm looking for in him. Although he has good skills, he would benefit from some training with a member of his own clan. He does have a keen tactical mind, though. All right, Saline. Naruto moved forward, his hand already on his Golik, rolling his eyes. Go easy on this one. Begin. Naruto charged forward, but Saline fired 3 balls of Scorch Release, which she controlled with her fingers. As Naruto twisted and spun around the arena in an attempt to get closer to her, the balls of fire barely missed him. Ao, who was the first to notice that a chakra had formed around his Golik, was perplexed until he struck out, severing one of the orbs in half. He smirked and dispersed it, which caused Saline to frown. She brought them back together and sent it hurtling toward him. Naruto barely escaped the attack by jumping. Wind Bullet. He formed a hand sign. Celine dodged the blows while firing her own counterattacks, and as the blows collided, shock waves and explosions were sent out. Naruto barely had time to react before she leapt out of the smoke with a double-ended Yari. In contrast to the fight between Ao and Haku, where Ao was one of Zabuza's strongest shinobi, Celine went on the offensive, giving the impression that Naruto was on the defensive, but Zabuza knew better. Mei was observing his reaction to determine whether to end the fight. Celine and Naruto appeared to be on similar levels until they engaged in head-on combat, at which point it appeared that the boy was out of his element. Before Mei could ask why he had pulled Celine's leg out, Naruto spun around and hooked it on her leg. Kotaru grinned and said, "Well, that's over." Then, from behind her, he put the blade on her neck and declared, "I win." Mei clapped and said, "Damn it, kid. It appears that I have 2 new team captains. Well done." Assisting Celine, he said, "That was fun. Perhaps next time you could go all out." As she got to her feet, Celine thought, "Not like you were going all out either." "Get these shinobi some rooms," Mei said, snapping her fingers to summon 2 Hunter Nin. "I need to speak with Zabuza further." Naruto found the base to be cool and somewhat intriguing. It had apparently been used in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars and allowed them to flank any forces that managed to enter their borders. He arrived at a room with 4 beds, 1 for each of the boys. "I go to bed close to the door." Naruto summoning Muramasa, he sat down happily. Haku shook his head before taking a seat himself. "This place is strange." "Yeah, it is," Kotaru replied. "Kiri was described by Gramps as an odd nation." "You two will fit in Nice," he said, glancing between Haku and Naruto. "There was so much blood shed over the decades that they are all a little demented." "You take that back, Jaku," he said, raising his blade and aiming it at Kotaru. Suigetsu, who was still figuring out where he fit in, just watched and observed as Kotaru and Naruto continued to insult each other, making him wonder if they would fight, but he sensed a connection between them. "Suigetsu, are you all right?" "I'm not sure if I want to stay here," Haku Suigetsu said with a shrug. "My big brother was killed, but not for a village." With a slight tilt of his head, Haku asked, "What happened to your brother?" "He belonged to the Mist 7 swordsmen. They all knew they could die in battle. It wasn't really a secret." Naruto was looking at their new friend with a sad expression, and no one said anything. He wasn't sure how he would feel if Haku died in battle due to whatever orders they were given. "We want you to lead the attack on one of the islands," Zabuza said, glancing at Mei and Ao. She could tell he wasn't impressed. "Why lead?" she asked. "I could simply enter and murder them all." "No." As she went on, Zabuza rolled his eyes. "We defeat them and give them the option to join us or not. We are aware that you will need to eliminate a large number of them. However, the less we kill, the better. The fighting has already severely reduced the size of our village." "All right, I'll exercise caution. What else?" "Take Utami and Chojuro," Mei said with a smile. "Chojuro is one of the best swordsmen of this generation, and they are both powerful. At 15 years old, Utami is already a Jonin. So why should I get them?" "Chojuro is slated to be one of the upcoming 7 swordsmen of the Mist," Mei said with a smile. "We'll see what sword Kurigakure uses once we reach him. They require guidance from a more seasoned individual. You and your son are among the greatest swordsmen on the planet." "He's not my son," Mei continued to speak with a smirk. "Seeing someone like your kid in combat may give him the confidence he needs to become the shinobi I know he can be." "All right, I'll take the lead. Who are we meeting with and where are we heading?" "Mizu no Yasumi," Mei said with a smile that made his skin crawl. "That island is being held hostage by a small garrison. One of my generals is waiting for you. In 4 days, they will launch an attack." "I'll kill all of them," said Yagura, looking at the map in his office, or throne room as it now appeared. His forces had lost important islands, and he was running low on men. The cage's desire to tear Mei's head off was growing. All of them. When Jiraiya reached the edge of Mizu no Kuni, he couldn't help but smile at the prospect of at last locating Minato's son. He hoped to persuade him to travel to Konoha, even if it was only temporarily, in order to ensure his safety and strength. He would risk a war to ensure that it happened, even if it meant wading into it. Naruto was worth it, something that not many would agree with. He smiled broadly and went on, "Well, it's finally time to meet my godson." Mei was seated across from the legendary Toad Sannin Jiraiya, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't a little intimidated. She was strong, and she wouldn't question it on any day of the week. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was in a completely different league. His strength was on par with or even greater than that of the third Hokage. Well, now that I'm here, Naruto Uzumaki is where? He's on a mission right now, Mei said, smiling as she leaned back and turned to face Ao, who was also prepared for battle. He won't return for at least 2 days, in fact. A mission, What sort of mission? Recon maybe. Oh, an escort mission most likely. Mei leaned back into her chair. Actually he is on an assault mission. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened at her. You sent children off to war. Aldo spoke up at the underlining threat. We are not Konagaku. Our numbers are not so vast at the moment. He is a shinobi at the Jonin level. He withheld most of his abilities when we tested him. He is useful and enjoys fighting whether he is a child or not. He should be a child, Jiraiya said, nearly letting out a growl. Not a soldier. A voice broke the tension, saying, he is a child. Jiraiya turned to see a boy about Naruto's age, with messy red hair and violet eyes. If he had ever seen one, he would have said, Naruto is one of the most childish people I've ever met. Mei didn't mind that the boy was interrupting the meeting. In fact, she is fairly certain that he simply prevented it from devolving into a full-on bloodbath. He's also one of the best swordsmen I've ever seen, Mei said. I'm not sure how you and him are related. Old man, what do you want? He really irritates me. He's loud, cocky, conceited, constantly cracking jokes, and constantly eating, but he's also my friend. I'll put you in a teapot if you attempt to harm or steal from him. After that tirade, everyone was unsure if he actually cared about Naruto. Jiraiya, however, started laughing, and everyone just stared at the Sannin, staring with wide eyes. Damn kid, you're great, he said, wiping the tear from his eye with his knee. After calming down, he examined the boy and said, are you not an Uzumaki? Kotoru nodded, saying, all right. I'm happy that he was able to find a clan member. I know he's safe because he has people willing to die for him. Why am I here now? He agrees that Kurigakure needs new leadership, Mei said, placing her elbows on her knees and resting her chin on her hands. The Hokage has a proposition for you. Mei and Ao exchanged glances at once. We've learned from your stories that there are individuals in Kiri who are prepared to oppose the oppressive regime. Therefore, we will send an elite team of shinobi to help take Kiri from Yugura after Naruto and a hand-picked team arrive in Konoha as extra guards for the Chunin exams during the final tournament. He has no desire to live in Konagaku again. Jiraiya smiled. That is fine. Mei's voice was conflicted, but she knew they could use the assistance. He is a Kiri nin. He wouldn't be required to. All Sensei wants to do is apologize and see him again. Our hope was that we could form an alliance with him. Kotoru, who now felt completely out of place, turned to face Mei, but he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Naruto had played a major role in his decision to leave his Gramps, and he wasn't sure how Naruto could persuade him, but he was just getting used to the idea of becoming a shinobi. He couldn't listen, and they were taking too much of a chance. In the meantime, on Yasumi Island, Zabuza, Naruto, Haku, and the Demon Brothers, along with a fidgety Chojuro and Utami, were meeting with the commander of this battle group. Riku was a tall man, even taller than Zabuza, with sharp teeth and fish-like blue skin. His orange eyes followed them into the room. So, Mei has sent you here to help us take the base, he said in a deep voice that filled the room. I anticipated having more than 2 children and some shunin that don't really fit in. Who you calling a child? The 13-year-old said, mimicking the man's voice as best he could. Trying not to laugh at Naruto, Haku choked on his own breath. I'll let you know that I would kick your ass fish face. Furthermore, you would have already prevailed if we weren't required here. I like this one, Riku said, laughing after he froze and stared at the blonde child for a while. Alright, Riku Hoshigaki, because your child has a loud mouth, I don't plan to battle a legendary swordsman. We're nearly prepared. The other teams have already taken their positions. I assumed we would divide your team in half. You'll attack their battalion commander with me. In the main battle, your second team will engage in combat with his forces. Zabuza glanced at their base map and said, all right. Fortunately, it was far from the nearby villages. However, Naruto was examining it closely and asked, how many shinobi do we have right now? 85 in all. We are fighting a group of almost 200. Naruto laughed. What do you got, Gaki? Zabuza asked, realizing his gremlin had a plan. All right, here's my idea. On the east side of the base were their shinobi. Nobody was aware that they would be attacked thus far. Naruto himself traversed the base with his group. Utami, Haku, and a man by the name of Makoto Sho made up his current team. Makoto had a tall stature. He was already as tall as Kakashi at 16. He would be, but not as tall as Zabuza. He was a boy with a thick build. Despite having a respectable-sized stomach, the boy's sheer muscle mass was evident. Naruto was certain that his arms were as big as his entire chest. He wore bracers and a chunin vest. White shinobi pants with black sharks on the side and a black tank top underneath. His combat boots appeared capable of crushing a person's skull. At last, half of a dark blue Oni mask covered his lower face. Uzumaki style. Funnel barrier. A huge blue shield emerged around the base, with the exception of the eastern entrance, and a manic smile formed as he placed the final piece of paper. Began small at the base and grew larger as he got to his shinobi. That was super pretty. You're kind of scary, aren't you? Utami, who was watching closely, smiled. Naruto gave her a hurt look and said, I'm not scary. I prefer hyperactive. You're a tad bit scary, Naruto-kun. Haku sighed behind him. What? I've been betrayed by my own brother. Haku looked back at him. Makoto listened with annoyance as Haku jokingly said, well, stop getting so excited when you go to battle then. You're starting to smile like Zabuza-sama. Naruto sighed, I can't help it. You and Zabu-Jaku did a damned good job at making me love fighting. Since this punk was raised by a 7 swordsman, he offered to join the team. Rather, he is a little psychopath who is incapable of being taken seriously. When the other men arrived, Naruto pulled out his Golic. They dispatched shinobi to locate and destroy them, just as he had anticipated. They waited until they reached the tree line, at which point elemental jutsu was unleashed into the crowd from the entire battleground. To stop their attacks, walls of water and earth were erected. Naruto nodded while glancing at his squad before stepping into the fray. Naruto moved swiftly, cutting and piercing ninja. The majority of wounds were sufficient to put people down but weren't fatal. He hadn't killed any of them, mind you. After all, this was war. He rolled aside, barely avoiding a water dragon. Suddenly, there were mirrors everywhere. One behind the man who attempted to murder Naruto. With an ice sword, Haku emerged from it and stabbed the man in the back. Glancing around, he saw Utami, who was remaining nearby, unleash a huge water torrent that completely destroyed a few of the opposing shinobi. It was the strongest water jutsu Naruto had ever seen. In any case, not without a body of water. Makoto struck a man with his kanabo so forcefully that he flew through the air. He deflected a katana before crushing the man, twisting more quickly than a boy that size should be able to. Taking a kunoichi by the neck, he rendered her unconscious with his head before utilizing her as a projectile. Naruto thought the screen was really cool. He had to outdo one. Many of their shinobi rallied around them without noticing. They weren't overpowered by numbers thanks to the funnel. They were destroying the enemy with the 4 of them in the lead. 2 shinobi were jumped over by Naruto, allowing them to encircle him. He slashed and sliced through all 5 shinobi, parrying and blocking attacks. A katana flashed in the air as he and his team were about to regroup. He hardly had time to stop the attack before raising his machete. He was sent backwards and saw 2 shinobi when he looked. According to the reports, they were the second in command here and were brothers and sisters. What, you giving up already? The girl asked with a sardonic smile as he stood up and replaced his Golic. However, Naruto matched her appearance. Muramasa emerged as he struck the seal on his wrist. After spinning it in his hand and placing it on his shoulder, he lowered himself into a combat stance and said, not at all. I've been hoping to find someone worth my time today. Inside the base, Zabuza was slicing through ninja. They weren't particularly remarkable. Maizu and Gozu had joined their chains and were also working quickly. But they were aware of their position. They backed him and this new brat, Chojuro, rather than engaging in direct combat. He was surprised by that child now. Chojuro carried a wazikashi and a katana, for lacking confidence when the fight started. As soon as the fighting began, he changed his script. He was calm and collected. His strikes were accurate and fluid. As they moved through the base, they sliced and stabbed ninja. A chain flew by Zabuza's face as they were pushing through the base, just missing it. A man stood at the end of the hall. He knew who he was. Raizo is a skilled user of kenjutsu. He was extremely talented and ruthless. With the chain kunai in his hand and a ninjutsu on his back, he said, kill the others. Zabuza is mine. His team flew past him, followed by 5 shinobi. The sound of his sword deflecting a kunai satisfied him, even though he heard Chojuro squeak. For what seemed like 20 minutes, Ryuga and Zabuza looked at one another. Ryuga was the first to strike. He launched his chain towards Zabuza. Zabuza swiftly swung his sword around him. The tip remained on the ground, but his size prevented him from moving the entire length quickly enough. He was therefore able to deflect the attacks so they never reached him by making tiny sweeps with the handle. After flipping, Ryuga sent the chain after Zabuza once more. Let's see how you do up close and personal, you pathetic ninja. I should have let Naruto fight you. He'd enjoy skinning you after some of the stories he's heard, he said, grinning, hooking it with the hole in Kubikiribocho before removing it from his grasp. Naruto felt more powerful than before. As he avoided and evaded the siblings' attacks, he spun his weapon around. While he battled these two, his team continued to battle the other ninjas nearby. He stopped the brothers' attack by using his handle. He jumped and kicked up, slamming his foot into his face. He was launched into the air by the force. He was about to kill the man when his sister leapt forward. Defending himself, Naruto stopped her attack. Despite her best efforts to press, Naruto was quicker. He left a gap for her to try a fatal shot in an attempt to bait her, but Naruto saw it. Even though it was only a second, it was there. She paused. She had no desire to murder him. She took a step back as Naruto lunged forward. He hooked onto her katana with the blade's bottom and tugged. As he raised his sword, it struck the ground. From his position on the ground, her brother shouted. However, Naruto twisted his weapon as he lowered it toward her, using the blunt side of his Nikabudo to strike her in the neck. She was caught by her brother as he ran. Why did you not kill her? He asked the murderous boy, his eyes wide as he saw that she was only unconscious. He was crying when he said, "Stop," which made everyone on both sides hold their positions. "Stand down," he cried, "it's over." She hesitated. She didn't want to kill me. I don't want to kill a good person just because I'm ordered to. Damn right it is. Zabuza and his group were standing on the base's roof. Mizu and Gozu were in poor condition. Chojuro, on the other hand, appeared to be crying. However, Zabuza threw Ryuga's body to the ground below, saying, "We serve Mei Temura, the future Mizukage. Join us and we will spar each one of you. If you don't want to fight then leave and don't come back. You won't be hunted by us." "You can't beat Yagura," exclaimed Akunoichi. A number of shinobi applauded. "He's a monster. You can't win against a devil," exclaimed another. Naruto was fully aware of Yagura's identity. Anger filled his chest. Demon, monster, things he was called even as a little boy. Shut up. Everyone looked at where their commanding officers were defeated at. Both still alive but defeated nonetheless. You call him a monster. He is what other was made him. Used as a weapon. Is he deranged? Of course he is. So was your previous Mizukage that started the bloodline purges. He isn't a monster just because of the monster inside of him. Naruto let the orange chakra surround him body. Everyone but Haku stepped back. I didn't need this power to fight you all. All I needed was my swords and my own skill. We won though because we have something actually worth fighting for. If you join us then you'll be helping us free Kiri. For the first time in decades. I promise we'll stop and kill Yagura. Believe it. Makoto wasn't too sure what to think. At first he was regretting joining the small blonde. Then he saw him in battle. He fought with ruthless precision. Yet would step in the way to protect him and the other members of the team in battle. On top of that he thought he was seeing the upper echelon of his skills. That was until he pulled out that strange sword. You're thinking about Naruto, huh? Looking at Utami he nodded. It was insane. He's a Jinchuriki. I wonder what demon he has inside him. He's scary without it but he's also kind of funny and fun to fight with. Nodding, Makoto looked down at his hands. My mom was killed by Yagura. Everything I know about Jinchuriki tells me they are monsters. Twisted and corrupt by their beasts. That's what my dad says anyway. I don't think he is though. They were marching back and could see Naruto talking animatedly to Zabuza. The way he looked at the deadly swordsman was like a child with a parent. I think he is trying to prove something. He may not know what but I want to keep fighting with him, you know. Makoto looked at the blonde closely. There was something about him. Something that made you want to fight for him. I do too. At least for now. I'm glad you want to fight with him. Utami jumped back with a kunai. When did you get there, Haku-san? Haku laughed under his mask. Naruto is the future of Kiri. I have no doubt of that. He has a way with people I've never seen. If he had been in Yagura's shoes we never would have come to this point. We would have already been rebuilding. After finally arriving to their main base, they were greeted by Celine. She looked at the new recruits. Noticeable the Daicho siblings, I see you had an interesting mission. Interesting, Naruto said confused. Looking at her she shrugged, we were awesome. Don't know what you think happened. I need Zabuza and Naruto to follow me. Everyone looked around before Naruto shrugged and followed. Both swordsmen made their way to the meeting room. Walking in, Zabuza grabbed Naruto and threw him behind him, hand on his Kubikiribocho. Naruto hadn't seen what he saw. Knowing he's the man, he had never felt this fear from his Oni-san. Instantly though, his hand fell onto his Golik. A man laughed that he hadn't recognized, good instincts from the demon of the mist. Come on, I don't want to fight unless you really want to. Naruto looked at the man as they walked in. He was tall. His kimono was oddly nice for someone who he could tell was powerful. His white hair looked almost like a lion's mane. I am Jier. Zabuza cut him off. I know who you are, Jiraiya the Toad Sannin of Kanagaku. Jiraiya's laugh bellowed out. I knew you'd know of me. I bet you're a fan, aren't you? I just happened to have my latest autographed Ika Ika. Naruto was confused because he wasn't too sure what Ika Ika was. From the way Mei was glaring though, he didn't think it was good. Zabuza laughed at him though. I don't care about some fucking dirty book. What are you doing here? I am here to speak with you and Naruto. Your illustrious leader couldn't make the decision for you, so we waited till you got here. Tension was thick in this room. Zabuza's grip tightened slightly on his sword in the stare-off. This entire thing was about Naruto, which was really pissing him off. They are having a conversation about him and he isn't even a part of it. It pissed him off to no end. He wasn't an object. He was a person. Yeah, he followed his OJII-san, but he didn't need to. Quit talking like I'm not in the room, Naruto said, stepping away from Zabuza. Looking at this Sannin, he glared daggers. What do you want? I am not going to live in Kanagaku. Jiraiya's expression changed, almost sad. I know, kid. We failed you. Naruto was taken back. This was the second adult that had said this. I'm sorry, kid. I was supposed to take care of you after your parents' death. I just couldn't. It's the biggest regret in my life, but I'd like to make it up to you. How? Naruto asked hesitantly. Mei though spoke up. The Sandaime Hokage has asked for a team to go and help guard at the tournament part of the Chunin exams. In return he will send an elite team of Jonin to assist us in taking back Kiri. Killing intent flooded the room. Fuck that. Absolutely not. Naruto looked at Zabuza as he stepped towards Jiraiya. Stepping in front of him. Stop, Zabujaku. No. This is a trap if I've ever smelt one. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Why did you say you should have been there for me? I'm your godfather, Naruto. There was several emotions that ran through Naruto's mind. First was the urge to stab the man in the throat. Second was grief at relationship that he never had. The biggest was curiosity. Why? Why did you leave me? I was alone, spit on, yelled at, and hit. Tears filled Jiraiya's eyes. Your dad was one of my students. Only one to survive the Third Shinobi World War. He was powerful, kind, smart, and caring. He wanted to help create an age of peace. I was there with your parents while Kushina was pregnant. Then I left the village for a mission, and when I returned they were gone. Naruto wasn't too sure how he should feel right now, but he knew that this man regretted everything. I failed to protect your family before you were even born. Had I been there, then maybe I could have saved him. You'd have grown up as Konoha royalty and been a prodigy. If I do this, me and my team won't be captured. Jiraiya shook his head. No. I'll make sure that no matter what happens you can leave when it's done. Naruto. Zabuza's voice was commanding. You will not do this. We need support, Oji-jaku. We can win, but after. We will be vulnerable. Mei didn't interject, but the look in her eyes told him everything. I want to help the people of Mizu. We have to trust them. An alliance would keep us safe from the other nations. Zabuza knelt down and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Fine. Only because I trust you, Naruto. Grinning. Besides, Zabujaku. It's not like I won't go on a killing spree or anything if they try capturing me. Zabuza chuckled as Naruto turned to walk away. I'll get ready to go. After he left, Mei crossed her arms before speaking to the two men. That boy is already thinking like a cage. Your point? Zabuza asked. Mei and Jiraiya's smiles matched, making him a bit uncomfortable. It means I'm just going to keeping that seat warm for him. Everyone but Haku was berating Naruto. It wasn't exactly a bad idea. Kotoru was about to use one of his chakra chains to stab him. A part of Naruto said, are you stupid? You're going to the village that thinks you're just a pet. as if his hair were going to start floating off his head. "Are you stupid? Is there something wrong with that stupid blonde head of yours?" he said, his face nearly as red as his hair. Gozu gave him the most stern look he had ever seen, and Maizu looked at him with approval. "He's right," Gozu said. "Kanagaku acts like it's some savior. A nation that values its children and teamwork." Gozu nodded at his brother and said, "And you stupid foxed brat is walking right in there." Maizu shoved Naruto down as he attempted to stand, saying, "It's all fucking bullshit, Gaki. They'll allow its children to go to war. Sacrifice its people just like any other nation." "I know," Naruto exclaimed, and everyone froze as he got to his feet. "Do you think I actually want to go to that place? A place that my parents died for. Then to honor them they hurt me over and over again until it found you guys," he said, his eyes briefly flashing orange. With tears in his eyes, Naruto said, "We need help though. Maybe if I could activate the seal on my Nikabudo blade. Or if I could use all of the 9 tails. I can't do either though. So I made a decision that was best for all of us." Suigetsu was now listening intently to everything Naruto said. "I want us to make Kiri better than that stupid place. I want to show everyone what a shinobi village should look like." Everyone fell silent as Naruto pushed his way through in rage. Kotoru struck the wall and then took a seat. "I know you're friends and all, but why do you care so much about this?" Suigetsu asked, glancing at him. Kotoru asked, "Gramps told me stuff. Like how they knew an attack was coming. So the Uzukage sent for aid to Konoha. It left them because they were a threat. The only village to be able to take and kill Jinchurikis whenever they wanted." Kotoru noticed that everyone in the room had a curious expression on their faces. With a smile, the ice user said, "I agree with him." Maizu turned to face Haku and said, "You were no help either. What is your problem, Haku?" No one spoke. Suigetsu was also upset. "He made the choice that was best for our situation. When we attack Kurigaku, or they attack us, Yagura will lead the assault. He will kill dozens, maybe hundreds of us before we have the chance put him down." Haku got up and said, "Naruto picked an option that he felt would protect the people he loves. There is a chance that one or more us will die. Naruto is trying to save as many of us as he can. So he'll put his own life out there to protect us. I can almost guarantee that he will make it so none of us will be able to go with him." Zabuza observed Naruto's departure from the base. Even so, he was troubled by it. His child was Naruto. Everything that was said was heard by him. It was true what Haku had said. Naruto is attempting to preserve what little he had that he valued. When he turned to face Jiraiya, he said, "He isn't wrong either. Yagura is a powerful tyrant. He's a smart kid." Jiraiya ran his hand through his hair and said, "So he walks into the village that abandoned his clan. Got his parents killed, left him to die as a child. That he did not know. He had fought for Konoha for a reason. The country was distinct from the others. He wasn't so sure now. Yeah, it seems bad right now. I won't let anything happen to him, demon," he said, leaning back and gazing out into the line of tropical trees where Naruto had vanished. "Good," Zabuza replied, "it won't be long before Naruto is stronger than me. Now I don't know about you but I can't let that happen." Zabuza smiled and turned to leave, saying, "Oh, what do you plan on doing for that?" Naruto continued to run. He found himself in an area of the island he had never visited before. Why don't they get it? Why can't they understand? He asked himself, frustrated. "Because you're weak. They know you can't protect anything," a voice said in his mind. Naruto said, "Shut up. What do you know of protecting anything?" he asked, knowing that this was the Kyuubi. "I know better than anyone. When you protect anything all that happens is you end up like this. A prisoner, monster, demon." Naruto began to pound his head. "You were nothing but a mistake that the village thought could save them. When I kill you I'll make sure to send your family to you before I destroy the leaf." Naruto continued. He was lost in thought until he heard someone sobbing. It sounded like some kind of cat. Naruto came to a halt and started scanning the area until he came upon a small camp. While 3 ninjas were inspecting each cage, one yelled, "Shut up you mangy feline," and kicked the cage. There was a jaguar cub inside. It followed an odd pattern. There was a pattern of lightning in between its spots. Stupid cats. I can't believe they made us go after a stupid jaguar of the Inazuma River. Hopefully its mom doesn't have out scent, is a subtle but noticeable statement. The cub looked up as he emerged from the foliage, cowering slightly but making no sound, and Naruto saw dozens of animals as he drew Kermit and slowly made his way to the cage after seeing its blue eyes, which were filled with such intense fear. Naruto grinned at the cub as it took a small step forward. Hey, he felt foolish speaking to an animal. I know you can't understand me, but I'm going to get you out of this. Before he cut the lock, chakra gathered around his knife. The cub took him by surprise and rushed up his body into his arms, saying, "Oh, I see." Naruto chuckled to himself before noticing the other animals in cages in the corner. We got to help the others. Naruto remained silent, and he thought the cub was becoming quieter as well, but he assumed it was simply afraid. After approving the final 2 cages, he said, "Hey, you were a brat." After turning around and smiling, Naruto grabbed 2 shuriken, flipped them over, and threw them, rupturing the final cages. "Damn it," he said, interrupted by the landing of the other 2 shinobi. From where did this brat originate? At last, Naruto had a clear view of all 3 of them. The first was a large man wearing a brown coat, black pants, and a white shirt. He had a large sword that resembled a saw. The second person standing right next to him was a kanouchi, dressed in leather pants and a strapless crew top, leaning sensually against her side with her blonde hair braided down the side of her neck. The smaller shinobi behind him was dressed in a black sleeveless hoodie and camo shorts, and a strange-looking shark mask was practically grinning at him. When Naruto felt the cub begin to shake, he became angry. Hunting for food or even a job was different. As he got a better look, he saw that the poor cub had cuts and scratches. These men are monsters. The problem was that the cub was large enough to interfere with his movements, so he had to run or perhaps even get his friends. Death him. Then let's get the cub. Naruto leapt to his feet as a rock pillar crashed into the ground where he had been standing. The small man was hurling shuriken at him, but Naruto was fast enough to avoid the blades. He felt tiny cuts appear on his arms and cheeks, but he was able to escape the trap before the cub sustained any more injuries. The cub yelled, "Blonde boy," as it peered over his shoulder. "Run!" As the woman's scythe sliced through the tops of 6 trees, Naruto fell from the tree. "You were able to speak," Naruto hollered as they continued running. His face was full of shock and wonder. "That's amazing." The cub asked him inquisitively, "Why are you out here?" "I don't think now is the time," Naruto said, hopping between trees before flipping through the air as paper bombs detonated. Naruto was startled to hear a young boy off this small jaguar. When a kunai lodged in the back of his leg just as they were approaching a clearing, Naruto screamed as he fell from the tree, twisting so that his back struck the ground to shield the cub. "Damn it. Nice try, kid, but we own this cub now," the 3 ninjas said as they stood on tree branches. But Naruto got up and said, "The minute I put this cub down, I'm going to skin each one of you. Give it over, and we won't kill you." When Naruto turned slowly, he saw a huge jaguar the size of a house with the same pattern along its fur. The cub's eyes were wide as it looked behind him, and he felt pretty proud until he looked at it. The 3 of them shifted slightly until they all froze. Naruto smiled nervously and said, Hello. If you could take back your cub. So I can murder these 3. All right," she said, glancing down at him before turning to face the 3 ninja. "I'll eat your pitiful body if you lie to me." After putting the cub down slowly, it ran to its mother, who was lying down, and his tiny forehead pressed against hers, making Naruto smile. Now, he turned around and pulled out his golek, asking, "Which one will I kill first?" "You believe we can be killed by a jerk like you?" Naruto sensed the poison in his voice as he said, "No, we will gut you and get back that little monster. You have no idea what a monster is." With a grin that nearly made him freeze, Naruto vanished before bringing his blade down on the smaller ninja, and his kunai instantly deflected his machete. He slashed his side with his free hand and then dodged mud bullets from the larger shinobi. "Let go of the wind. Great breakthrough," exclaimed the other 2 as they leapt in his direction. The 2 ninja were slashed by the wind, which caused them to crash through the forest. The smaller ninja materialized behind him, and Naruto easily spun his golek to cut through his neck, sending his lifeless body plummeting to the jungle floor below. The other 2 ninjas who had finally stood up were staring at him with daggers, saying, "How dare you? How dare I? You think it's acceptable to torture something just because it's not human," Naruto said, his eyes turning orange. "Or it's not as strong as you." When they saw his eyes, neither of them knew how to react. "And I'm the monster." Naruto leapt in their direction, both of them raised their weapons, and the fight began. "Nekogatami," who had never been a big fan of humans, watched as the young boy engaged in combat with two adult humans, despite the boy's strength. Attack after attack was avoided and parried by Naruto, and as he saw his opening, wind formed on his left hand, saying, "Wind Gale Palm." With all the strength and chakra he could muster, Naruto slammed his hand into the woman, causing her ribs and spine to crack as the blow exploded into her chest. Naruto gazed at it from the trees, as blood spurted from her mouth and her scythe fell to the ground below. With anger radiating from him, Naruto turned to face the last ninja. "Not bad of a weapon. Who are you?" "Hell." Naruto grinned. "No, I am the son of a few, though." The two ninja re-met in battle, their movements merely blurs, and the ninja were amazed at this child's strength and speed. Naruto, however, was growing irritated that he was unable to defeat him once more and was now taking him seriously. Nekogatami saw this, almost in slow motion, as Naruto quickly sheathed his sword and called forth Muramasa, the longer weapon appearing in his hand as it spun around with him. She had heard tales of that blade from the great elder Nekouji. Even without the seal being broken, Naruto's body responded to the sword by nearly pumping up his chakra, and the enemy ninja realized he was being pushed back as Naruto pounded and cut him without any means of retaliation. It was too late. Naruto pushed the weapon out, stabbing through him, and blood poured out of the wound as he coughed blood. How? The shaft of that weapon is longer than him. He's in close and he's moving like water. A hurricane unable to stop. When Naruto fell from the tree and put the sword away, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to fall to the ground below, where he was met by Nekogatami, the jaguar, who growled and bit down on his head with a satisfying crunch. "Damn," he said, "this time, I expended too much chakra." A tiny ball of fur struck him before he could get better, saying, "Thank you, Whiskers. Back there, you saved my ass. My name is Whiskers. You do have whiskers. You saved my son human cub," Naruto said, feeling himself freeze as the larger jaguar approached. The cub's laughter made Naruto smile. "I had to," Naruto said, glancing at him and back. They were torturing them, but it wasn't until we were running that I realized he could speak. She sniffed and huffed. "I smell a dog on you. Interesting you are. Oh, I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune." His eyes widened in confusion, and he received a respectful and frightened look. "The Kyuubi are known to us. At one point, we were adversaries." Naruto was at a loss for words, so he asked, "At one point? Are you no longer?" "It is not a story I can tell," she said, sitting down and staring down at him. "Our elder can tell you one. My son was saved by you. My name is Nekogatami. You've met Raikuba, my son. We'll bring you along to see your worth." "Deserving of what?" Naruto attempted to move away, but Raikuba looked up at his mother with a look of pure joy and said, "You think he will, Mama? We shall see." All three vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the dead in their resting place. Kotoru was tracking their friend with Kagaya's mind-eye as Haku, Kotoru, and Suigetsu ran through the trees in search of him. "Over that hill there is a clearing, that's where he is," Kotoru said. "However, I detect 2 additional chakra signatures. They seem like some kind of animal to me." Kotoru shouted as he climbed over the hill, "They're gone." As they arrived, they noticed smoke clearing. Kotoru became enraged and said, "Stupid blonde, demon-holding, block-headed, psycho-killing, sword-banger. Are all you Uzumaki this crazy, or is it just the 2 of you?" Suigetsu asked, staring at him as if he were insane. Suigetsu laughed and said, "I got a sealing matrix water boy that will make you shut up for as long as I want." The redhead's face darkened as his anger increased. "You're great, Kota Baki. Enough you two," Haku said, rolling his eyes. "You no longer sense him." They looked around, taking everything, and Kotoru shook his head, saying, "No. Naruto killed these ninja." "Yeah, it looks like his work," Kotoru said, nodding. Suigetsu simply listened until he noticed a black-handled scythe with a long, curved, 2-sided blade whose silver sheen nearly blinded him. The majority of the smaller cuts were all intended to be fatal blows. As he returned to the others, he declared, "This is mine now." Haku tilted his head inquisitively. "What, she ain't using it? In addition, I'd better get stronger if I wanted to hang out with you guys." Kotoru smirked as he said, "Oh, you're staying, huh? Well, I need a friend who isn't a total moron." "Yes, shut up, water boy," Suigetsu said, causing the boy to blush, because Naruto is just a friend. Sighing, Haku said, "Come on. Let's go inform Zabuza-sama." "You mean that he's no longer there?" Haku shrugged. When we arrived, he was gone. He will return, so don't worry. Who would have thought the boy would be so adventurous? Jiraiya chuckled. The Jinchuriki was a troublemaker, always going missing, getting into trouble, or helping some lost cause. For a child who could act like a full-fledged hunter nin, he could be such a head in the sky I can save everyone moron. Zabuza was going to wring Naruto's neck. This isn't the first time he's gone off and disappeared. The Gaki will return, so don't worry. Before leaving the room, Jiraiya said, just give it some time. Too bad there aren't any bathhouses around here. As they arrived at the training area, Zabuza started putting Kotoru and Suigetsu through their paces. Since Kotoru already possessed his own Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, he was concentrating on his ninjutsu. Since the boy had lightning release, they went over the fundamentals, and Mei had multiple lightning release scrolls, so he had a place to start. They began with Suigetsu's excellent ninjutsu. His water jutsu would eventually be able to compete with the best shinobi. His taijutsu was largely dependent on his waterification, and his kenjutsu was non-existent. While teaching the two how to use the scythe was fascinating, Zabuza found it amusing to watch the child struggle. At last, the observer Mei approached him and said, "Who'd have thought the big demon Zabuza would care so much about some whelps?" Zabuza said, as if it were inconsequential, "They need to get stronger." Mei could see him averting her eyes, but he said, "It's okay. You look pretty in it." He shook the thought from his mind as he froze for a moment and turned to face the future Cage, who was stunning and strong. She laughed and said, "Play hard to get." She turned to face him as she left, saying, "I'll get you eventually." "I'm a murdering demon," she said as she walked away, sending shivers down his spine. "I'm a demon who kills." He whispered to himself, "I'm a murdering demon." He turned to see both boys smiling at him and said, "I'll kick your ass if you don't get back to it." Brats, damn them, continue to increase. 3 days later, Naruto reached the front gate with Raikuba at his side. His clothes were in ruins, and instead of his seal, he had his Nikabudo on his back, which startled everyone as he entered. "Then you used that Gale Palm thing to avoid Mama's last blow. It was really awesome," Raikuba yelled as he ran around him. Nobody said anything. Zabuza though walked up and punched Naruto back out the door, shocking everyone. "Damn it. Gaki, where in hell have you been?" Naruto sat up and turned to face his OG. "What was that for?" Zabuza glared daggers down at the blonde, making him freeze. "You run off. Go away, then return with a talking cat." "Mister, I'm a jaguar. My new summoner is Narukun, so don't hit him again or your mother will devour you." Zabuza looked down at the cub before looking at Naruto again. "What?" "After saving him, I got into a fight with some people. We visited the location there. I spoke with an elderly man who shared some information with me. I then engaged Nekogatami in combat. I was then chosen to be their new summoner by the boss and elder summons." Zabuza shook his head and said, "Damn it, Gaki. Just let us know next time." "Zabuza," Gozu shouted, "your dad is showing." Before Zabuza threw a kunai at him, Naruto and Haku yelled and laughed. "Okay, my tiny shinobi." With a smug expression on her face, Mei said, the team that was heading to the Leaf Village consisted of Naruto, Haku, Chojuro, Utami, and Saline. However, before they left, she had them all meet her, along with Kotoru and Suigetsu. Zabuza smirked as he stood by Mei. "Haku, Naruto, Kotoru, and Suigetsu. Kurigakure is still out of our control. But you are a missed shinobi," she said, removing 4 hate and distributing them. "Suigetsu, you didn't want to come with us, I know that. I hope I've communicated my desire for change." Suigetsu grinned as he looked at his new friends and noticed Naruto's smile. "I guess I'll stay," Suigetsu said. "To control those Uzumaki, you'll need someone like me." "You baka, stop talking. We are the ones having to protect your hide," Naruto shouted. Mei rolled her eyes and said, "Now, before we send you on such a dangerous mission, Zabuza and I want to iron out some things with your skills, which is why I'm not sending you two with Haku and Naruto. Thus, you will remain here and accompany Zabuza on brief missions." "I don't care how strong you are," he said, turning to face Jiraiya. "Keep my shinobi safe. Mizu no Kuni and Kurigakure's future lies with these ninja. I owe it to the boy and his late father to uphold his wishes," Jiraiya said, glancing down at Naruto. "Don't worry, he was let down by Konoha. Thus, I hope you don't." Before departing, the 4 boys gathered at the door. "You better not get yourself killed or captured out there, Naruto. I don't want to have to go and meet another member of our clan to replace you, Kotaro said, glancing at his obnoxious friend. Naruto's smile made Kotaro's heart skip a beat. Please know I'm amazing. I'll be back. He attempted to avoid making eye contact by averting his gaze. As the nickname made the blushing worse, Naruto asked, bewildered, are you feeling okay? You look sick, Kotakun. Kotaro's expression darkened as Suigetsu laughed to himself, oh, I'm sure he is fine. Just stuck in his head, Kotaru. I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto is just stupid and will get himself hurt. Everyone watched as Uzumaki left, leaving Naruto in a state of confusion. Haku, I'm lost. What did I do? He whispered, glancing at his brother. You were quite dense, Naruto-kun. Haku grinned but shook his head. Don't worry, Suigetsu said with a smirk, we'll be ready to join you guys for major operations when you get back. They'll have a hard time with our team when we go on the offensive. Naruto couldn't help but smile as they reached the edge of Mizu. What are you thinking about, Naruto? Haku asked, bumping his shoulder. His smile grew as he looked up at his brother and said, we are going to win. We'll have a home, Haku. I'm just happy. When Chojuro was anxious to leave the base, he turned to face the blonde and said, how can you be so sure? I don't even understand why I was picked to go with you. You four are all so, and I'm just so weak in comparison. Celine rolled her eyes and said, no, you're not. You're already one of the best swordsmen in the nation, she said, glancing at the anxious boy. Naruto smiled and said, she's right. You fought Oji Jaku and almost beat him in just Kenjutsu. Yeah, he didn't have his Kubikiribocho, but still. That was super cool. Chojuro gave the 13-year-old a startled look before blushing at the praise and saying, thank you. Celine approached Haku and said, you seem happy to be on this mission. Haku grinned at the girl and replied, well, I am. A mission with Naruto is always great and I think Chojuro and him will be a great team on the battlefield. Her expression stopped his heart in its tracks. Oh, that's the only reason. As she watched the entire event, Utami, who was standing next to Naruto, said, oh man, could you imagine? Those two would be a terrifying couple. Naruto considered it and cocked his head. He never gave Haku's preferences any thought. He assumed that his older brother liked boys because he had never shown interest in anyone. They would be. Haku ni is getting stronger. Then he shivered as he imagined powerful ice mirrors and scorch explosions going off all over the battlefield. I don't think we should encourage that. They'd take over the world. Naruto noticed it, though, and returned to watching Haku. The way they were blushing and conversing with one another. It was not the same. Haku appeared both content and anxious. Nothing ever made him anxious. Naruto actually grinned at it. He desired his happiness. Naruto was aware of his debt to Zabuza and Haku. Without them, he would never have grown strong. He would never have experienced what it was like to have a family because he would have been alone. Who knows what might have occurred? He might have become a weak genin who had to play catch-up because no one gave him a chance, or the Kyuubi might have killed him and destroyed Konoha. No, he would see to it that Haku had every chance. They all deserved it, including him. They had an opportunity to live normal lives with families. Naruto wouldn't turn that down for anything. To ensure that his family could live the lives they were entitled to, he would destroy any adversary. They set up camp after walking for hours. Naruto called Raikuba to join them all after setting up the fire. After surveying the area, Raikuba leapt onto Naruto's lap and asked, so can I ask questions now? Naruto nodded and giggled, yes, go ahead. Haku-san, you have ice release, so are you cold all the time? What about Senbon? Why do you use that? You should make claws out of ice. That would be so cool. Naruto rubbed his fingers through the cub's fur and said, I don't know your name, Chakutaro. His name is Chojuro. Raikuba brightened up, yeah, Chojuro. You are a kenjutsu specialist like Narukun. So why don't you have any special swords? I see you use two. Do you use any other weapons? You smell like a smoky fire. Naruto said you had scorch release. I've never even heard of that before. He said to Celine before Chojuro could reply. Raikou. Naruto laughed and said, you mangy cat, let them answer you. My fur has a super pretty sheen and I am going to be a big strong jaguar. Raikuba said, looking beyond offended. I'm not mangy, and I'm not a cat. Thinking that Raikuba was the ideal summon for Naruto, Haku interrupted, saying, well Raikuba-kun. I am not cold. In fact, I can't get cold and I'm not as physically strong as Naruto. so I stick to long distance or fast dash attacks. Chojuro recognizing the chance to respond, I can use any weapons as long as they are melee. I don't have any special swords because we are going to have me try out some of the 7 swords of the mist. I tried the Kiba blades and they are good, but I'm not a fan of using lightning release. As Celine described her Kekkei Genkai, Haku couldn't help but smile at her. Yes, I have Scorch Release. It's not bound by any clan, but my clan is known for many users. It's recessive, so you get lucky having it. Mine is pretty lucky, it is powerful and versatile. You smell like toads. Are you a user of the Myoboku toads? Raikuba asked, turning to face Jiraiya. With a broad smile, Jiraiya said to the cub, I am. I even can use their senjutsu techniques. You were from the jaguars of the Inazuma River. I believe your people and the toads were enemies at one point. With a nearly sheepish laugh, the cub said, yeah, they were. I don't remember why. I wasn't paying attention to it in school, but the great jaguar sage has told us of a great war. I wanted to have Naruto take the toad contract. It was his father's as well. It's okay though, the jaguar clans are good clans to be allied to. I've also heard many stories. I wonder if your elders will have him learn sage arts. Only 3 clans have them that I know of. Naruto was just listening when he said, maybe. Nobody has had our contract in decades, so who knows? Hey, do you think anyone will recognize me? He interrupted. With a smile, Jiraiya threw him a mempo and said, here. It was a red mask that had black teeth. Most of the civilians won't think anything of you. However, even with that, both shinobi and the elders will. I assume that Hiruzen will address it immediately. They reached the edge of Konoha after 2 days. Naruto glanced around, recalling the moment he had slipped out of the village and started down this road. Utami exclaimed in awe, this forest is so pretty. It's so fertile here. Jiraiya sensed the anger emanating from the ice user as Haku said, it is beautiful. His voice was almost contemptuous. Too bad it's colder than my ice. He was not to blame. Haku had spent years living with Naruto. Azumo and Kotetsu halted them as they got closer to the gates, saying, Jiraiya-sama. Why are they with you? There are no wave shinobi in the Chunin exams. They have been hired by the Hokage. We are headed there now, he said with a smile as he produced a scroll and gave it to them. Naruto glanced at the ninja, but Azumo glared at them, asking, what could a few kids from Kiri bring us? These 2 didn't need to be fought. He would defeat them by himself, despite their strength. Kotetsu remarked, Azumo, it doesn't matter. He grinned and said, enjoy your time here in Konagaku. Everyone in the village was staring at them as they walked. Naruto was walking alongside Raikuba. On his back was his Nikaburdo blade. Haku and Celine were in front of him, and Utami and Chojuro were right behind him. It was weird to be back here. Naruto was unsure of his emotions. He felt rigid, as though he were prepared to fight at any second. It was true what Jiraiya had said. All of the shinobi older than 20 gazed at him. Most were aware of his identity and nature. He was brought back to reality by Haku's voice, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Naruto pretended to smile as they passed a tiny alley, and he froze. Let go of me, stupid demon. Stay dead, you little monster. Ah. Naruto extended his arm to his chest. The knife was passing through his ribs, and he could feel it. Utami touched his shoulder. Gazing around, he noticed that Jiraiya and everyone else were staring at him. Sorry. He wiped away his tears and said, we are almost to the Hokage Tower. They soon found themselves facing the Hokage. Grinning, Hiruzen said, welcome to our village, young shinobi. I hope you had a good travels. They all bowed to the Hokage. Thank you for inviting us, Hokage-sama. Your deal was drastically in our favor, I believe, said Celine first. Now, before we get to the pleasantries and addressing the fox in the room, I would like to discuss the mission. Everyone stood at attention as he turned to face Naruto and said, I actually disagree. Raikuba hunched over Naruto's feet and, we are hosting a tournament for the final tests of the Chunin exams. In that time we believe an attack on our village is possible. Having 4 Jonin-level shinobi will be a boon for us. As Celine put it, that's bold. Who could possibly attack Konoha? Hiruzen knew very little about her. However, she gained notoriety for destroying her rivals, saying, the village is the new village, Otogaku. Naruto remarked, that doesn't make sense though. Haku gave a nod, you're right. Even fighting Kiri or Suna would be suicide for such a new village. Utami turned to face her teammates and said, I don't understand. If Oto isn't strong enough, then why would they attack? What villages are there going to be? Haku inquired. Naruto, Saline, and Haku looked at one another and said, Suna will also be participating in the tournament. They are going to be helping with the attack. According to Saline, has to be. Yup, so we need to watch for any shinobi that are sneaking into the village, Naruto said, nodding in agreement. Hiruzen listened to them talk about their strategies. I think we split 2 and 3. Saline concurs, Haku and I will be together that day. Utami, Chojuro and Naruto will be team 2. I want your 3 to stay near the tournament. If an attack comes you'll work with the Leaf Shinobi to evacuate civilians and protect the genin. All 3 said, hi. Hiruzen laughed and said, I am glad that you are here. Now for the tough conversations. You are his captain. He nodded to Saline and said, you may stay. Jiraiya, could you please take the other 3 to their hotel? I have you know, said Naruto, Saline, and Jiraiya as everyone departed. You were immediately recognized by all of my Anbu and Jonin in the village. Although it is regrettable, we anticipated this would occur. However, there is an issue with that. Hiruzen sighed, there is another faction I haven't been able to eradicate from this village. Saline asked, oh, and what might that be? Naruto could sense the heat in her voice. We call it the Root. I cannot promise that they will keep their distance. However, Naruto shrugged and said, won't be the first time I fought Anbu. The cage gave Naruto a confused look as his self-assured smile turned feral, and Saline slapped him across the head. Don't demonize like your foolish Oji. Naruto sighed, I'm not murdery, while Raikuba laughed, yeah, you get scary when you get all murdery. I just enjoy fighting. Nope, you get this smile that looks like you're going to feed on them afterwards, the cub chuckled. It makes me think of my mother. Naruto shuddered when he considered Nekogatami. Well, if nothing else is available, your friend from Team 7 will be thrilled to see you again, I'm sure. Training Ground 7 is where he is currently training. He needs someone to assist him with his training. Naruto grinned, all right. I'm going to go down there. Naruto took his time exploring the village, expecting to feel a sense of nostalgia, but instead he feels a little disdain. This was the village that had wronged him, and he was left to die. Now that he was a skilled swordsman, he could kill anyone who had wronged him. Shaking the thought from his mind, he continued until he reached the training ground, where he could see Team 7 sprinting through formations. Kakashi was observing from a post as the team performed the complex moves, saying, Hey Kakashi-san. Naruto says as he approaches. It's good to see you, Naruto. The copy nin turns to face him and smiles broadly. Who might you be? He asks, looking down at the jaguar. My name is Raikuba. Naruto tilts his head, perplexed. How did you know he was a summons? Kakashi laughed. Of course you'd get a summoning contract. Naruto nodded and said, oh yeah, you have a dog summons, huh? I have one, remember? Yes. What are your thoughts on them, then? They moved really well together, and Naruto watched for a moment. Sakura was using Senbon, drawing inspiration from Haku. Sasuke was similar, but he was much faster and stronger. Hiraku, on the other hand, was the most improved. He was holding a Tondo-style blade, and his speed was incredible. We found out that Hiraku is a sensor, so I taught him my white wolf-style Kenjutsu and body flicker. Does he not have tunnel vision? Naruto asks. He then notices it. He teleport taught air opening, covering their sides. Now I see it. That's incredible. We have a week. Naruto feels himself at that point. Gaara is already becoming famous, so I haven't been able to teach him much because I'm trying to get Sasuke ready for his fight with Gaara of Suna. I've heard rumors from all over Mizu. Yes, sadly, I am unable to spend time with Hiraku. What would you think of instructing him? Naruto smiles beneath his mask and says, all right. I have a gift for him. All right, everybody, that concludes today. We're going to go continue practicing your jutsu, Sasuke. You will be getting trained by Naruto, the boy says, grinning at Naruto, who couldn't help but be relieved that he had overcome the demon. Really? That's incredible. What am I going to learn from you? Naruto smiles and says, you'll see. I want to see how much better you've become first. Sakura watches as Kakashi takes Sasuke, and Haku joins her, accompanied by Chojuro and Utami. As Hiraku draws his Tonto and Naruto draws his Golik, Sakura remarks, Hiraku has gotten really fast. As the match started, they vanished, Naruto using his physical speed and Hiraku using his sensory abilities. Sparks flew as they collided across the battlefield, and Naruto was impressed by the improvement. His strikes were quick and accurate. Good, he'll need that speed. Haku smiles. Raikuba, who was protecting Naruto Nikabuto's blade, added, if he were using this sword he'd have already won. Naruto's style involved a lot more maneuverability, with his twists and turns blocking each attack. Suddenly appearing Selena said, Naruto-kun is holding back. The boy's speed and style are being tested by him. He wants to be certain that the boy is capable of learning anything he wants to teach him. Hiraku is panting heavily as the spar comes to a close, but Naruto is grinning behind his mask and declares, that's enough. You've got super good Hiraku. As Hariku collapsed onto his back from exhaustion, Haku approached and remarked, I didn't come close to beating you Naruto-kun. You might not have, but Naruto is a Jonin and one of the best Kenjutsu users in the elemental nations. I wouldn't say that Haku, however, ignores the blonde, saying, you learn a few more tricks will become a massive threat. Naruto felt his cheeks warm at the compliment. Do you really believe that? I'm fairly certain that in terms of speed alone, you are faster than almost any of the Chunin shinobi in the Leaf, Hiraku asks with hope, and Naruto nods. Which works because if we can increase your physical speed then your body flicker will be even faster. What will you impart to me? You're fighting Hyuga, right? Naruto smiled. Naruto grinned at the affirmative nod. Normally, I'd say that you couldn't engage in combat with a Hyuga prodigy. Your speed is already beneficial. Body flicker will serve as an excellent tool for you. He picked up his Golic and held it up, but Hiraku didn't understand. I don't get it. Naruto swung as he approached the tree line, destroying multiple trees with the chakra flowing through and around the blade. That was incredible. After we're done, your chakra control will be so perfect that you can wrap your chakra around any sword, Hariku exclaimed. However, you should get a sword with a chakra metal to make things easier. It will be beneficial. They were drawn in by a clap, and Jiraiya said as she left, you have potential. What's your name, brat? Hiraku. My name is Jiraiya the Gallant, he says with a hint of suspicion. In the most extravagant manner imaginable, he exclaims, Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. Before putting his Golic away, Naruto sighs and asks, Jiraiya-san, why are you so noisy? What? He yells at Naruto, who yells back, look who's yelling you old perv. Shut up, Gaki. Who do you think is a pervert? It was you who was discovered to be spying on Mai-sama. Naruto yelled, his killing intent leaking. Before they could continue, Senbon hit their shoulders, ow. Looking at Haku, both of them yelled, I think that's enough. He grinned. Naruto is entitled to appear frightened, yes, Haku. Apologies. Anyway, Jiraiya walks around the small swordsman and remarks, Naruto seems to have an eye for talent. Naruto will help you and so will I. Looking down at his feel while avoiding eye contact, Hiraku says, I'm not special though Jiraiya-sama. I was bottom of our class and didn't get anything that made me stand out until I met Naruto in Nami. So what? Jiraiya exclaimed with a loud laugh. You paid attention to what he taught you, then expanded upon it. Being born great and a prodigy is meaningless. The effort you put forth is what counts. You've put in the effort. What are your thoughts? Hiraku glances at Sakura and Naruto. He cannot see Naruto's face, but the blonde simply nods at him, and Sakura smiles. Since Nami, they have become close friends, and they are nearly always together. Yes, Hiraku says. Teach me Jiraiya-sama, please. All right. For the following 5 days, Naruto and I are going to put you through a lot. In the depths of Konoha, Danzo read the report and became enraged, saying, Hiruzen, you idiot. You allow the fox to roam freely within our walls. Finally, after all this time. No, I'll retrieve our weapon. When I do, I'll ask to have you kicked out and I'll bring Konagakure to prominence. Moving with Kotoru and Suigetsu, Zabuza was on a simple delivery mission when the Mizukage's men ambushed them. Before the ninja could react, he sliced through 3 of them with a swinging kubikiribocho that looked like it was made of plastic. He turned to see Suigetsu deflecting a Kanouchi's kunai before raising his scythe and stabbing through her lower face, and Kotoru using a tree as a springboard, his Nikabuto blade easily slicing through his opponent. Well done, you two. I didn't even get to use my new ninjutsu, Kotoru shrugged, adding, you're getting better very quickly. Looking at the red head, Zabuza couldn't help but be grateful they found him. He balanced Naruto well, more level-headed and less sadistic in battle. They complemented each other almost as well as Naruto and Haku. Suigetsu was his own man though. Well boy, he was a couple years older. His hydrofication technique helped him take hits that should be lethal. With time his water jutsu would be even stronger than that shitbag Kisame. Kotaro though looked at the ninja he had killed. Are you getting stronger too? Because I feel like that massive sword is getting easier to use. Zabuza just smirked. Well, I have no choice when I have all you little runts following me around all the time. Kotaro's face got red in frustration. TCH. Whatever, we can start working on. They continued traveling together, outrunning any lingering adversaries until they arrived at a base on one of the southern islands, where they were interrupted by 14 shinobi. Zabuza-san. We were informed that you and a group of genin were en route. Come along with us. As they were led inside, they noticed that this base was very different from Mei's, and they could smell blood and dust. I want shinobi in this valley here, said a tall, thin man standing in the center of the war room. A number of teams are relocating to Yagura. Bring up 2 more teams to Mount Keto. In the event that an enemy force arrives, they will issue a warning. The man's features were sharp, and his long black hair partially covered his left eye as he looked up. Zabuza Momochi, he said. I'd heard you were coming back. It's been a while. Ah, Demigado. Demigado grinned and said, fine, all things considering. You look well. How did that scar I gave you heal up? Suigetsu-kun, Kotaro-kun. Demigado Kuchisaki is this person. Suigetsu interrupted, saying, wait, are you from the Blood Clan? I didn't think you were the Kuchisaki that Mei told me about. Yeah, Kotaro said, observing the man with curiosity as he cut his hand open with his long fingernail, the blood forming a demonic-looking sword. Some of us are here. However, the majority of my clan is still hiding here in the Mizu. Well, what we are here for. Zabuza gestured for Kotaro to come forward, who gave him a scroll. After opening it, he smiled and turned to face Zabuza. Well, it looks like the forces at the Mizu's northern base are headed east at one of the other bases. So you intend to attack? Kotaro sighs, are all you fucking people here psychotic killers? As he shrugs and places the scroll down, almost seductively at the thought of killing. Zabuza chuckled as he looked at his student, saying, no. However, there are those of us who have survived things that make you cringe, kids. I have no idea why you're upset about it. Your little blonde demon boy is kind of a sadistic killer. Suigetsu smirks at the shorter redhead. Kotaro growls and grabs his shirt, saying, he isn't mine. His declaration was betrayed by the blush. If you attack, we can join, Zabuza said, glancing at Demigado. They require more combat experience. Demigado looked at the 2 boys and grinned like a vampire, saying, perfect. All right, I'll have you supplement my forces. I wish you luck, little ninja. Back in Konoha, Naruto stood staring at the Hokage monument with his father's face gazing down at him. As he gazed at the man, he felt a little at ease. I hope you're not mad at me, Dad, the yellow flash said to himself. It's simply not home in this village. But I'll find one. Just as you defended this one, I'll defend the one I'm working on. When Naruto jumped down, he walked through the village, where he was stared at or avoided by many because of his mask. Eventually, he found himself in a place he hadn't been to in years, and he sat down to see the 2 familiar faces behind the counter. What can we obtain for you? Chuki grinned broadly, and Naruto grinned back as he removed his mask and said, please, old man Chuki, give me some miso ramen with extra pork. Chuki and Ayame both stopped when they saw the boy with whiskers in front of him, but Ayame was the first to snap out of it. She ran around the counter and pulled Naruto into a back-breaking hug, grunting in agony as his back cracked. After being released from Ayame's hold, Chuki grabbed his shoulders and said, Naruto, you look so strong. He looked up and noticed the mist hate, and asked, Kiri. We believed you had passed away, or worse. Nope, I sort of fled. Chuki sighed, I can't say I don't understand after that night. This is a happy occasion, so come sit. After all these years, our favorite customer is back. Tell us everything. While Naruto sits down, Chuki starts preparing his meal. Well, after I ran away, I found a shinobi, he says. Zabuza is his name. Oji is an extremely skilled swordsman. I was saved from some strange Anbu by him and Haku-ni. They were not your typical Anbu. Unlike Gigi, they lacked animal masks. In any case, after about a year of training, I began going on missions. I felt weak and terrible, but all I needed were some awesome teachers. I have friends now, Suigetsu-kun and Kota-kun. Then Gozu-ni and Maizu. Although they are not very strong, they are improving. When Naruto told the 2 adults about his adventures and missions, they were shocked to learn that he had a summoning contract with the Jaguars of Inazuma River. They were a little concerned about his love of fighting and killing, but they quickly moved past it when he explained how he had saved a number of tortured animals in order to obtain his summoning contract. I'm training Haruka right now. As he gulps down some noodles, Naruto remarks, he is currently learning from Jiraiya, and he is doing really well. He should be able to increase his cutting power by tomorrow, and Jiraiya-san is going to give him the Toad Summon, which is super cool. Your life is quite different than you had wanted when you were younger, Naruto-kun. Ayame states. Naruto smiled softly. Yeah, it is. I wouldn't trade it for anything though. Suigetsu-kun, Haku-ni, Maizu and Gozu, Kota-kun, and Zabuza-oji. They're incredible, and I'm now gaining more friends. Similar to Utami and Selena. I'll make Makoto like me. After leaving the ramen stand, Naruto was pleased to see them and let them know he was still alive. He even promised to write them when he could. As he was making his way to the training ground, he heard movement and used some of his limited sensing skills to detect 3 shinobi pursuing him. Taking a turn, he entered a small group of trees, his hand on his golik, and Naruto called out, "You know you shouldn't go following people, Anbu-san." 3 Anbu, each wearing an unidentifiable mask, landed in front of him. This was definitely the route that Hiruzen had warned him about. "I should have told you something," Naruto said, laughing as 9 more landed around him and said, "You will come with us, Naruto-san." Ice mirrors appeared everywhere as Naruto appeared in front of the Anbu he was facing, his golik barely blocked by the Anbu. "I'm not alone either." A huge water dragon crashed into the trees on his left, while a huge scorch release ball crashed into the ones on his left. As he started trading blows with them, he narrowly avoided a sword. One of them was clearly a Hyuga member, his fighting style was quick, and he was attempting to hit Naruto's chakra points. Just as one of his hands was about to hit him, a Senbon struck his forearm. The ninja was stunned, and before he could react, Naruto twisted around him, slashed his neck open, and then re-engaged the other 2. The force was powerful enough to send him sailing through the air and into a tree. The Anbu looked up to see all 4 of the Kiri shinobi staring down at him. Sparks flew as he deflected their swords, knocking one of them off course and driving his machete into the man's chest before throwing his foot against the other man's chest. With a murderous expression on his face, Naruto remarked, "Danzo should have played nice. You will go and tell Danzo that should he come after me again, we will destroy him in the root." However, Selene threw a ball of fire at him, burning him alive. "Just kidding." Naruto chuckled, "Thanks guys. We were following you for a while," Haku said, turning to face his brother. "We assumed they would give it a shot." "Well, thanks guys." Naruto grinned broadly and said, "I'm kind of glad they did though." After wiping off his golik, he gazed down at the corpses around them. "I was getting bored, and sometimes a fight is just what you need." "You're really kind of crazy," said Utami, shaking her head. "Not my dad." Naruto blushed, "But you look a lot like your dad, Zabuza-san." "Yes, you and Haku don't resemble your father at all, do you? Like you're not a murderous hobo, and he's not calculating in a fight." Selene couldn't contain her laughter as the 2 boys blushed at one another. "Oh man, she is so right too." With her finger pointing at Naruto, she said, "Now you just need to get this to realize he has a red-headed lunatic who is obsessed with him." "What? No, I don't." "Don't lie, Naruto," Haku added. "We all see how you are with your Kota-kun." "Stupid ninja," Naruto complained as he turned to leave. "Kill them all and their foolish notions." The tournament finally got underway, and the plan was straightforward. Jiraiya would stand watch with the Hokage, while the others watched from the stands, with Haku and Selene on one side of the arena and Utami, Chojuro, and Naruto observing close to the genin. He heard Naruto say, "Yeah, go Hariku." As the boy came to a stop, a shinobi named Genma was walking out with all the genin, and he could see Haruka walking at the back of the pack. "Let them see how amazing you are." The boy, certain that his father was staring at Naruto as if he were insane, was unsure of how to respond. Everyone leave the arena except for Haruka Koba and Neju Hyuga. 3 days prior, Jiraiya said, "You're fighting a Hyuga." Utami and Naruto watched. "It's difficult for anyone to fight a Hyuga up close, myself as well. I've created my own methods for combating them. The first rule is to stay away. Neji's speed is astounding, he is a prodigy. Fortunately, we have a faster person here." "Oh, that's me. You must use your weapon to avoid direct attacks," Naruto said, standing at attention and cheering. "He is unaware of your kenjutsu abilities. or how big they are. In addition, you are now a summoner. But save it for last. Alright, what else? If he is really the master I think he is, Haruka asks, and Jiraiya, Naruto, and Utami all give the boy a crazy smile. He has a defense, in my opinion, that is very difficult to overcome. Naruto possesses a talent that can penetrate it. You will thus practice on the rock and water barriers of Utami. Start. Haruka started by hurling shuriken at the Hyuga, just as he had been informed that the boy was incredibly quick. He made his way through the hand signals before unleashing a tremendous barrage of fire that would have dwarfed Sasuke. Jumping up, Naruto exclaimed, "Holy shit! How come he could do that?" As everyone turned to face them, Chojuro flushed and said, "Damn, I teach some awesome shinobi. Hold on until I get my own genin." While Haruka drew his chakra saber faster than most people could see, Neji moved to try to take out the boy, saying, "You are destined to fail." Neji ducked the attack and instantly switched to the defense, but Haruka struck just as quickly as Neji, saying, "Fuck your destiny." He threw chakra bombs while leaping back, putting some distance between them. "You act as if you were exempt from this rule," Neji said, glaring at the other boy. "Destiny is what defines us. The weakest member of your class, a civilian. All you are is an heir doomed to a life of banality. My hometown is the esteemed Hyuga. The main branch is destined to be protected. You have neither ancestry nor blood. Just instruction from a reformed Jonin." Everyone watched in amazement as the Academy Dobi pushed Pack one of the strongest shinobi of their generation. Haruka growled, "What do you know?" The two launched another attack, their blows increasing in speed, with Haruka tuking and Neji suffering a massive cut with each blow. With a warm smile, Hiruzen observed. Haruka reminded him of Jiraiya, who was strong despite having trouble navigating and was now up against a boy who many believe had much greater potential. "An impressive showing," Hiruzen said. "That boy's ability to combat such a potent dojutsu astounds me." "Yes," he said, glancing at his neighbor, whom he knew to be Orochimaru. "There are many powerful shinobi here." It was becoming clear that this next generation would be strong. Everyone in the arena froze as smoke filled the arena, but Neji stopped spinning and said, "You are destined for nothing but failure." Haruka avoided another kick before an open hand struck his shoulder, sending him falling backward just in time for his explosions to go off. "You don't get it, do you?" Haruka snarled as he got to his feet, coughing up blood. "I've met someone who was destined for pain. Abuse, among other things." He departed and discovered his own path. "It doesn't matter if I lose." The crowd froze as a lightning chakra formed around the chakra blade. With wide eyes, Chojuro asked, "What is that?" "Naruto, is it similar to your method?" Naruto, who was smiling ear to ear, "Yup. However, he now has more than that. We discovered something else. You should have learned something other than just family jutsu," Neji said as Haruka's chakra surged and each chakra point opened back up. "Even though I don't win right now, I'll do that the next time." Abruptly, he materialized in front of Neji, his blade descending, but as he rotated, the tiny sword sliced through it. Hiyashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan and father to Hinata Hyuga, sat in the stands with his eyes wide open in disbelief. How? Some clanless shinobi have gotten past our defense after Neji first demonstrated a secret technique. The battle abruptly changed, and as his friend turned the tide, Naruto felt his lips curl almost evilly. Their movements were blurry, and only shinobi of the Jonin level could follow the battle. Utami was having trouble, and Haku, who was with Saline, said, "Perhaps we should let Naruto train more genin." Saline simply nodded. Shock was clearly visible on her face. She had nearly died in a previous battle with a Hyuga. Haruka was furious and ready to finish this, but he knew that this was all he had left. He landed glaring daggers at the Hyuga, who were both struggling to stay upright. Haruka's chakra points were mostly closed off now, and Neji was covered in massive gashes, with his headband severed and his hair framing his face. This, is I it. Haruka. The young swordsman nodded and charged with all of his strength, flaring his chakra as he did so. Neji ducked before his blade could make contact, his hand striking his stomach, and Haruka dropped his weapon before collapsing to his knees and passing out. Genma froze until the audience started applauding, chanting the names of Haruka and Neji Hyuga as the winner. He called just as Haruka and the all-seeing boy were about to pass out. Chojuro and Utami both nodded, still in awe of the crazy fight, and Naruto jumped up and said, "I am going to go see him." As he ran to the infirmary, a large, burly man stopped him. At first, Naruto didn't think much of him, but then he noticed the resemblance and said, "You're the demon brat." He was at a loss for words as he looked up at him and said, "You helped Hariku train." "I am Datamo," the man sighed, and Naruto simply nodded. "He told me everything. Hariku's dad. I wasn't in favor of his aspirations to become a shinobi. In addition, I wasn't pleased to learn that he had encountered the prodigal demon. But," with tense shoulders, Naruto said, "Thank you. In Wave, you saved my boy. Taught him and prepared him for a fight against a Hyuga prodigy. Go on in, but I'll be watching you." "Hi," Naruto said, his eyes filling with tears. Walking in, he saw that Hariku was awake. "Naruto-kun. Sorry I let you down." "What? You didn't let me down. You were such a badass," Naruto said with so much enthusiasm it almost knocked Hariku down. "You got super good in such a short time. You didn't even use your summon." "Hariku. Summon?" his dad said, confused. "Yeah. Hariku was taught by me and Jiraiya-sama. He has the same summon as him and the 4th Hokage now. You are going to be the strongest shinobi in generations from Konoha." Hariku. Tears filled the other boy's eyes. "Thank you, Naruto. After all the terrible things I said to you, thank you for being my friend." Naruto's laugh made him smile. "Of course, you idiot. Besides, I need a good rival other than Kota-kun." Returning to their seats after a Hariku got the all-clear, they saw Shino standing across from a sand genin. Only for the boy to give up instantly. Naruto went on alert. "It's going to happen now," he said, putting both Chojuro and Utami on alert. Hariku was confused. Next match is Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara of the Sand. Just before they were about to call it, he and Kakashi appeared. Naruto rolled his eyes at the boy's new look. The fight was moving quick. Naruto watched everything but the fight until his attention got pulled by the sound of birds chirping. Lightning was going off of Sasuke's hand as he plunged it into the giant sand ball in the center of the arena. Oj! That's when Naruto noticed the feathers. Just as his eyes were going to close, he released the genjutsu. Chakra chains shot out of his back, impaling 4 ninja. Throwing them to the ground, he looked at his team. "Told you they were going to attack." As an explosion went off in the Hokage box. "What the hell's happening?" Hariku called out, confused. "Sand and sound are attacking." Utami said, a kunai in hand. "We need to stick together." Kakashi landed next to them. "Hariku." Sasuke went after Gaara. "He is going to need backup." "What? Is he crazy?" Kakashi was happy at least one of his genin had sense enough to stop and think of the situation. "Go and back him up." "Naruto, you and your team are fighting in the village." "Hi. We'll go and protect the civilians." Kakashi nodded. "Good, we'll fight here." "Good luck." "Hariku, if you don't smack Sasuke for following the boy, I will." Chojuro would be attacked if he defected. His anxiety was out of control. He twisted and slashed down another enemy ninja while shouting to the civilians, "Hurry." Water smashed past him and struck another ninja. Utami then struck it with lightning and said, "Stupid sound ninja." Chojuro exclaimed in a panic, "You shouldn't insult them, Utami." However, Utami simply chuckled, asking, "What do I have to worry about? You're slicing through these ninja like butter." Panicked, "They could have a really strong ninja," he exclaims. Chojuro was baffled by the intensity of everyone he fought with. They only seemed to enjoy the rush of battle. He asks, "Where is Naruto-kun?" as he observes more leaf shinobi eliminating more ninja. She deflected a tanto with her kunai and remarked, "I think he left to take care of those giant snakes." Chojuro suddenly materialized behind him and stabbed him in the chest. He looks out at the enemy ninja while twirling his sword and asks, "That guy's crazy. Why do we have to be on missions with him?" She made more hand gestures and exclaimed, "Oh come on, Chojuro. You know you are enjoying the fight." He couldn't understand them, especially Naruto, who was a psychotic with a fighting addiction. She says before firing a massive water dragon. Instead of throwing Senbon, Haku threw up multiple ice mirrors across the battlefield. He then made 2 strong ice swords and started slicing down enemy ninja as he moved from mirror to mirror, his speed greater than before. He had observed that the more they trained, the more powerful they all became, and he had to wonder if he and Zabuza-san would have been as strong if they hadn't met Naruto during these times when they were fighting enemies and things were getting easier and easier. Zabuza was already strong, and now he was on the verge of becoming a cage. When they found Naruto, Haku was just as strong as Zabuza, but he often reflected that Naruto was stronger than him. Now he was with this strong and attractive woman. They would hit ninja and completely cut out all moisture from their bodies, dropping them in heaps on the ground. Selene's hair was flowing, and like nearly all Kiri shinobi, she had a sadistic joy of battle. He looked from his mirror and saw that she had cut another man in half. Oh, no matter how hard they tried, these fools couldn't take Konoha. Celine laughed as she combined the fireballs into one massive one. Firing it out, killing nearly 6 more ninja. Come on, Haku-kun. In this competition, I'm destroying you. He dropped out of a mirror and said, I didn't know we were keeping score, Celine-chan. She gave him a displeased look. How could he not say, you, what? Who enters a battle without recording their score? What are you learning from that foolish swordsman? As civilians pass by them, she pouts, Naruto-kun would get it. Haku received a kunai to his leg for ignoring Celine's challenge, saying, I'm sorry, Celine-chan. Celine wasn't incorrect. Naruto would enjoy keeping score, and he has in particular. She yells at him, you are lucky you're cute ice boy. Before Haku can react, she enters the battle once more, supporting some Konoha shinobi. Haku experiences a heat in his chest that is equivalent to the strongest fire jutsu. Come on, you idiot, Haku said, staring as she killed 2 more ninja. We must prevail in this battle. Then a massive snake smashed through one of the buildings. Several of the leaf shinobi grabbed several civilians, taking them out of reach of the monster. Haku throws up a massive ice wall blocking its movement. Go protect the civilians. When a child who should only be a chunin like him stalked the enormous creature, one of the shinobi froze, saying, we will handle this. Hi, he moves with a purpose, go. Get the civilians out. The snake tried to kill the ninja in response to his voice, but Haku was quicker and created a huge ice spike that stabbed into it, making it move erratically. As it turned to face Haku, he grinned as a ball of scorch release shot past his head and smashed into the snake. The scream of agony made him smile and he made the hand sign, ice release, ice dragon. The dragon nearly roared as it killed the snake by matching the power of the scorch fireball. He chose to go where the snakes were after avoiding another attack that would have slashed the ninja. With his golek in hand, Naruto deflected the attack, slashing and grappling in smooth motions, easily dispatching multiple ninja. Nekogatami had just killed one of the snakes when he leapt off to save the civilians. Zabu-Jaku would have so much fun here. Naruto laughed, making the 2 surviving shinobi freeze, and then he pulled out his Kurama-bit, grinning, after being blocked by a stone hand. He then made 3 cuts across his abdomen before stabbing his throat. Wind release. Rotating shuriken. Naruto laughed at their remains as he snatched his golek and said, well, now is time for. Before he could finish, a huge 3-headed snake materialized. The 6 shuriken flew towards the ninja, tearing through them like paper. No one near him was strong enough to defeat it, so Naruto looked around and said, well. He summoned his Nikaburdo, which instantly increased his power and amplified his chakra. Although he hadn't broken the seal, he had enough control to feel the increase in his strength, speed, and raw power. His goggles were down in front of his eyes, blocking the spray as he launched himself into the air, water release, wild water wave. He suddenly appeared in front of it, the weapon spinning around him as he cut his way up the monstrous snake. The snake was hit by a tremendous amount of water, and before it could react, Nekogatami appeared. The electricity arched as her claws slashed the snake, and the beast was fried, causing it to topple over. On top of Nekogatami, he said, that was fantastic. Unfortunately, Raikuba wasn't present to witness our awesomeness. She rolls her cat eyes, immature brat. Naruto laughed until a spike of familiar chakra hit him. Looking to the east he could feel Gaara's power, we need to go. Without support, the person fighting the thing cannot prevail. As they launched forward, Nekogatami calmly said, hold tight human. Jiraiya and Hiruzen stood across from Orochimaru. Standing before them were 3 coffins with the words, I hope you missed your old teacher's sensei. I'm sure they will be glad to see you. The attacks came quickly after the first 2 opened, revealing Hashirama and Tobirama, sensei. As vines sprang from the roof, he and Hiruzen both leapt back. A huge stream of water smashed through several of the vines as he landed. As he and his sensei exclaimed, lion's mane jutsu. His hair grew out, barely preventing the assault. As soon as he recoiled, he began to defend himself by evading and blocking the second Hokage's attacks. This man was far from being his strongest. This fight would be entirely different if he were. Leaping backward, he and Hiruzen struck the former cage with fire jutsu that could destroy half a city. How long for you to go into sage mode? Asked Hiruzen, glancing at his pupil as the fire subsided. Gazing at the first and second Hokage, Jiraiya said, I'll hold them back. Get into Sage mode and end this. She said, 5 minutes. It was there. A directive from his father, Sensei, and Hokage. He and Orochimaru were practically raised by the same man all those years ago. Orochimaru was not permitted to leave this roof. Yes, Sensei. He summoned a toad, vanished into his stomach, and began collecting the nature chakra in response to an order to kill his old friend. He arrived to a sight that chilled him. When Hariku saw Sasuke, he was obviously at his breaking point. Hariku shoved Sasuke aside as quickly as he could. You'll leave my friend alone, he said, his chakra saber glowing as he sliced through the sand wave. Sasuke was relieved and said, you bastard, come on. Gaara roared with laughter and chanted, die, 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 as his clawed hand rushed forward. However, Hariku was quicker, pushing the boundaries of his chakra. He vanished from sight as he cut Gaara's blind spots with his chakra, which sliced through the sand. As the boy was surrounded by sand and transformed into a half-monster, he leapt back to avoid another strong blow. I need more power, Hariku thought to himself as he straightened up. With his hair gently blown by the wind, he said, damn it. Damn it, I should have waited just a little longer. Despite Hariku's weakness and annoyance, Sasuke watched as he battled this demon boy alone. He had shown himself to be a formidable opponent. In fact, Sasuke found himself comparing the boy to himself. He had become extremely proficient in Kenjutsu. The battle continued, and despite Hariku's greater speed, Gaara was unable to defeat him. He was wild and his sand was powerful. They landed on a tree branch and looked down at one another. As they charged once more, Gaara screamed. He let his saber slash through the air, cutting deep into the boy as he dodged the claw. Gaara lost consciousness and let out another scream. Hariku sensed that he was relaxing. The boy started to fall. Ha 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 ha, was the crazy reaction when sand exploded from him, transforming him into a gigantic tanuki. He was screaming and using his tail to smash trees. Sakura was holding Hariku up when he exclaimed, Sasuke. Hariku, we got to run. He had to prevent this from reaching the village. Was this how Naruto was? Was there this much power in his beast? With such a monster inside of him, how does he manage to survive? Summoning jutsu, I said, biting my thumb. Jiraiya, what did you summon me into? Hariku said, standing atop a giant toad, and Sasuke and Sakura both froze. Its eyes shifted to the top of his head and said, oh, you are the new summoner boy. I apologize, Gamabunta-sama. I was the one who called you here. You'll owe me for fighting a tailed beast, Hariku boy. Gamabunta sighed as they leapt into the air, avoiding air bullets that crashed into the ground. Gambunta retaliated by firing his own water gunshots. Shikaku was struck by the enormous water bullets. A sleeping Gaara was perched atop the head of the tailed beast. But Shikaku swung. We need more power. What release do you possess? It said, slamming Shikaku out of the way while its enormous tail tore up trees. In response, Hariku said, lightning. You stand no chance against me, he said, his eyes wide as he turned to face the monster staring down at him. It was a huge jaguar before they discovered it. Slashing across the tailed beast, he was considerably smaller than Gamabunta. When Nekogatami leapt into the air and landed directly in front of Hariku and Gamabunta, Shikaku screamed in retaliation, his arm narrowly missing her. A jaguar of Inazuma River. Gambunta complained, I'm a toad, you mangy feline. Yes, I am frog. From behind Nekogatami, Naruto exclaimed, so you're a toad. You're big but jaguars are cooler. So how do we take this guy down? Between the four of us we should be able to do this. Naruto and Hariku were both staring up at the Gaara when they said, we need to wake that boy on top up. Naruto experienced a pain in his chest. With the exception of being on a flimsy log, this boy was just like him. Off to the side, Naruto could see his siblings. He has the option of becoming Yagura or Naruto. The boy frightened Hariku, only because he was faster had he been able to hold his own. He would have died if he had taken even one hit. I have a plan. Nekogatami and Giant Frog, you two hit the tailed beast with everything you have. I just need it stunned for a moment. Turning to the other shinobi, Haki-kun. As soon as I attack you go and take Gaara down. Don't kill him though. As Gamabunta and Nekogatami began their assaults, Naruto vanished. Gamabunta was upset about being referred to as a frog once more. Nekogatami fired off a strong line of lightning as water bullets crashed into the tanuki. Shikaku screamed in pain as a result of the combined attacks. His chakra chains flew as he saw his opportunity. Even though he lacked Kotokun's talent, he was still an Uzumaki. Like homing missiles, his chains moved in, latching through Shikaku and around it. He felt like he was in a tug of war as soon as he had the monster. Shikaku had a huge chakra. Holding down a moving mountain was like that. This was something his ancestors could do while they slept. For only a few minutes, he was having trouble holding it. But it wasn't long. Subconsciously, Hariku moved to surround himself with lightning chakra. He materialized before Gaara. He raised his blade and cut the boy diagonally. Gaara's eyes popped open, his face displaying a mixture of fear and pain. Gaara and Hariku both collapsed to the earth below. When Hariku landed, he was barely able to stand. Exhaustion was causing his body to ache and his vision to tunnel. The two summonses vanished. He therefore thought Naruto was in a similar situation. He held his sword as he approached the boy. There was a strong desire to simply murder Gaara. He felt it then. No. I don't want to die. Mother, no, he said. He pictured what Naruto's time in the village would have been like. Shut up, Hariku yelled as he looked up at Temari and Kankuro. You're an idiot. Gaara looked at him. You know Naruto, that blonde kid is just like you. He was called a monster. Beaten up and someone even almost killed him once. He ran away and became a great ninja in spite of Konoha. Found people that loved him. Yeah, he is a psychopath when he fights, but still. No one will love me. I have to prove myself. Gaara screamed. Hariku let his saber fall. Then why is your brother and sister standing there hoping you live? He said, bending over and grabbing Gaara by the shirt. When he saw them, he froze. Hariku called out, hey sand brats. Gaara was at a loss for words. Leaping forward, Temari said, get him out of here. Looking down at Gaara, Hariku reflected on all he had said to Naruto back in Wave. If you want a friend though, I'll be your friend. You don't have to be a monster. You're letting us go. Hariku nodded. You shouldn't have been here anyway. Gaara couldn't find it. As he turned and left, his gaze flitted to Hariku, who was being pulled back up by Temari and Kankuro. As Naruto staggered through the trees, his mind was racing. It was a hard tug of war. He would have needed to use the fox's chakra any longer. It was the first thing he learned from the jaguars, stating that he needed to integrate the knowledge he had gained from Yukata-san and them. He was only able to use one tail of power, which, when paired with Muramasa, made him incredibly powerful for a brief period of time. He barely avoided the kunai to his back as he made his way to Hariku in the back. He noticed that there were almost a dozen ninja around. Anbu, who was previously unmarked, said, you guys should really just give up. Danzo-sama requires you to come with us weapon. Naruto yelled at them, you know. I'll just make an example of you now. You're right, I am a weapon. I am a monster. Naruto's eyes changed, and his lips curled up, his teeth appearing larger. His whiskers became more noticeable, his fingers developed claws, and they turned into orange slits. A member of the Anbu took a step back. His entire body was orange in color. He knelt down and flipped Muramasa, saying, let's finish huh. Team 7 was stunned. They observed Naruto engaged in combat with a group of Anbu. They were all dressed in masks they had never seen before. He was incredibly strong and fast. 4 of the Anbu were in pieces on the ground. A huge ball of fire sped in Naruto's direction. The boy chuckled before launching a huge water bullet that destroyed multiple trees as it passed through the flames and into the tree line. He deflected 2 of the Anbu's swords with his large weapon. He ducked and slashed out, severing one's upper body. He leapt to the other person and stabbed him in the back and chest. He vanished from view as he looked up at the Anbu still engaged in combat. The area was destroyed by the explosion of elemental jutsu. The 3 genin were concerned that they would become entangled in the conflict. But Naruto was powerful. They were certain that he wouldn't have required assistance in his battle with Gaara. It was down to the final 2 at last. Naruto's entire body ached. It was cruel to force the demonic chakra through Muramasa. He could feel the tearing in his muscles. He allowed it to fade slowly. As the blonde boy dropped to one knee, the Anbu felt hopeful and said, damn it. A ninja with 2 twin trench knives materialized before they could make any progress. You know, my father told your boss to stay put and leave Naruto alone. You don't listen too well, he said, smoking a cigarette. Asuma cocked his head and said, Danzo will do whatever is necessary to make our village strong. Get out of our way, Sarutobi. So be it. Asuma dispatched them in no time. He stood out as he moved closer. They believed they were quick enough, but the ninja were easily defeated by the chakra emanating from the blade. Asum shook his head as he peered down at the corpses. He caught the boy when he appeared in front of Naruto and said, "You're a strong kid. I think you are up there with me already. You're Asuma Sarutobi, huh? You fought with the Guardian 12. Asuma laughed. I'm glad my name is still out there. Come on. Your team is going to be waiting for you. Waiting. Is the fighting over? Asuma replied, yes, I'll explain everything at the hospital. Hariku, you look like crap, Naruto exclaimed as he turned to face Hariku and his group. Sasuke gazed at the bodies around them and said, you killed 3 full squads of Anbu and the fight with the tailed beast shocks you. The boy screamed, I look like crap. You were literally being carried by Asuma-sensei. Naruto laughed, you did awesome against Gaara. I can't believe we won that fight. The brunette stopped and said, yes. Anbu specialize in sneak attacks and assassinations. Some are good in a straight fight but most aren't. I am a combat specialist. So they fought in my element. Asuma replied, half of being a ninja is sleight of hand. Don't show what you got until you absolutely need to. Summon, we need to go. It all appeared to be in a daze. Jiraiya was confused. As he recalled the battle with his now deceased teammate, his hands continued to shake. As he considered killing his old friend, he leaned over and felt sick to his stomach, never succeeding in saving his friend from the depths of self-destruction. 2 days earlier, Jiraiya collected the vitality surrounding him. His entire being was filled with the force of nature. As he completed collecting the nature chakra, both Ma and Pa emerged. His body was covered in toad features. He furrowed his brows, his eyes changed, and his hands turned webbed. With a sad expression on his face, Jiraiya said, Jiraiya boy. Why'd you summon us? The 2 elderly toads turned to face him. It's time to finish this with my old teammate. Their expressions were filled with sympathy. I'm sorry, Jiraiya. He confronted Orochimaru after breaking through the barrier. Orochimaru was quickly plunged into panic. When they were younger, they had engaged in numerous fights, prior to Jiraiya reaching Sage mode. They were consistently equal. Despite his tense body, Orochimaru said, so this is it then, old friend. One of us dies today. Sannin both walked swiftly. As Hiruzen battled the last 2 Kage, Jiraiya could feel the struggle taking place behind him. Orochimaru attempted to hurl snakes at Jiraiya, but he was too swift. Reaching for Orochimaru's arm, the snake Sannin was taken straight out of its socket when his foot struck it in the chest. On the roof, Orochimaru smashed across. He rose and threw a huge ball of fire at Jiraiya. He was slowed down but unharmed by the explosion, showing up behind Orochimaru. He was launched into the air by Jiraiya's kick, nearly reaching the top of the cubed barrier. Orochimaru opened his jaw, thinking rapidly. He pulled out Kusanagi and tried Kenjutsu, revealing a new side of himself. Damn it, they traveled at crazy speeds. As the force of their attacks grew, his sound force sensed the reverberation. However, they were unable to lower the barrier. Their master would be overrun as soon as they did. There was a battle going on inside. None of the Anbu outside had ever seen anything like it. When Kakashi arrived, he was shocked. Up until now, it was unthinkable to witness not just 2 Sannin soldiers engaged in combat, but also 3 Kage. The battle started to change. Though not as fast as Orochimaru, Hiruzen was being pushed back. He knew he was going to be killed. His body was being battered. Sakin, Jirobo, Kitamaru, Tayuya, help me now, was their cry when they realized they couldn't win. All 4 members tried to stop him when the barrier fell, but Jiraiya's fist crushed Orochimaru's rib cage. The Anbu launched an instant attack. Sakin was confronted by Kakashi, who had his Reikiri piercing his chest. The others were soon overpowered. A Rasengan was formed by Jiraiya's offhand. In a matter of seconds, Orochimaru's skull was crushed by the gleaming orb that crashed into his face. There were gurgling sounds from the man. Gazing down with tears in his eyes, Jiraiya said, I'm sorry, Orochimaru. He formed a hang sign and threw fire, temporarily blinding everyone in the area. He gradually returned to the Jiraiya that everyone was familiar with. The pervert, that is. The author of the Ika Ika novels. The first and second Hokages vanished into their respective corpses. Jiraiya's cries for his old friend are drowning out everything. Now, he was disgusted by his reflection, but he forced himself to look past it. It was all over with Orochimaru. Now his life would be different. He assured him that if they both lived, he would take Hiruzen's place if he wanted to step down. He heard someone knock on the door, dripping water in his face. He went to the door and opened it to find Kakashi Hatake standing there. "Hey Jiraiya-sama, how are you holding up?" he said, smiling slightly. "There isn't much force behind it." Kakashi-san understood his feelings better than anyone else in the village. Jiraiya stretched and said, "Absolutely terrible. All live though." Kakashi closed his book. "It gets easier. Looking at the Sannin. Knowing you're responsible for killing a friend." With an inquisitive tilt of his head, the copy ninja said, "One difference, Kakashi-san. I am the one who finished Orochimaru. You didn't actually kill them." Kakashi was aware that the Sannin was correct. That was never how it felt. Giving him the Sharingan after Obito dies. All those years ago, he killed Rin by hand. He was never strong enough or quick enough to save the people he cared about. Naruto was expelled from our village after he was almost killed as a young boy. Perhaps they were destined to let their predecessors down. Naruto, who was standing with his team, leaned in to say to Haku, "You seem to be getting pretty close to Saline-chan or Haku." As Haku turned a bright red, Naruto couldn't help but snicker. "Ha, I knew it," was the reaction to the contrast between his ice jutsu and the heat radiating from his face. As she, Saline, and Chojuro surrounded the two boys, Utami asked joyfully, "Knew what?" "What did you know?" "Oh, just that Haku Lee." "Oh. Damn it Haku, that freaking hurt," he said as an ice kunai stabbed into his shoulder. "I think you need to be quiet Naruto." A menacing cold front replaced the heat. For a brief moment, Naruto thought there was a blizzard, saying, sorry Haku." Abruptly, the door opened. As they entered the office, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi said, "It is good to hear you had a successful mission." For the first time, Naruto called out, "Oh hey Gigi. I can't believe I missed seeing a massive cage battle. Damn, Zabuza will be so disappointed in me." Naruto used the old nickname. In the background, Chojuro uttered the timid words, "Naruto-kun, you literally fought a tailed beast." "Well, it's hard to be scared of something that is inside me. Besides, I'm awesome, don't you all know that by now?" Naruto laughed confidently as the other members of the team nodded. The blonde looked up at his godfather and said, "I have a jutsu for you. It's from your father if you'd like to learn it. I'll give you the instructions." Jiraiya added, "I'll be sending a team to aid in the taking of Kurigakure." "Naruto, we will honor our promise." "A new jutsu?" Naruto grinned broadly, excitedly, "Yeah, that'd be awesome." Naruto's eyes glowed with anticipation as he said, "Good. It's called the Rasengan. I can't wait." "Great. Another jutsu to make Naruto-kun even more scary," said Haku with a gentle smile. Naruto yelled at his brother, "I'm not scary. I'm hyperactive." With the exception of Hiruzen and Kakashi, everyone around him was laughing when Utami said, "You really are scary sometimes." The blonde swordsman started pouting, and everyone saw it. "I really hate you all." Saline asked, glancing at the present and future cages, "So what will happen now?" Hiruzen growled, "We will start dismantling the root. Pushing them out." He sits down and balances on his cane, saying, "I gave specific orders to leave you alone." He has labeled himself a threat. The old man's shoulders were clearly tense. First, his nearly adopted son and former pupil, now his former friend and teammate. Hiruzen had no idea how they had arrived at this conclusion. How he had so brilliantly failed as a Hokage. A leader who serves as an example of the will of fire is expected to be present. Rather, he serves as a prime example of failure. Everyone turned to look at Naruto and said, "It isn't your fault, old man." He had his arms folded. His hand was wrapped around his bicep tied hate. He puts his goggles back on top of his head, saying, "Orochimaru was crazy. To kill the people you love for power. It's stupid. He deserved death." Naruto. Saline attempted to silence him, "I'm not saying it's easy. If I went crazy though and became like that, or like Yagura, I'd expect my friends and family to kill me. If Haku became like that, no matter if he's my brother or not, I'd kill him. Because it'd be the right thing to do." Naruto felt his chest ache just thinking about it. "I'd remember what we were to each other when it mattered." No one was sure what to say. What had eluded them for so long was being taught to them by a 13-year-old Jonin. The conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. As soon as Team 7 entered, no one moved. With a renewed sense of respect, Sasuke said, "Naruto Uzumaki." He was staring them down, making the blonde fidgety. Yeah, can we talk?" she asked. Team 7, Naruto, and Haku went to the Sarutobi Bridge. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, I guess we can. How did you become so strong?" You mentioned before that it was experience. There is no way you got this strong just because of that. With curiosity, Naruto questioned, why does it matter, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke cursed inwardly as he glanced at his team. My clan is gone. That I'm sure you remember. Naruto nodded without interjecting. My older brother Itachi Uchiha killed my clan. He let me live so that one day he could prove his worth by killing me. I need to get stronger so I can kill him and rebuild my clan. They were aware of his desire to kill someone, but he had to persuade Naruto that he was worthy. Sasuke was the center of attention. Haruka though took a tentative step forward. He was driven insane by Sasuke. The boy was his best friend, in his opinion. Will you train me? Sasuke finally bowed. In a matter of seconds, Naruto went from sadness to shock and said, I don't think I can. Sasuke gave him a perplexed and then irate look before responding, I can teach you some fuinjutsu. I don't know if I can teach you much else. I can give you some basics on how to become a strong kenjutsu specialist. Then I'll take it, Sasuke exclaimed, his annoyance growing. He knelt on his hands and knees and exhaled deeply before asking, please. Will you and your friends teach me? It's not up to me. Your sensei and Hokage get the first say. Then if Zabujaku doesn't want to, then you will have to return home, Naruto said, turning to face Haku, who nodded. Sasuke was about to object when Jiraiya raised his head and shook his head, saying, you will not be going with them. The fire in the Uchiha's eyes was visible to him. I may have helped Hiraku-kun with his kenjutsu, but you and I are not done training. By the time you meet your brother, you will have far surpassed me, Sasuke, said Kakashi, placing his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Hiruzen intervened, this will be an A-ranked mission. Something that's far above your station, especially alone. However, after review of your matches and the fights after, Sasuke Uchiha and Hiraku Kyuubi, please step forward. They both agreed right away. You two have both been promoted to Chunin. Hiraku, though you lost against Neji, you showed innovation and skills, adapting to a fighter at a higher level than yourself. I am sure everyone here agrees that had you trained more in your new style prior to the fight, you'd have likely won. Then you saved your comrade and fought against a Jinchuriki until someone could come and aid you. Sasuke, Hiruzen laughed, you have suffered more than most in this village. In your fight against Gaara you showed the prowess of your dojutsu, not in its ability to cast genjutsu but in its ability to utilize others' skills in jutsu. In the same fashion you helped hold off the uncontrollable Jinchuriki until reinforcements arrived. The two boys bowed and said, thank you, Hokage-sama. Sakura felt something in her chest as she watched them both receive their flak jackets. She had to strengthen herself. She was aware that they were abandoning her. But in this climate, how could she find a teacher? However, Kakashi must have sensed this because he said, I have a plan for you two, Sakura. Afterwards, Hiraku entered the cage office. As he was orienting himself, Jiraiya said, ah, my little disciple. The Sannin laughed at the boy's concern, saying, you are a toad summoner. We will end up training at Mount Mayuboko. Jiraiya-san, what will happen to my training? With you becoming Hokage? Really? Smiled Hiraku. Many thanks, sensei. As he ruffled his hair, Jiraiya said, I'm going to go give Naruto the jutsu instructions. Would you like to accompany me? Yes, let's move. Naruto had to admit that Chojuro was incredibly skilled in kunjutsu, far more skilled than anyone he had faced outside of his Oji, and that if he picked up his speed, he would already be on par with them. He was sparring with Chojuro, his Golic deflecting the other boys' barrage of attacks. Haku leaned closer to Saline, who was also in awe, as he watched the dance with curious eyes. They are ridiculous, Haku said. She chuckled nervously. Haku grinned and nodded to his brother, saying, yeah, they are, but it's okay. Just means they will create a safe future for us. Utami remained silent until Jiraiya and Hiraku showed up. Hiraku, hey, what are you doing here? She exclaimed, grinning broadly at the slightly younger boy. As his cheeks flushed, Hiraku couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and say, hey Utami-chan. The blonde grinned broadly and said, we have a scroll for Naruto-kun. Really, what is it? Naruto exclaimed as he spun out of Chojuro's attack, sheathing his weapon and suddenly appearing in front of them. He opened it to find the Rasengan's instructions, which Jiraiya had mentioned. I told you that you'd get your father's Judas, did I not? This is amazing, thank you. Is it strong? He said, his eyes welling with tears. Astonished by the man's laughter, Naruto said, of course. It was made by Minato Namikaze. It's one of the toughest jutsu I ever learned. You are a lot like your father except for the scary bloodlust thing you got going on sometimes. Naruto screamed, damn it. I am hyperactive, not scary. When Hiraku started pouting, his team began to laugh at him. He took a small step back and said, no, I think you're scary. However, Hiraku couldn't resist adding, I hate you all. He turned away from his friends and said, thank you. I know we never really got to be close but I want to. He was referring to the new cage. Naruto shook his head and said, well, you know what that means then. However, Jiraiya simply grinned and said to the Mist Ninja, you better win so we can make a stronger alliance than any other in history. Naruto gazed in wonder at Jiraiya. He was correct. They could form one of the most powerful coalitions in shinobi history. He had faith in his abilities. Naruto aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman. It didn't necessarily mean that they were the best, only the strongest. Finally, the time had come for them to go back home. To say goodbye, the Kiri team stood at the gate with Team 7, Ayame, Chuki, and the former in new cages. Naruto stood in front of Team 7 first. A team that didn't trust him or want anything to do with him when they met had turned into his friends. It's too bad you can't come with Sasuke. You're gonna be strong though. TCH. Sasuke crossed his arms, well, I'll get there. Next time we meet I'll be stronger than you. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, good luck with that. Hiraku raised his fist in the air, we better get to fight someday. I think I can hold my own pretty well now. Their fingertips touched. Yeah, right. You did get pretty strong though. If you two get stronger then maybe you guys can join us in taking back our village. With wide eyes, both boys turned to face Kakashi, who said in an irritated tone, we'll talk about it later. He said his last goodbyes before heading down the line. As they go, everyone watches them. Get stronger, losers. Can't wait to see you again. Naruto waved. As the others waved goodbye, Sakura glanced up at Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei. With a curious glance at his student, the masked shinobi said, I need to get stronger. I want to catch up to them. He could relate to her worry after glancing at his other two students. Both of them were powerful. As was to be expected, Sasuke's strength increased. Hariku, on the other hand, was already set up to become as notorious as his sensei and future 5th Hokage. She required a personal item. She already had mastery over her chakra. All he had to do was use it to discover her strengths. Either medical jutsu, genjutsu, or both. Smiled at her with an eye, I think I have an idea. We will figure a way to make you strong, Sakura. In a way that is entirely your own. Kotoru ran his Nikabudo blade through its paces back in Mizu no Kuni. The sword connection made him think of his grandfather. Now the old man was alone. He twisted and turned his blade, lightning and fire encircling it just a tiny bit. Kotaru's Muramasa didn't boost one's chakra output like Naruto's did. Rather, he combines all of the elemental releases into his chakra by harnessing them. It can also release elements and absorb them. Regretfully, he has also yet to open the seal. There is one on every Nikabudo sword. The majority of these mythical swords are now resting in the ruins of their native land. However, Kotoru was thrilled about the prospect of moving into a new house. He had an image in his head. He had a couple of blonde and red-headed children with a dopey, murderous blonde. Damn it, he stabbed the sword into the ground in frustration, blushing to himself. As he approached the slightly younger boy, Suigetsu teased, what are you thinking about there, Kotabaka? With his scythe resting on his shoulder, he said, nothing. He smiled sharply and said, oh, you're not thinking about a little whiskered blonde boy. Before he could say anything more, a chakra chain was wrapped around him, preventing him from changing into water. You are annoying. Please, you know we're friends, especially after seeing that guy Demigado and Zabuza kill all those guys. It was real. That delivery mission was completed by them. They learned of a shinobi group that controlled a tiny village while they were at Demigado's base. They had taken some of the young girls from the farming village and made them their own. Zabuza was enraged. They had not taken into account how much stronger he had become. They watched as the two shinobi killed all 100 men after following them to the village. Zabuza's use of water jutsu was enormous. His speed and physical prowess were far more potent than anything they had previously heard about him. Kotoru said, it was insane. Withdrawing his chain, he said softly, to think Naruto was trained by that. Now he's training us. Suigetsu was completely in agreement, saying, his power was insane. I hadn't ever seen a massacre like that. The village hailed him as a hero. The two boys ceased talking, saying, "He is different than before." They turned and saw Ao. The individual wore an eye patch and appeared as threatening as ever. When he fought against the Mizukage before, he was strong. However, over the years rumors about him and a group of shinobi began spreading. He has two of the most powerful children in the elemental nations under him. Naruto and Haku are proven shinobi. Jonin-level threats. Because of this he has gotten stronger as well. He peered curiously into the distance at their weapons. They had no idea what he was observing. He could see Mei in the far corner of the base, working with a few of their younger shinobi. Now, he has resumed training. With not just those two but you as well. He believes the threats you'll bring to yourself are out of his reach. The power you saw was the results of him pushing himself to new heights. Because of us, Suigetsu responded. You may not like it or realize it, but you have been inducted into his family. For that he'll burn down nations for. Suigetsu, you and your clan have scattered. With your return it could mean the return of one of Karigakure's most powerful clans returning as well. Kotoru, you and Naruto are both Uzumaki. Maybe even the last of them. You both have the potential to rival those like Konoha's founders Madara and Hashirama. Shinobi that put all others to their knees. We are threats. Kotoru nodded. Correct, and now you are here joining a village that has been in conflict with itself for nearly 100 years. Looks like they're back. Ao halted abruptly, and the two boys froze. They exclaimed, grabbing their weapons and running to the front gate. The two demon brothers had already arrived. Maizu was worrying about the two boys while Gozu was talking trash as usual. It was just a fight, guys. Calm down. Maizu smacked him in the back of the head. You fought a Jinchuriki. Utami already told on you, brat. Both brothers scowled down at him and exclaimed, oh, what was that for? Before hiding behind Haku, Naruto shuddered and said, I didn't mean to, I swear. In a tone reminiscent of a child being reprimanded but also slightly amused. No point in hiding behind me, Naruto-kun, Haku grinned. Betrayed by my brother again. Naruto pretended to be devastated once more. Makoto walked in to see his friend Utami. She skipped over to him. How was the mission? She looked back at the blonde boy. Chojuro, seeing them talking, followed her. He may be scary but he is amazing. We need to get stronger. I want to as well. Both ninja looked at the nervous boy. Then we will get stronger together. If we don't they all will leave us behind. Utami said, her voice light as usual. Yagura growled at the loss of ground. They were losing. The return of Zabuza and his little band of shinobi were pushing him back. Looking at his forces he tried to come up with a plan. If he could entice them to leave, make them weak and eliminate the pest before he can assist them in winning. One of his generals' voices broke through his daze, saying, Mizukage-sama. We located their main base. As he considered the triumphs he was about to accomplish, he began to laugh, his voice breaking with delight, and said, yes. I'll kill his children. Then they'll get Sutbit and I'll kill them myself. 3 weeks had passed since Tsunade learned of her former teammates' passing. She intended to go back home to bid farewell. She lost another loved one. This time, at least, it was someone she anticipated being murdered. Tsunade-sama, shinobi, Shizune, who was seated beside her, looked around the tiny bar where they were seated. She noticed them as she turned to face the door. A young woman was the first. About 16 years old. On her side was a flute. She was rather short and had long red hair. A 17-year-old made up the second. She immediately became aware of the 6 arms. Finally, however, a boy with 2 dots on his forehead and white hair entered. They all wore the same style of clothing. Kimono belted with ropes. He glanced around absent-mindedly before meeting Tsunade's gaze. He maintained eye contact as he approached them. It was impressive how confident a young person could be. Go to hell, kid. I don't help shinobi. Not for free anyway. She said, glancing up at the boy. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked up at the boy and said, so what? I don't care about the snake. He's dead now anyway. He examined her and said, I am Kimamaru Kagaya, I am a disciple of Orochimaru-sama. I want the chance to avenge him. I'd like you to see if you can heal my terminal illness. Giving her a shot, if you think you stand a chance against the perv then you are already signing your death with kid. His expression turned angry as he said, you think I can't take him? I can't kill Jiraiya the Toad Sage. I know you can't, kid. Leaning back she accepted them. If Orochimaru couldn't, there is no way in hell a twerp like you can. I know of your clan. As does Jiraiya. You'd be destroyed before you had the chance to do anything to him. Before taking out a scroll, Kimamaru complained, now, terms of payment if you truly want to be healed. I have a scroll, inside is the weapon Masarki. A legendary war axe. After examining it, she gave it some thought. It was an enormous ancient weapon. It was confusing to think Orochimaru had it. Fine. Follow us. Mizu base. Naruto blocked Suigetsu's oncoming attack. His weapon was knocked to the side as its shaft came up. He twisted to avoid Kotaru's blow. He smiled and launched an offensive, shoving them both away. His strength and speed are simply better. They were barely able to keep up. Come on you guys. Naruto had far more experience with pure kenjutsu than both of these boys. Kotaru had the method and the theory. However, Naruto saw that he hesitated too much. He was wasting time considering his attacks. But Suigetsu was different. Despite his lack of experience, he was now creating a very distinctive style. His scythe is a weapon of a different kind than those typically used in battle. Naruto enjoyed training with it. You two are getting really strong. Kotaru and Suigetsu were kneeling on the ground after another brief fight. Suigetsu's words were fragmented as he struggled to breathe, whatever you little psychopath. You literally destroy us in kenjutsu. Naruto pointed down at him and said, well, in ninjutsu, you are at my level. He then turned to Kotaru and said, Kota-kun is better at his Uzumaki Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu, but I'm sure Zabujaku has told you both that it's about combining all of your strengths into one potent combination. I have told them. Zabuza's voice entered the training room. Which is why you both are moving to your next portions of training. Kotaru-kun, you will work on ninjutsu with Naruto and help him with his chakra chains. Suigetsu, you are going to be spending the day with Haku. He is going to help you increase your proficiency in your hydrofication technique. Hi. Kotaru trailed Naruto to a different area of the training grounds. He had to take a quick look at the blonde. His whiskers and vivid blue eyes are starting to distract him more than anything else. However, Naruto was totally unaware of Kotaru's looks. Alright Kota-kun, Zabujaku said you have lightning release. What lightning release jutsu have you looked at? He asked Kotaru as they arrived at the training room. Naruto took it out and examined it, saying, the scroll I got has 4 jutsu. Mei-sama got it for me. AC ranked jutsu was the first. By forming a strong shield around the user, lightning barrier shielded them from external threats. It fired a brief, direct lightning strike from the mouth using 2 B ranks and a lightning bullet. Then, using lightning stream, you can shoot a wave of lightning at a group of enemies while holding a lightning ball. The final one was lightning hammer, an A- ranked jutsu that can strike with devastating force and is shaped like a lightning bolt in your hand. Naruto grinned and said, obviously, we'll start with the C-ranked. I want you to feel the lighting through your body first so it will help. Kotaru looked at Naruto in confusion and asked, why? How do you think I increase my speed so much? Naruto giggled. Part of it is I use my chakra to make myself go faster. I took a concept of my wind chakra increasing my cutting power and added it to my chakra around my body. Feel. Kotaru was extended a hand by Naruto. The redhead touched Naruto's cheeks, causing them to flush, and then he felt the wind chakra's resistance against his hand. Whoa. Right, I think you can do something like this with lightning. We just need you to get used to your lightning release, you know. Kotaru swiftly withdrew his hand from Naruto and said, yeah. Despite his confusion, the blonde guided him through his first jutsu. Naruto was shocked to discover that he could use it, albeit weakly. Sorry, lightning is my weakest chakra nature. How are you this good? Naruto chuckled. I've been trained to kill in battle since I was like 7 years old. Zabujaku made me adaptable. Now it's your turn. Naruto observed the boy's diligent jutsu training. The boy nearly won him over. He was more focused than anyone he had ever encountered. Kotaru was formidable, intimidating, and challenging. Other than making his stomach turn sideways and upside down, he wasn't sure what he was feeling. Naruto suddenly remembered every detail. The boy's disheveled red hair. There was a gleam in his hazel eyes. How the lightning formed in his hands, brightening his face. As Naruto watched him, his heart began to race. He stood and watched, Kotaru's movements becoming more apparent. Naruto said, feeling his cheeks heat up. I'll be back. I need to go talk to Haku real quick. Escaping the other Uzumaki, Naruto made his way directly to Haku. He laughed when he saw the other boy training with Saline. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? The ice user asked. noticing his unexpected appearance. Well, Naruto felt the warmth in his cheeks. What does it mean when my stomach feels weird around someone? Or if they make it hard to breathe when I'm around them? Please help me, Oni-chan. Sounds like you have a crush on Naruto-kun, Haku and Celine said, both of them laughing as they looked at the Jinchuriki. Celine exclaimed, "Oh my god. Did you finally notice the red-headed boy? That's so cute." Naruto's cheeks flushed once more as he thought about Kotoru. "No, I didn't. Kotoru and I are just friends," he said. Celine grinned broadly as she said, "Funny you knew who I was talking about, Naruto-kun. I can't like him though. We want to rebuild the Uzumaki. We are both boys." Naruto sighed as he sat down in frustration. "Naruto." Haku laughed and said, "There are ways around that. Some people would surrogate for you. Not to mention we are shinobi. I am sure some medical ninja somewhere knows how to combine your genetics to make a baby." He felt calmed by the older ninja's nods, so he asked, "Really? What do I do? Do I just tell him?" Celine grabbed him and said, "Oh, this is exciting. Where are we going?" Naruto Sati asked abruptly as they departed Haku. "We are going to go find Utami. She is going to love this." "What? Please no, I can figure it out. I don't need any help," Zabuza exclaimed as the blonde knucklehead was further humiliated by the two older shinobi. "Poor little brat." Zabuza turned to Mei and scowled, saying, "Look at that. Even your son can find love in a war like this. He ain't my son." Mei, however, chuckled at him. "Sure, not at all, huh? No, he and Haku aren't your kids. Not at all," she said, putting her hand over his shoulder as she walked around him. "Now how about we fight and I can see how your training is paying off." Mei laughed and said, "I don't think so." Standing in front of him, she said, "You're such a tease, Zabuza." Zabuza gave the woman a downward glance. The stunning woman said, "I have things to prepare for. Of course I'm training." Pressing herself against him, Mei asked, "Oh, and what might that be?" She was surprised that Zabuza did not push her away, saying, "Let's go talk somewhere private. It involves Naruto and Yagura." Kotoru though had been listening. He was trying to find Naruto when he stumbled by accident on Zabuza-san and Mei-sama. He followed closely, letting them get far enough ahead of him that they wouldn't notice. Eventually they made it to her chambers, the massive door closing behind them. Pulling out some chalk, Kotoru quickly began drawing 4 small seals on the door, Uzumaki number secret seal. A barrier formed around the room, unseen to the occupants. "Jiraiya told me before they left for the Konoha Chunin exams, there is a group known as the Akatsuki, a powerful group of S-rank ninja. Apparently they are looking into Jinchuriki." "Fuck." Mei's voice sounded almost angry. "What else did he tell you?" "Not much. They don't know who the members are. Except that Kisame is one of them." A pregnant silence filled the space. Kotoru tried racking his mind at who that was, the tailless-tailed beast himself. "Damn it, the only ones that could fight him are possibly me and you." "No." Zabuza's voice was cold and direct, "If you fought him you'd lose. His whole style is built off of using Samahata. The more chakra you display the tougher he becomes. You are strong but your chakra pools make you an easy target. Either myself or maybe Naruto and Kotoru could fight him." "What? That doesn't make any sense." Kotoru felt his heart racing. "Naruto was being tracked down by murderous ninja, you just said chakra. If you combined all of the top ninja in our forces they still would match those boys in chakra, and that isn't including the tailed beast. It's their sealing jutsu. Those chains could hold Samahata, but even then. Kisame was powerful even before then." Mei huffed, making Kotoru grin. Good, she was going to scold him. "What of you then?" "I am a swordsman. I don't need chakra to fight him. When we fight I'll make sure to cut him down." Kotoru wasn't convinced though. If Zabuza was scared then there was a reason. How were they going to fight someone like this? Deactivating the seal he ran off. Trying to find Naruto first, but he ran right into Sujetsu and Makoto. Both boys were relaxing against the wall resting from training. Makoto turned his massive frame towards Kotoru. "Calm down, Red. What's going on? They're going to try and take him." Suigetsu stopped. "What are you talking about? I need you to breath Kotoru." Suddenly he noticed that the two ninjas were looking behind him. He hadn't even realized his chakra chains appeared. Sorry. They want to take Naruto." "Who wants to take Naruto?" "I don't know if you know this, but your boyfriend is almost an A- ranked shinobi." Makoto nodded as he sat down. Waterboy is right. Naruto is powerful. Who'd try and go after him? Some group named the Akatsuki. They are some secret group of S-ranked shinobi. Kotaru felt his hands shaking. Some guy named Kisame works with them and Mei-sama sounded worried. Both water shinobi stared at him. Are you sure? That he said Kisame. Kotaru nodded. Damn it. We need to tell Naruto. Makoto though stopped them. No. We can't. Both Suigetsu and Kotaru froze. What do you mean no? Makoto looked between them. What do you think Naruto will do once he learns that someone is after him and it puts you all in danger? Both boys froze. Right now they were both in the same boat. Their loyalty to Naruto was strong. He gave them both a group of friends and family. People they could rely on. So what? Suigetsu looked at Makoto. So we let him go off fighting out without protection with this group? No, of course not. Makoto's voice was wavering ever so slightly. We fight with him. I don't know him that well, but he is one of our strongest ninja. If he can't get stronger, then he'll get killed for sure. He has to keep fighting. What? The way of the blood mist village. Kotaru finally got out. The three boys stood together, a silence filling the air. As much as they wanted to admit it, it was the fighting that made Naruto strong. Nothing else set him on that path. Ao was standing at the edge of the island with several shinobi. Looking out onto the water, he could see into the vast distance. His Byakugan shining secretly under his eye patch. In the distance he could see them, a boat with 8 shinobi on it. 3 he could see were genin, or at least kids, around Naruto's age. The next ones were shinobi he recognized from the bingo book. Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan, Rado Namaishi, Genma Shiranui, and Iwashi Tatami. Waving his men forward, they met at the shore line. Kakashi Hatake. Ao's voice got their attention. This is the team you brought here. Oh Ao, you're not fighting the Mizukage. That's great news. You were terribly hard to sneak up on. The Kiri shinobi was already annoyed by this alliance. Follow us, we are heading back to the base. Hariku grinned. Is Naruto at the base? Ao just nodded as he turned around. Sakura though grinned. Please, you're more excited about that girl. What's her name? Utami. What? No, I'm not. Shut up, Sakura. She giggled as she kept walking. The embarrassment on the boy's face was palpable. What a chaotic combination. Ao spoke out loud. It wasn't long before they all arrived. Genma looked around the base. Damn. How many ninja are here? Plenty. Zabuza stood there, looking over the shinobi. You brought the Gakis, I see. Kakashi just gave the man an eye smile. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I can't let them fall behind. Besides, they are finally gelling as a team. Yeah, that's an understatement. Rado stated. We've watched them train the entire trip. Sasuke and Hiraku-kun are an insanely good team. Sakura-chan here was studying genjutsu and medical jutsu the entire time. While Kakashi and the other Jonin followed Mei into the war chamber. Team 7 walked further into the base. Eventually they were able to find the training room. Damn it, Kotakun. Where did you put them? They saw Naruto chasing after the other boy. What? It's not like this scroll is holding them or anything. Naruto panicked. Give them back. He threw a kunai at Kotaru, who defected it with his own as he giggled. Nope. I think I'll drop them into some water. No. Naruto voice cracked. In a burst of speed he tackled Kotaru sitting on the boy as he took the scroll back. That was so mean. You could have hurt them. I wouldn't have hurt them, you know that. Besides, they are just plushies. Naruto huffed as he hugged the scroll. I don't care. They are mine. Another boy they didn't recognize standing off to the side. His sharp-toothed smile shining. Oh, what a comfortable position, you two. Both boys turned red and Naruto jumped up, stuttering as he walked away from him. I don't know what you're talking about. He stared down at the boy, his eyes lingering on the red head. Hey Naruto. Everyone froze and looked at the doorway. Naruto paused before a giant grin appeared. His goggles shimmered on his head as he ran to them. Hiraku. Looking at the other two. I can't believe you guys are here already. Who's this? Kotaru asked. His voice was laced with jealousy. Not too happy that Naruto was so excited to see this boy. Guys, this is Team 7 from Kanagaku. Hariku, Sasuke, and Sakura. These are my friend Suigetsu. He has a super cool water techniques. This is my best friend, Kotaru Uzumaki. He is super awesome with Fuinjutsu. His chakra chains are like mine but way prettier. Kotaru blushed at those words. Naruto, realizing what he had said, froze. I meant cool. Sakura instantly picked up on what was happening. Oh pretty huh. Anyway, you guys are here. Does that mean Kakashi-san is here too? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, he is. Naruto noticed the ninjutsu on his back. Sasuke, you took up Kenjutsu. But I'm focusing on my ninjutsu lately. Fire and lighting. In the war chamber they discussed what the plan was, so we are attacking Kiri then. Looking at the council in the room. Inside the chamber was Mei, Zabuza, and Ao. Kakashi looked around. I thought there would be more generals, I guess. Well, RKU Hozgaki has a small force prepared and ready to engage should they need to. On one of our other islands has our main force of shinobi led by Demigado Kushisuke. Then on the main island we have a hidden group of shinobi. About 40 which are currently led by 2 reformed siblings that were spared by Naruto. So how do we want to do this? Kakashi asked. Best thing would be to lure the main fighting force away. If we can isolate Yagura from his forces, our elite strike force can move in and destroy him. While they continued to discuss the plan, Celine was reading a report. It told her that Yagura had a massive force headed this way. Shit. I need to go find Mei-sama. She quickly turned and sprinted down the corridors. If it were true, then they were in for a tough fight. Far away, Tsunade and Shizune leave the small village. Many of the buildings had been destroyed in the fight with Kimamaru. Tsunade-sama. I know you healed him and all, but why didn't you kill the boy after he tried to assassinate you? TCH. It would have been a waste of effort if we killed him. Besides, he's just a kid that's hurting. Shizune nodded with a soft smile on her face. The little pig in her arms as they headed towards Konoha. Then they heard a croak of a toad. Tsunade stopped. Reaching down, she grabbed the scroll in its hands. Harem. Sorry to ask of this. I sent a small team to assist in the liberation of Kurigakure. There are many secrets out in the world. Minato's son Naruto is a member of the rebellion there. I am hoping that with him building alliances with us that we'd be able to start pushing for peace. If not total peace, at least a lasting peace with Kiri. I'm not asking you to fight. They will need healers though. I'd be in your debt, Harem. Your favorite sage Jiraiya. Change of plans. We are headed to Kurigakure. Shizune tried protesting but it was too late. Tsunade already changed direction. Over the past 2 days, things had become crazy. This was the direction of a huge force. Kakashi and his group set out to confront Zabujaku and Old Lady Mei. Most of their troops had accompanied them. He and his group were now leaving the back of the base with refugees and the majority of their genin. He formed 2 teams with his friends. Naruto was accompanied by Team 7, Kotoru, Suigetsu, and Haku. He didn't want them with him, though. Team 7 was now more powerful. However, this was a bit much for them. Naruto advised them to remain together rather than split up. Chojuro, Makoto, Utami, and Celine made up Team 2. They were located on the base's east side, letting Genin and Chunin steal all the materials and scrolls. It was garbage. Naruto desired to fight outside, avoid hiding and fleeing the conflict. Naruto nodded as he looked at the red-headed person and said, Naruto, we almost have the rest of the genin and civilians out. Kotoru found the intensity in his eyes to be mesmerizing. Kotoru was charming, attractive, and adorable. He was frightening, compassionate, and kind. Oh my gosh, you like Kotaru? Utami exclaimed as she leapt. The 2 girls were strangely, well, girly for once, and Haku was sitting behind them, laughing quietly. Oh my god, this is so cute, he exclaimed. Isn't it? Now what are you going to say to him? Celine said, ruffling Naruto's head. The 2 girls rolled their eyes and said, Kotoru, I like you. However, Celine slapped him and said, nope, it needs to be better. How do I know if he even likes me back or that he likes boys too? Utami began to giggle with delight. Oh, you are dense as hell, aren't you? If you haven't been able to see that he has liked you for some time, you are clueless, Naruto. Naruto cried out, what? He likes me. Before he calmed down, he whispered, he likes me. Before his face heated up, Celine smiled and said, so first you need compliment him. What do you like about him? Naruto said, he has pretty red hair. His chakra chains are super pretty. Then he recalled their swimming trip from nearly 8 months ago. He was really toned and had very shiny light skin when he first started traveling with them. His eyes too. Gazing at his older friends, Naruto gave it more thought and said, but his smile. He doesn't do it often, but I like making him smile. Oh, tell him that. Tell him any of those things. Kotoru stood in front of the boy he was attracted to and said, hey Kota-kun. He gave him a questioning glance. The blonde's hand slowly reached up, but all of a sudden the base trembled. They aren't far enough away. We need to hold them off, declared Naruto, who went into high alert. The 6 of them started running in the direction of the entrance. Behind him, Hiraku asked, "What's going on, Naruto-kun?" He arrived at the gate and saw the others. "Another force went around to destroy us. You stay in the main line. Sasuke and Hiraku, you are both pretty fast. Use hit and run tactics. Sakura, you are a good healer. Cast genjutsu and strike from a distance for now. Use your medical jutsu to help keep our remaining shinobi and kunoichi in the fight." Selene yelled as she swiftly organized the 3 shinobi into defensive positions, designating Team 7. Looking at Naruto, "Utami, I want you to hit the enemy with ninjutsu. Makoto, cover her as best you can. Haku, you and Kotoru are going to break their ranks. Use your ice mirrors to move around the battlefield. Kotoru, I need you to use your chakra chains to kill as many as you can. Suigetsu, you are with Kotoru. You two are a good team, so stick together." She finally turned to face Naruto and said, "Naruto, I need you on the front with me. We will be the gavel." A sly smile that mirrored Zabuza's was etched on Kotaru's face. Good. Finally a fight. Kotaru couldn't conceal his red cheeks as he turned aside from the blonde psychopath. The next time he saw him, he would have to ask his grandfather about that. His stomach flutters at that, which is strange. Naruto moved up beside her. His intention to kill was evident. However, it didn't cause anyone to stop. Rather, every shinobi in their immediate vicinity appeared to unite. They were afraid of what they might encounter if they went down to the side. He drew his golek and covered his eyes with goggles to prevent blood from getting in them. Dozens of shinobi rose to confront them as the gate suddenly blew open. Jumping up onto a rock, a young man of about 20 said, "We are here to kill 2 ninja. A blonde boy and an ice user. Let us have them and you'll all live." Naruto started to chuckle. "You think we'd just give up? We are the future of Kiri. When this is over, all of you will be dead." There was a huge battle on the opposite side of the island. Zabuza seals their hands, demonstrating his improved abilities. Suddenly, a massive water dragon materialized and crashed into a group of shinobi. He saw 4 other ninja and one of Yagura's generals being struck by lava. Laughing, Mei said, "Whoa, I expected so much more from you all." Zabuza raised his sword and gestured to the Jinchuriki, asking, "What's that supposed to mean?" Yagura landed his enormous hook in his hand and said, "I'm going to enjoy killing you so much. Too bad you won't be able to save your kids though." Zabuza turned to go, but was stopped by a number of enemy shinobi who said, "Oh, you aren't leaving. I sent a surprise for them. My best general Itsuki Sasaki. Weapons master of the hidden mist." Zabuza and the ninja moved simultaneously. Their blades deflected one another, sending sparks flying. But Zabuza was quick. He cut through them rather easily with his sword. When one landed behind him, his neck broke open. With a smile on his face, Kakashi said, "Go, I'll handle this and protect your cage." In his hands, Rado twisted his kokuto. The blood of the men he had slashed was thrown by the shadow black katana. The poison quickly killed them both. Iwashi hurled a kunai into the air. He kicked into a group of enemy shinobi, revealing the explosive tag on the end, delivering one blow that killed all 3 of them. He took a step back against Genma's back and pulled another kunai. Looking at the shinobi he had just killed, Genma smiled and said, "This is crazy. We need to do missions with Kakashi more often." "Of course you'd say that. This is insane. I haven't been in an open fight like this since we were genin and at war." Compared to the 3 of them, Kakashi moved more quickly. A lightning wolf emerged and ran past a group of Kiri rebels and into the loyalists' lines, killing shinobi after shinobi. Lighting release tracking fang. Water release. Water bullet. He fired a massive torrent of water, crushing several more shinobi. Mei was no longer able to feel Zabuza's chakra. "I'm hoping he'll arrive in time." Ao stepped forward to land beside her and said, "We need to go for him while Kakashi and our men hold the rest off." Ao opened his eye and asked, "Where is he?" He could see him in the distance on the battlefield. There was only a problem. "Mei-sama. He's on the eastern edge of the battlefield only, his chakra network." "Mei-sama. He's under genjutsu. There's a problem with his chakra network." Before avoiding a water bullet, Naruto twisted and stabbed a ninja in the chest. He landed between multiple shinobi after flipping through the air. In his hands, his golek twisted comfortably. He brought his blade up into the man's neck after hooking his leg beneath the first ninja and pulling them down. The others attempted to approach him, but he moved quickly. Rather, he stabbed and sliced them all. As Kotoru looked around, he saw Haku attempting to hide the survivors as they fled. He moved from mirror to mirror, easily defeating shinobi with his ice swords. Utami used a strong water jutsu to flood a group of shinobi out. Makoto crushed the man with his kanobo as she was about to be stabbed, then erected an earth barrier. He witnessed Sasuke and Hiraku eliminating some of the remaining soldiers in the rear lines as they attempted to reach the injured. Selene had already ordered a retreat, but Sakura was holding her own. He turned to face Selene again and saw her, confronting the man with the sword. He was making swords from nothing. He used only chakra to make his weapons, vivid blue. He would think the weapons were attractive if he weren't attempting to murder them. "Oh, you're so weak," Selene exclaimed as he launched a strong scorch ball at the man, only to have it cut in half by his two axes. The boy drew his scythe from the kunoichi and exclaimed, "Sugestu." Right. The water boy rushed forward. Kotaru's chains are moving behind him to slow the ninja down. Suigetsu glided effortlessly through the chains. Selene was about to be struck by one of the blades, but he stopped it. As he joined the axes to form a two-handed axe, Itsuki chuckled. He spun and easily deflected the chains, saying, "This is getting fun." Selene could feel the wounds all over her body. This man had incredible strength. Now his men were virtually vanquished. While Naruto was eliminating the remaining fighters, this man was superior to them. His dark black hair ruffled in the wind as she took a closer look at him. "Oh, now that my extras are out of the way, I can finish this fight the way I want," he said, holding the battle axe to his shoulder. He vanished in front of Selene's eyes. In her hands, an orb formed. She tried to smash the shinobi behind her while spinning. He was the only one with speed. "Ha ha, let's go little ninja," he countered, spinning, his axe's pommel sending her sailing past Kotaru and Sugestu. After twisting his Nikabudo blade, Kotaru aimed it at the man and said, "Ready Suigetsu." Suigetsu, however, lacked the assurance that the Uswanki exuded. The boys moved in tandem with him. Kotaru drove the attack while Suigetsu deflected blows with his scythe. "Oh, you think you can fight me?" Itsuki said, moving his axe quickly while playing with them, easily deflecting their attacks. Kotaru slashed up, causing a huge cut to form on his chest as he shot into the air. The man spun in an attempt to strike his chest with the axe. He was about to deliver the fatal blow when Naruto showed up. Sugestu dragged Kotaru aside, his blade just missing. "How dare you touch him?" he yelled, sounding almost like a roar, his murderous intent permeating the air around him. The orange slits in his normally blue eyes said, "I'm going to kill you for that." As she returns to the battlefield, Selene calls out, "Suigetsu. Get Kotaru and Team 7 out of here." The boy was shaking and holding his weapon when he said, "What? You can't be serious." "She's right. This fight is above you both still. Get out of here, we will see you when we're done." Haku said calmly, but there was anger in his voice as he landed next to Naruto. Naruto interrupted him, saying, "No, we can still. Suigetsu, stop talking. You did well, but I already said he would die for harming Kotaru." Naruto's back was the focus of the boy with red hair. "I'm crying. Why was he so frail at that moment? He ought to be more powerful than this." However, Itsuki merely grinned and said, "Oh really? We will see about that." As Naruto and Selene charged, Haku threw up ice mirrors. In a blur, Naruto's sword swirled around him. However, Itsuki was keeping up. The attacks around him were deflected by his chakra axe. Balls of energy are released when pure chakra knives are thrown at the scorch. It was frightful. Since receiving his Nikabudo, Naruto had only experienced a few instances of total outclassing. He whirled as the axe approached his body, using the hilt's shaft to parry the weapon. He slid backward due to the force. A foot struck Naruto's face as he tried to counterattack, sending him hurtling through a tree. Kotaru was lifted up by Suigetsu, who said, "Come on, we got to go." Suigetsu turned to face the red-headed man and said, "No. I'm not leaving him here alone." "He's not alone, Kotaru-kun." Kotaru felt so powerless as he looked up at Suigetsu. They had met not too long ago. In order to determine whether Naruto was an Uzumaki, they engaged in combat that day. He was not that much stronger than Naruto. But he had changed so much. Why is he unable to keep up? Pushing away, Kotaru said, "I'm staying." Tears filled his eyes as he said, "My friends. It was just me and my Gramps. I was so afraid to meet people. I thought that I'd be hunted. Then these stupid idiots showed up." His sword felt heavy in his hand. "I'm not leaving them." Suigetsu gave it more thought. Observing his friend approach the altercation, the recollection of Naruto unexpectedly showing up to assist him. As though he were being protected from the sound shinobi by a guardian angel, or more akin to a ferocious hellhound. He pulled his scythe up and looked at the boy, saying, "Damn. Fine, but if we die, I'm killing you." Kotaru couldn't contain his laughter. His sword's seal opened. He already had his grandfather's sword seal unlocked, unlike Naruto. Inside the weapon, he sensed the free flow of all 5 chakra natures. As he moved, his chakra chains gradually rose from his back. Naruto spat blood as he stood back up. He grinned and said, "This is a pretty good fight. He is strong." He looked up to see Suigetsu and Kotaru had joined the battle. While Kotaru employed various elements from his Nikabuto blade, Suigetsu used his hydrofication to allow attacks to flow through him. Saline tried to surprise the shinobi by moving behind him. The only weapon that easily penetrated the assault was his axe. As he started to counter, another axe formed in his offhand. Naruto allowed his sword to strengthen his body and chakra. He was behind Itsuki in an instant. Sparks flew as their weapons collided. He felt a chain pierce his shoulder. His arms and legs are being struck by ice and bond. He burst out laughing as Naruto was about to stab him in the chest. Weapons appeared to form around him, and his hands opened. He flicked his wrist, sending them flying in everyone's direction. As they all leapt back to flee, mirrors broke. Naruto heard someone scream. He turned and saw that Saline had been struck. She fell to the ground after a sword slashed her chest. With blood streaming from his shoulder, Itsuki got to his feet and said, "Oh, look at that. You are going to lose." His laugh made everyone shiver. Itsuki shifted once more. He tried to deliver his final blow by going straight to Saline, only to be met with an ice sword. Haku made his fastest move, his blades colliding with Itsuki's. However, Naruto noticed the man's movement. He summoned all of the remaining chakra in him and moved as quickly as he could. He could feel his muscles yelling at him. But it wasn't quick enough. While the second axe severed his right arm, the first struck his body. The pommel of Naruto's weapon struck Itsuki, sending him flying through the air after he missed with his sword. Naruto's eyes were frozen on Haku's arm. Blood was gushing from his body. The world fell silent around him. Haku, who was 15 years old, looked down at Naruto and exclaimed, "Haku-kun. Look, I can fight against Mizu and Gozu now. Just wait, I'll be the strongest shinobi ever," he exclaimed with excitement while holding his tanto. "I know you will, Naruto-kun," Haku grinned. Naruto couldn't resist grinning broadly at the ice boy. As Naruto let Muramasa fall to the ground, tears welled up in his eyes. Chakra crept all around him, dark and orange. He could hear Kotaru shouting in the background, but he couldn't make out what the red-headed person was saying. He turned to face Itsuki, who grinned and got back up, and let out a loud cry as tears streamed from his fox eyes. The shock wave crashed into the ninja's position. Kotaru sprinted over to join Haku. Despite his stomach turning, he remained composed. He could hear the furious Naruto battling that shinobi in the distance. His Uzumaki senses were nearly overwhelmed by the demon Charka. He watched with tears in his eyes as Haku began to bleed to death. What do we do, Kotaru? What's going on with Naruto?" Suigetsu asked, kneeling beside him. His mind was racing with the words, he's losing himself to the fox, attempting to think of anything. However, Saline drew Haku's head into her lap. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Please do, Kotaru. There has to be something. A seal may be something, so save his life until we can get him help." He wasn't sure if it would work, but there was. "Right," Kotaru said, taking out a paintbrush. "Suigetsu, wash as much blood off as you can." Suigetsu answered right away, hands moving shakily. Makoto struck a kunoichi who was in his path with his kanabo. He could see the devastation in the distance. This weapon's ninja and an angry Naruto were terrifying. His chest suddenly filled with the fear of Jinchuriki once more. Touching his shoulder, Utami said, "Makoto. They'll be okay." Behind him, Utami and Team 7 stood in wonder and mild terror, saying, "Naruto is losing himself just like him." "What's happening out there?" asked Hiraku, whose hands were shaking. Zabuza was traveling as quickly as he could to where Naruto was, only to find himself facing the only opponent he had been practicing against. "What's this?" Zabuza Momochi. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" asked Kisame, holding his sword over his shoulder. "Kisame, what is it you're doing here?" The shark man replied with a grin. "My partner and I are here to get the 3 tails. Yagura has lost his worth and is becoming a nuisance. However, Kisame started laughing and said, "You know, I heard a rumor that a young blonde kid was fighting alongside the demon of the mist. Heard he was a Jinchuriki too." Zabuza raised his sword and said, "Well, he is where I came from, so go and kill him already if that's what you want. I think you should be careful of what you say, Kisame, or you'll die just the same as the rest of your Akatsuki." This statement caused tension to rise between them. "You never beat me before. You won't beat me this time either." The legendary toad Sanin Jiraiya was seated across from Mei. It would be a lie to say she wasn't a little intimidated. She had strength. She wouldn't question that on any given day of the week. However, Jiraiya was in a completely different league. His strength was on par with, if not greater than, that of the third Hokage. Mei turned to face Ao, who was also prepared for battle, and asked, "So now that I'm here, where is Naruto Uzumaki at?" "He's on a mission right now. In fact, he won't be back for at least 2 days," she said, leaning back and grinning. Mei leaned back in her chair and said, "Oh, a mission, huh? What kind of mission?" "Recon maybe." "Oh, an escort mission most likely. Actually, he is on an assault mission." "You sent children off to war?" Jiraiya asked, sharpening her eyes. Ao responded to the underlying threat by saying, "We are not Kanagaku. Our numbers are not so vast at the moment. He is a Jonin-level shinobi. We tested him and he held back a majority of his skills. A child or not, he is an asset and loves fighting." Jiraiya nearly let out a growl, saying, "He should be a child, not some soldier." A voice broke the tension by saying, "He is a child." Jiraiya noticed a boy who appeared to be about Naruto's age. Violet eyes and disheveled red hair. If he had ever witnessed it, and Uzumaki would have said, "Naruto is one of the most childish people I've ever met." No one spoke. The boy's interruption of this meeting didn't bother Mei. As she puts it, "He's also one of the best swordsmen I've ever seen. I don't know what your relationship is with him. What you want, old man. He annoys the hell out of me. He's arrogant, brash, loud, always jokes, doesn't stop eating, but he's also my friend. If you try to steal him or hurt him, I'll seal you into a teapot." She is pretty certain he just prevented it from devolving into a full-scale blood. After that tirade, everyone was unsure if he truly cared about Naruto. However, Jiraiya started laughing. Everyone just stared at the Sannin with wide eyes without saying anything. He wiped the tear from his eye and slapped his knee, saying, "Damn kid, you're great. You're an Uzumaki, are you not?" Kotoru nodded as he calmed down. "Good. I'm glad he found someone from his clan. Knowing he has people ready to die for him lets me know he is safe. Now why I am here." "He agrees that Kirigaku needs new leadership," Mei said, placing her elbows on her knees and resting her chin on her hands. "The things we've heard about you have shown us that there are people willing to fight against the tyranny here in Kiri. So, let Naruto and a hand-picked team come to Konoha as extra guards for the Chunin exams on the final tournament. Then we shall send an elite squad of shinobi to aid in taking Kiri from Yugura," Mei and Ao said, exchanging glances at each other. Mei's voice was conflicted as she said, "He is a Kiri nin." Jiraiya smiled and said, "That is fine. He wouldn't have to. Sensei just wants to see him again and to apologize. We were hoping that through him we could build an alliance." She knew they needed the assistance. "He has no desire to live in Kanagaku again." Kotoru, who now felt completely uncomfortable, turned to face Mei. He was unable to decipher her thoughts. Naruto played a significant role in his recent decision to leave his grandparents. He was still getting used to the idea of becoming a shinobi, but he wasn't sure how Naruto could persuade him. He turned around and bounded away. He was unable to hear. They were taking too many chances. Zabuza, Naruto, Haku, and the demon brothers were all together on Yasumi Island. Along with Utami and the fidgeting Chojuro. They were having a meeting with this battle group's commander. Riku was quite tall, taller than Zabuza, even. His teeth were sharp and his skin was blue like a fish. He followed them into the room with his orange eyes. "So, the room was filled with his raspy voice. Mei has sent you here to assist us in taking the base. I expected more than 2 kids and some shunin that don't match too much. Who you calling a child?" Haku choked on his own breath, trying not to laugh at Naruto, mimicking the man's voice as best the 13-year-old could. "I'll have you know I'd kick your ass, fish face. Plus, if we weren't needed here, you'd have already won." After a moment of merely staring at the blonde child, Riku froze and said, "I like this one." "Fine, Riku Hoshigaki. I don't intend on fighting a legendary swordsman because your kid has a loud mouth." He then laughed. The other teams are already in position, and we're almost ready. I thought we'd divide your team in half, with you joining me in attacking their battalion commander while your second team engages in the main battle against his forces. All right, Zabuza said, glancing at their base map, which was fortunately far from the nearby villages. Naruto, on the other hand, was studying it carefully. How many shinobi do we have right now? There are 85 in total. Zabuza noticed that his gremlin had a strategy and asked, "What do you got, Gaki?" "We are fighting a group of almost 200. Naruto grinned. "All right, this is my suggestion." Their shinobi were stationed on the east side of the base, and as of right now, no one was aware that they would be attacked. Naruto moved around the base with his team, which included Udemy, Haku, and a man by the name of Makoto Sho. Makoto was a heavy-set boy with a decently sized gut, but that didn't hide the amount of sheer muscle on the boy. Naruto was certain that his arms were the size of his entire chest. At 16, he was already as tall as Kakashi, not quite as tall as Zabuza, but close. He wore bracers, a chunin vest, white shinobi pants with black sharks on the side, a black tank top underneath, combat boots that looked like they could crush a skull, and half of a dark blue Oni mask over his lower face. A maniacal smile appeared as he placed the final piece of paper. Uzumaki style. Funnel barrier. With the exception of the eastern entrance, a massive blue shield materialized around the base. It began small at the base and grew larger as he got to his shinobi. Observing with interest, Udemy smiled. "That was really lovely. You seem a little frightening, don't you?" Naruto gave her a wounded look and said, "I'm not frightening. I like things that are hyperactive." However, Haku sighed behind him and said, "You're a tad bit scary, Naruto-kun." Haku turned to face him and said, "What? My own brother has betrayed me. Well, then, when you go to battle, stop getting so excited." Naruto sighed as Haku jabbed, "You're starting to smile like Zabuza-sama." "I can't help it." Makoto, who volunteered to join this team because this punk was raised by a seven swordsman, but is actually a small psychopath who can't take this seriously, listened and was a little irritated. "You and Zabu-jaku did a damned good job making me love fighting." When Naruto reached the other men, he drew his Golek. As he had anticipated, they dispatched shinobi to track them down and kill them. They waited until they reached the tree line, at which point the entire battlefield unleashed elemental jutsu on the throng. Earth and water walls were raised to block their attacks, and Naruto nodded to his team before rushing into the fray. Naruto was fast, cutting and stabbing through ninja, and while most of his wounds weren't fatal, they were enough to knock them down. Not that he hadn't killed any of them, because this was war. He barely avoided a water dragon as he rolled out of the way. Suddenly, mirrors appeared everywhere, including one behind the man who attempted to kill Naruto, from which Haku emerged brandishing an ice sword and stabbing him in the back. Naruto hadn't seen water jutsu that strong before, not without a body of water anyway, but as he looked around, he saw Udemy, who was staying nearby, shoot a huge torrent of water that completely destroyed some of the enemy shinobi. Makoto used his kanabo to smack a man so hard that he flew through the air, deflected a katana before crushing the man, and grabbed a kunoichi by the neck and used his head to knock her unconscious before using her as a projectile. Naruto thought the display was really cool, and he needed to outdo it. Many of their shinobi rallied around them without realizing, and the funnel prevented them from being overpowered. With the four of them in the front, they were destroying the enemy. Naruto leapt over two shinobi, allowing them to encircle him while he slashed and cut through all five shinobi, parrying and blocking attacks. A katana flashed in the air as he was about to reorganize with his team. He barely had time to stop the attack before he was sent backwards, and when he looked, he saw two shinobi, who were reportedly the second in command here and were brother and sister. He put his Golek back after getting up and asked, "What are you giving up already?" The girl asked with a sharp smile. Naruto though matched her look. Hitting the seal on his wrist, Muramasa appeared. Spinning it in his hand, he rested it on his shoulder before dropping into a battle stance. "Not at all. Today, I've been hoping to find someone worthwhile." Inside the base, Zabuza was slicing through ninja, who weren't particularly impressive. Gozu and Maizu had joined their chains and were also working quickly, but they knew their place and backed him and this new brat Chojuro instead of engaging in direct combat. He was taken aback by that child now. Chojuro carried a katana and wazikashi. He had no confidence when the battle began, but he quickly changed his strategy. He was calm and collected, and his attacks were accurate and fluid, slicing through and stabbing ninja as they moved through the base. A chain flew past Zabuza's face as they were pushing through the base, and he recognized the man at the end of the hall. Raizo, a skilled kenjutsu practitioner who was beyond skilled and ruthless, with a ninjutsu on his back and the chain kunai in his hand. "Kill the others," he said. "I own Zabuza." Raizo and Zabuza stared at each other for what seemed like 20 minutes before Raizo struck first, his chain flying at Zabuza. He heard Chojuro squeak, but he was satisfied with the sound of his sword deflecting a kunai. 5 shinobi flew past him after his team. Zabuza swiftly moved his sword around him. The tip was still on the ground, but due to his size, he was unable to move the entire length quickly enough. Instead, he deflected the attacks by making quick sweeps with the handle. "Let's see how you do up close and personal, you pathetic ninja," Raizo said, flipping the chain and sending it after Zabuza once more. He grinned and hooked it with the hole in Kubikiribocho before removing it from his grasp. "I should have let you be fought by Naruto. After hearing some of the stories, he would like to skin you." While his team was still fighting the other ninja around him, Naruto felt stronger than ever and spun his weapon around himself to deflect and dodge the siblings' attacks. He used his handle to block one of the brothers' attacks and jumped, bringing his foot up to hit him hard in the face, sending him flying. In an attempt to bait her, he left a gap for her to attempt a killing shot, but Naruto saw it. It might have been a second, but it was there, and she hesitated because she didn't want to kill him. His sister leapt forward to stop him from ending the guy, but he blocked her attack and went on the defense. Her brother yelled from his down position as Naruto stabbed forward, causing her to take a step back. He then hooked onto her katana with the bottom of the blade and pulled, causing it to hit the ground as he raised his sword. However, as Naruto brought his weapon down on her, he twisted it, striking her in the neck with the blunt side of his naikabudo. When he realized she was merely unconscious, her brother ran after her and caught her, looking up at the murderous boy with wide eyes and asking, "Why? Why didn't you murder her?" She paused. "She had no intention of killing me." With tears in his eyes, he said, "Stop. I don't want to kill a good person just because I'm ordered to." He yelled, causing everyone to hold their position on both sides. "Stand down. It's over," he shouted. "Damn right it is." Zabuza and his team were standing on the base's roof. Gozu and Maizu were in poor condition, and Chojuro appeared to be about to cry. Zabuza, however, threw Raizo's body to the ground below and said, "We serve Meitemura. Mizukage of the future, come along, and we'll spare you all. Leave and don't return if you don't want to fight. We won't hunt you down." "Yugura is unbeatable," one kunoichi yelled out. Several shinobi called out in agreement. Another one spoke up, "He's a monster. A devil is unbeatable." Yugura was a demon, a monster, and even as a young boy, Naruto knew exactly what he was. Anger filled his chest. "Shut up." Everyone turned to face their commanding officers, who were both still alive but had lost. "You call him a monster," they said. "He is what others created him to be. Utilized as a weapon. Is he insane?" "He certainly is. The bloodline purges were initiated by your former Mizukage. The monster within him is not the only reason he is a monster." Everyone except Haku retreated as Naruto allowed the orange chakra to envelop his body. "I didn't need this power to fight you all," he said. "My swords and my own skill were all I needed. However, we prevailed because we genuinely have a cause worth fighting for. You will assist us in releasing Kiri if you join us. In decades, for the first time. We'll stop and kill Yugura, I swear. Have faith." Makoto wasn't sure what to think at first. He regretted joining the small blonde, but after witnessing him in combat, he thought he was witnessing the pinnacle of his abilities. He fought with ruthless precision, but he would also step in to protect himself and the other team members. That is, until he pulled out that strange sword. "I take it you're considering Naruto." "It was crazy," he said, nodding at Utami. "He's a Jinchuriki. What kind of demon does he harbor? Without it, he's frightening, but he's also amusing and entertaining to fight with." Makoto looked down at his hands and nodded. "Yugura killed my mom. My understanding of Jinchuriki is that they are monsters. Their beasts have corrupted and twisted them. In any case, that's what my dad says. I don't think he is though." As they marched back, they saw Naruto conversing animatedly with Zabuza, looking at the lethal swordsman like a child with a parent. "I think he is trying to prove something. I may know what he doesn't. You know, I want to continue fighting with him." Makoto gave the blonde a close look and said, "I do too. There's something about him that makes you want to fight for him. For the time being, anyway." Utami leapt back with a kunai, saying, I'm glad you want to fight with him. Haku-san, when did you get there? Naruto is Kiri's future. Haku chuckled beneath his mask. I am certain of that. I've never seen him interact with anyone before. We would not have reached this point if he had been in Yagura's position. We would have been in the process of rebuilding already. Celine welcomed them to their main base and said, I see you had an interesting mission, as she observed the new recruits, particularly the Daicho siblings. Interesting. We were awesome, Naruto said, looking at her with confusion. She shrugged. I have no idea what you believe transpired. Everyone looked around before Naruto shrugged and followed, saying, I need Zabuza and Naruto to follow me. The two swordsmen went to the meeting room, where Zabuza grabbed Naruto and threw him behind him while holding his Kubikiribocho. Naruto hadn't seen what he saw, and he had never experienced this fear before, even though he knew the man. Oni-san's hand instantly dropped to his Golic, and a man laughed, good instincts from the demon of the mist. Naruto looked at the tall man as they entered, and he said, Come on, I don't want to fight unless you really want to. His white hair resembled a lion's mane, and his kimono was strangely nice for someone who was obviously powerful. I am Jiraiya the Toad Sannin of Kanagaku, Zabuza interrupted, and I know who you are. I knew you'd know of me, Jiraiya said with a loud laugh. You must be a fan, don't you? I just so happened to have my most recent Ika signed. Zabuza laughed at him, saying, I don't care about some fucking dirty book, but Naruto was perplexed because he wasn't entirely sure what Ika was based on the way Mei was glaring. Why are you here? I'm here to talk to Naruto and you. In the midst of the stare-off, Zabuza's grip tightened slightly on his sword. Your illustrious leader couldn't make the decision for you, so he waited till you got here. This whole situation was about Naruto, which really irritated him. They were talking about him, and he wasn't even involved. He wasn't an object, he was a person. Yes, he followed his Ojii-san, but he didn't have to. Stop talking as if I'm not there, Naruto said, stepping away from Zabuza. Looking at this Sannin, he glared daggers. What do you want? I will not be residing in Kanagaku. I know, kid, Jiraiya said, her face changing to one of sadness. Naruto was taken back. This was the second adult to say, I'm sorry, kid. We failed you. After your parents passed away, I was meant to look after you. The greatest regret of my life is that I was unable to do so, but I would like to make it up to you. How? Mei said, the Sandaime Hokage has asked for a team to go and help guard at the tournament part of the Chunin exams, in response to Naruto's hesitant question. He will send a top-tier Jonin team to help us retake Kiri in exchange. The room was filled with murderous intent. Fuck that. Definitely not. Naruto glanced at Zabuza as he approached Jiraiya and said, Stop Zabujaku, as he stepped in front of him. No. Naruto turned to face Jiraiya and asked, Why did you say you should have been there for me? This is a trap if I've ever smelled one. I'm your godfather Naruto. Naruto felt a range of emotions, including the desire to stab the man in the throat, sadness over a relationship he never had, and the most intense question, why? You left me, but why? I was hit, yelled at, spit on, and left alone. Your dad was one of my students, Jiraiya said, her eyes welling with tears. During the Third Shinobi World War, only one survived. He was strong, compassionate, intelligent, and kind. He wished to contribute to a period of peace. When Kushina was pregnant, your parents and I were present. When I returned from my mission, they had vanished from the village. Naruto knew that this man regretted everything, even though he wasn't sure how he should feel at the moment. I failed to protect your family before you were even born, Naruto said. Maybe I could have saved him if I had been there. You would have been a prodigy and raised as Konoha royalty. If I take this action, my team and I won't be caught. Jiraiya shook his head. No. I'll see to it that you can leave once it's finished, regardless of what happens. In a firm voice, Zabuza said, Naruto. You will not do this. We must assist Ojijaku. We can prevail, but what comes next? Mei didn't say anything, but the expression in her eyes told him it all. I want to help the people of Mizu. We will be vulnerable. We must have faith in them. We would be protected from the other countries by an alliance. All right, Zabuza said, bending down and placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Just because I have faith in you, Naruto. With a smile, next to Zabujaku. If they try to capture me, it's not like I won't go on a killing spree or anything. Zabuza laughed as Naruto turned to leave, saying, I'll get ready to go. Mei crossed her arms after he was gone and said to the two men, "That boy is already thinking like a cage." "What's your point?" Zabuza asked, feeling a little uneasy as Mei and Jiraiya smiled at him. "It means I'm just going to keep that seat warm for him."